as we are once again live upon the internet. Yeah, let's make sure that we are and that everything's working. Everything's at working. And it seems to be with bit rates and titles and categories all set. As yeah, we appear to be. Yeah, let's get a rolling. Although let's make sure first this goes over here. Let's also make sure that all of these go to where I want them to. Oh, actually, yeah. Okay. It's like that's a little bit zoomed in, but yeah, we have that one as a kind of double thing. Yeah, let's go first. Warm up a little bit and kind of get into the flow of things, and then we're gonna record the pistol headhunter build showcase, which I wanted to do yesterday, but yesterday I had some internet issues, so we did not do that. Okay, so yeah, so Sydney mask, I received that upon login. Which one was that? Okay. Was this? I saw that didn't actually completely read it. What was the thing? Something about the outfits. Ah, okay. But that's something different. But I'm guessing they added this in for if you add everything then. Wait, actually. Let's go over here. Oh. Oh, okay. Now I get it. Okay, so these were all... Ah, okay. Yes. But I owned everything else already, so... But I'm guessing these didn't trigger correctly when you bought the thing, likely, right? Sir? Are you gonna do this every time? Or do I need to press F claim, maybe? Was that it? Are we done now? Was that? Oh wait, no, they're in the apparel section, right? They're in this. Okay, so that was this whole thing. Okay. And hit a dag. Wait, will it keep doing that? I hope not. No, okay. So I just had to accept it all. Yeah. We'll run this as our initial outfit. Let's actually first go and kind of warm up a little. Just, not that one. That one. We'll go with the Memento one. Yeah, let's make this, let's make this a technician one.
Yeah, whatever it takes is fine with me. Okay, I just want to get it resolved.
And then, yeah, we'll go and basically slowly get started with just recording segments. And we'll see how much I suck at headhunting. All the suck. And hey there, fellow human. Indeed. Wait, you guys are human? I'm AI. Ay, I'm AI. every time now with that kind of stuff, I'm always just thinking of just there's this Frank Zappa song of the Muffin Man of just you thought he was a man, but he was a muffin.
Hey, Adrian.
One of these days, I'm gonna reveal my what was it called again? The VR persona. It's gonna be a muffin. And then we'll play that song and get copyright striked. And yeah, indeed. Wait, Wednesday? What? It's Thursday, isn't it? Just checking. Just checking. Yeah.
Thanks for making me do.
Indeed. You can eat both though. I mean, anything is edible. You definitely can eat anything as long as it fits in your mouth. Basically. If you survive it though. is a second. Yeah. I needed Denizen. Good evening indeed. For a second there, I thought you were trying to do the Dutch way of the. Although well, that would be goede instead of good. Yeah, let's just go get warmed up a little bit. Show us the target. It's okay. Any retaliations about to happen? Should I do a although yeah, retaliation isn't really the place for Headhunter. Maybe we'll use. Thing is, the names in there will suck. Yeah, let's go and just shoot some stuff, warm up a little. What's the last build showcase actually? OD? Yeah, must be. It's already actually take a description file and the thumbnail file. I'll edit those later. Already made a folder real quick for it. I'm kind of considering, because I was actually intending a specific spot for the intro that I've kind of in my mind, isn't the end of title. But maybe we save that for tipping scales, because also yeah, the climax will be there and that'll be towards the end of the season. And we just use. I think I'm gonna use. No, it turns out my armor is flameproof. I think we'll use the theaters like area. We've already used the campuses like. Another golden bullet on? Oh. It's just the first group not getting it as it so often happens. As much as people bitch about bugs with like fragile, I'm surprised that Golden Bullet is still kind of like a fan favorite. Because to me, Golden Bullets, like, first of all, yeah, the initial wave, like, basically never has standing wave for activities, never has the Golden Bullet most of the time. Although underlyingly, the system-wise is you can have Golden Bullet, but the only way that happens is if you kill the person that was marked, even though they weren't getting the Golden Bullet, and then, like, somebody else gets selected as a target for it. But and then also the like you have to sometimes reload after getting the Golden Bullet to get it to actually damage register. But yeah, consistency was never a human trait, I feel.
Vital signs critical.
Is that it? Thank God.
Hell yes!
Not bad. Yeah. I was never too big of a fan of it to begin with. I hated Golden Bullet before it was cool to hate gold. Yeah, that. But yeah, mechanically I was just never. But yeah, it also stands out to me that like, at least they fixed the invisible thing. Although actually the invisible thing was the one thing that I was like, I kind of like this actually. The, you know, the enemies not showing up once they had the golden bullets. That was actually an interesting kind of mechanic kind of thing. And then, like, you saved the whole day instead. Just instead of changing it an hour, you changed the whole day. Oh yeah, can't happen. I need over there. I needed this. Oh, I would much rather have Hollywood, honestly. That'll also be more interesting in group setting. One of the bigger downsides of Golden Bullet is also it's you know, it's very solo centric. But yeah, then we have Hollywood for the 5 times, which is like farming wise so much faster. She did play a few hours, even though I had some internet issues. I still had. I could hotspot it.
Retaliating in southwest.
But yeah, that's not good enough to stream with, or you know, also also my poor data plan would not
Progress halted.
really like that.
Manual override required.
It was interesting to kind of try to headhunt and then have like 80 ping or 100 ping because it was a phone connection. It's actually so much easier now doing it today now, I really feel. It's almost like, yeah, again, like training, it's like coming from Division 1 and then trying to... It was a headshot, but not enough to kill with.
Colin won't be forgotten. I think I hit them.
Hostile has formed golden bullet. Immediate medical assistance needed. Refreshed. Golden bullet.
I got more.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet. Manual override required.
Also, I bought an aimbot apparently. It's a convoy, isn't it? No. Oh, it's one of those. It's returning with resources. This guy finally touching grass. I need a rev. Bit carried away with the clocks. You went from the clock to the calendar. Oh yeah. The old time trials, yeah. It's at least good that they're doing them a little bit with like projects and stuff. So this guy just touching grass like this is just he's rethinking his life. He's like, yeah, do I really want to blow myself up? And then suddenly that Chemical Brothers song plays of just like, push the button. The time has come to. Actually, isn't that song called Galvanize? Should maybe also then, you know, be running the Galvanize backpack and then then giving his team members bonus armor. Except it's not on fire, so I guess he just didn't read the description, so. Should make sense for somebody dumb enough to put on a suicide vest. Bitch, that bad indeed. In the fan. Yeah. He was just out there touching some grass. Harrison, not this again. I'm trying to go that way. Could you fart some? You shall not pass. Is this the flame of Aldoon? That's actually what it is, right? Is it flame of Aldoon or is it Aldoon? I don't remember. Turns out Harrison was Gandalf. That's what I'm saying. They should have gone with G names and then they could have had Gandalf. Wait, am I the Balrog then? Are we the baddies?
Vital signs critical. Hostile has full golden bullet.
Who's bad?
Hostile control point identified.
Poke.
I'll bring you down.
There goes my armor.
It's gone.
Aw. Wanted to keep you for a thing I was gonna do to you, which is shoot you in the face. So now I don't have enough. Oh,
Agent
I'm bringing the
received
thing.
golden bullet.
Either of you purple?
You and your friends. We just want to be close.
Why am I friends?
Work together.
Like I get that guy hating me.
Detecting
And, you know,
additional
want to
hostile
go
contact.
fuck you, but why am I friends?
That's the thing. Destroy it. They're right fucking there.
Shit, I shouldn't have. What are you guys aggroing now? This is why you guys are hostages. Keep just aggroing. I didn't even want to kill you guys, but I have to. Can I actually wait for him to get the golden bullet? One of the things I did last night as well is just actually grind out day 1 and 2 on second account, the challenges. And then especially the, you know, kill 100 enemies while they have the golden bullet one. That one's always the one that takes a while. So it took me a while. But I did get it in the end. You just have to wait quite a while to just, for it to spread around. And then once we're kind of warmed up here, we'll go for intro. I haven't really thought through how I want to do the gameplay segments, but I'm like, fuck it, we'll wing it. There I realized, actually wait, which... Retaliation though is really not the game mode for this. It, like, yeah. Because you have multiple names in a row. I'm always going to lose my stack on the name, and then the next wave is going to be elites. Like,
Shield our powers. Together. We're on the
well,
move.
hi, I'm a coward,
Golden bullet active.
but I'm a coward whose face hasn't exploded off. So unlike you.
Incoming hostiles detected. Access key
Got two in
detected.
my sights.
Golden bullet being assembled by hostile.
How about you assemble that?
Hostile control point nearby. Hostile has full golden bullet.
You know what? I'm gonna shoot you in the tip. Not getting to keep that headhunter anyway, so might as well murder you with your big toe. And I'm just mostly just kind of warming up here. Just getting it a little there. And also kind of in the back of my head, kind of aligning how I want to set it out. Although the setup for it is going to be obvious. We're going to just introduce it. And then the thing here will be, they'll also make it a little bit master classy, but it's basically two builds or two core builds. Keep thinking of just like the thought keeps entering my head of just like splitting it into two build showcases, but I think I just want to get it done in one.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Access key detected.
Oh, the key dropped underneath me. Like, where's the key? There she is, yep. Just when in doubt, poke it out. The toe, yes. Yeah, we don't get a satisfying explosion, but you can't have it all. Oh, actually, we should grab a few bounties here. And let's see what happens to the Houndsman's ones. Also, the Twitch thing saw that as shoes.darn. As a website.
Agent received a golden bullet.
And I'm just running this, actually, like having ran Headhunters the last few days. I feel so much more confident today than I did like a few days ago.
Detected.
I say as I flub a shot. What happened to the... Oh. Because he died to his fire?
Has full golden bullet.
I was very confused where the rusher went. Oh, he did die to his own fire, okay. Oh,
Thank you
not
so
what we're
much.
doing.
You're the best. Thank you so much.
You know, let's go intercept those guys. That might be this. And then we'll go do an intro. And then go from there. So, yeah. Do you have some shoes? Well, darn. Go get some shoes that darn. Shoes that barn.
You're carrying a shield.
That's the outlet.
Hostile is Golden bullet refreshed. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
For refreshing time, make it a golden bullet time. Golden bullet refreshed.
They're sneaking up on me.
Sir, I'm standing here with a bulwark shield shooting a loud ass revolver.
Hostiles detected.
I don't feel you can get away with their sneaking up on me. Like I feel I'm not.
Idiot will never keep his head. On three. Three.
One thing that is odd, I've noticed that a few times. Some enemies having movement speed. I get the feeling that
You're toast, agent.
enemy modifier is maybe a little wonky. And the modifier is always on or something. Seen some weird movements sometimes out of enemies. The master mission, yeah, we'll see what it be. Maybe it's just the boss rush. I feel whenever they ever, like, you know, when Division 3 comes out or something, just as the final climax, as one last climax, they should just do a boss rush. Just basically put, you know, just put Rat Queen, and then you fight Recruiter, and then you fight Keiko, and then you fight. What's other hard fights? You know, just all the hard fights in a row. Just... And then you do legendary, like, legendary titles boss fight. And just in a row. I do. Yeah. Although so far the masters, like last season's master was kind of the easiest so far, at least for group. And actually, yeah, solo, I would say it wasn't in the end. There's a,
I have him in sight.
but yeah, for group.
Hostile completed. The golden bullet.
But even then, like, I was still... Actually, one of the things I've been liking is the master missions and just
I'll keep them away.
the...
Shield.
System malfunctioning.
Stand by.
It being kind of in between, you know, heroic and legendary.
System back online.
I need this thing on. Fine, I'll just kill you. Guys, could you stop?
Hostage health is critical.
Didn't even let me kill you.
That militia asshole just took a hit. I need you to keep their fire off me.
I know, gotta especially get back into like stopping and then
They have a shield.
you have a shield. God damn it, where's the last one?
Hostile control point detected.
Oh. Over there somewhere? Yeah. Oh, this is gonna suck because now I have to run all the way back in time to not have that rusher.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
That's also the named. Okay, at least the rusher went for me. Although, is that a good thing?
Assistance needed.
There's still named behind me somewhere. She's a little. disconcerting.
Golden bullet refreshed.
You know what?
Hostile restore hive detected.
F that named. Yeah. I really wish now that they have a few that they would add in a project for them. They should just use projects for so much more things. Add in a Brooklyn weekly, add in a Wony weekly, add in a Master weekly just alongside of the make it even now that we have like 5 or something, make the legendary one like, hey, finish the Master or the legendary, or just a separate one. A separate one would make more sense. Just give an extra one out as well. But I would also just love Brooklyn and Wony projects weekly back. Well, the Wony's back. We never had Brooklyn ones by themselves. And then just make it separate, right? Like just, if you own Brooklyn, you get the Brooklyn one. If you own Wony, you get the Wony one. If you own both, you get both. It is a little bit pay to win. But it's also like, hey, this is just, you know, the price of doing business. kind of deal.
I'll burn you out! You're dead, agent! Hey, let's bury the bastard! You okay? Let's go!
Incoming hostiles detected. Access key detected.
Way too hot!
Hostile assembling golden bullet.
Yeah. Let's go clean that up. Let's go do an intro. And then we'll go from there. Which one was the first one? Provocator, right? So, Space Admin? Or was it? Which ones have we had?
Good to see you.
Space Admin, Roosevelt. We've had 3 so far, right?
Your
And then
business is
Toma.
appreciated.
Right. I'm mostly trying to remember it through the items. Because yeah, Provocator, Birdie, Tinkerer, and then yeah, Tempest kind of, because it's weird, it's in my head as like it's there, but it's not. Ooh, let's
That was a good deal.
let's see if we can get 5 directives. Very importantly. Come on, just work. Just work. Yay. Don't make me do shit. Just work. Yeah, let's turn off Golden Bullet for later on, because yeah, we're definitely not going to have Golden Bullet on for the global event or for the build showcase. Let's actually see as well. Looking at, I can't see the challenges, right? Yeah, so complete some bannies. Although I'll likely complete this list on Friday, or well, Saturday over the weekend. Because yeah, Friday actually I'll be at work, so tomorrow I'll be at work. But then tomorrow we'll have the what we're recording today go up. Yeah, let's go and use theaters area for it. Catching up some chatter on the Discord.
know a lot of you feel angry about our closed door policy. But before we can offer sanctuary to strangers, we must take care of ourselves.
Yeah. Let's go and be in here. Go find a decent spot. Maybe we run this later, but I feel we should run something Halloween-y for... Either this or the clown, I feel. What did I use for... What did I use for the stats one recently? I actually don't remember. I got it maybe even more easily when I'm checking in the files over here. Hello? Hard disk? And that pops up 17 times, of course. Let's go in there. Oh, what do we use here? Oh, we did use the clown there already. It's already actually put VLC over here for later on. No, let's take the scarecrow. Let's see if we can do something here with... Undate that. Well, let me catch up. Yeah. Oh. Puzzle mode, yeah. Although I don't think they're gonna do puzzle stuff going forward. It was just too... I mean, it has the same issue of trying, you know, the matchmaking wise, it was a hell for a lot of people when it came to doing it with, like, yeah, matchmade people and then mechanics that were failable. So we'll, because, yeah, since they haven't, like, there is just defense and stuff, but there isn't any more, hey, you have to do a certain thing in a certain way, Iron Horse style or something, with a fail state. And it is edge. People trolled, yeah. Or, well, I mean, people just didn't understand and just, you know, hey, I can interact with this. I'm going to interact with this. Hell, I mean, in the same way of, like, there are those small things that you can do to sometimes, like, make some fights easier and stuff. Like, you know, the DCD chopper, for instance, is the invaded chopper is a good example. I know plenty of, like, really experienced players that, for instance, never just mess around with mechanics in that way. They just, you know, see there is a thing to do, you do it. But sometimes it's actually smart to not do the thing and then give it a, you know, try what that means. Yeah, let's I kinda actually just like this as an intro. I should do even like this. It's a pretty cool opening shot, I feel. The one thing I'm gonna change is my, you know what we should do? Just add even more watches. Shiny watches. Shinies. Put down a booster hive and this will just send some ghosts once in a while. Yeah, no, let's not. We'll run it later with the Artificer. It's actually kind of annoying. Now let's play with this a little first. Just a little angle and just a little wider. Kind of like that. Yeah, let's do an intro, which is what was my name again? Hi, I'm Nokia. Nokia. Yeah, no. So yeah, build showcase chapters. To remember how to do build showcases for a second. Oh yeah, we need to prep the build pictures in a second. Yeah, let's just do a take, and then likely I'll need a few, so it'll be fine. Oh yeah, let's just get rocking. Let's make sure actually that the focus is good. I've been trying to be better about that. Yeah. Let's just try. Oh, the hardest insert. Yeah, ready now. Okay. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have a build showcase into pistol headhunters. I've been putting this one off, as while they are very important builds, I'm kind of bad at them. Not exceptionally bad, but I'm not the greatest for them. But still, we'll try our best here as we'll go over especially the high-end and the Hunter's Fury variants of pistol headhunters. We'll be combining the two of them together into one build showcase because they are very similar but just used in different ways. I kind of feel you want to have both of them if you do enjoy the pistol headhunters. And also, while we're saying pistol headhunters and not a specific weapon, we're going to be both using the Regulus and also the Harvest. And I'll be using as well in here Determined to kind of show the easy way of running it. But I very much enjoy these builds with Regulus, as you can pop some heads, and it actually requires a little bit of training to get there to a point where you're kind of acceptable at it. Both of these builds are very much builds that require quite a bit of practice to get good at, but even if you're okay at them, they can be really good to have. As with all build showcases, we'll go through it in basically 2 chapters. In the first one, we'll go over the build, its layouts and such with the build pictures, and together with that also some numbers. And then in the second chapter, we'll go and play around with the builds in some gameplay. So if you want to jump around, everything will be time-stamped down below so you can jump to where you want to go. Let's go start with the build layout. I kind of like that one. That felt perfectly fine. There was an extra basically in there that was completely unneeded. I caught myself doing it. I quite often have that of like basicallys and especiallys and stuff just unneeded in there. And also the Harvest. And I'll be using as... And also yeah, a warning about there being some Determined in here for the Determined haters. Yeah, let's actually go over here first. I forgot this part. I had them open, but then I accidentally closed them. Oh, so yeah, all of the pistol headhunters. So 1 point. Where's the first one? Am I blind? I am blind. So let's have that. And then character tree. We'll go with the high ends one first, I feel, right? Yes. Walking Floy is back. As soon as I turn on the lights. Oh, where's character 3 is one? That's that one. Character 4 is this one. Character 5 is that one. So let's put them kind of in order of appearance. Um, yeah, let's do that. We're gonna have the high-end one first. Let's actually have the character with that. Because yeah, the Hunter's Fury is basically mechanics on top, right? So we should explain the high-end first, and then swap over to the other one. And he did the nil.
Safe area entered.
Yeah. Kind of to the same spot. Trying out a different energy drink today. There's a Polish supermarket near me, which apparently has this. Hell. Kind of like actually that they so it has like a yeah, it has like a devil's face of hell, but it basically turns into hello because of that, because it's just a circle. And you know it's the good shit when there's a sticker on it, because I bought several flavors, but you know it's good shit when it's like really imported, so it like it literally has a sticker over the other, like there's the nutritional values underneath, and then they put a sticker over it for import. Is that the striker shop? Yeah. They always sell Lingmo. Oh, do we match apparel? Let's match apparel. Just so it doesn't stand out. And let's also here. How that? Yeah. So, Headhunter, underlying stats. Yeah. Okay. And data corrupt, and it's going all well. Yeah, welcome in. The master machine cans for completion. Yeah, master is behind the scenes. It's using the same difficulty grade as or difficulty, you know, a level as legendary. Okay, yeah, yeah, you should have all of the things unlocked. I was doing some recently, or I did like the climax mission from last season recently, so with a character that didn't exist back then, so, and they had it, so. And yeah, let's jump over here for those coming in. Actually, let me. Mm, Screen recording segment. It's gonna make a pinned thing for people maybe coming in. Mm. Put it in both. Will I though? Apparently I won't. But yeah, just so everybody coming in knows as well. I'll have that as a pinned comment. Don't really get yourself, yeah. I mean, yeah. Especially that first season one with like By the Teeth was exceptionally powerful as well. There's the art again, yeah. I wouldn't mind actually a season where also, yeah, the hostile modifiers are really. Although we had that a little bit with the Frenzy. Was that also the microwave season? I think it was, right? Like the Frenzy enemies that had regen that you had to deal with. Yeah, let's go get started on this. Yeah, let's just. So, Headhunter. Yeah. Yes, let's go. And let's start by first discussing what we mean when we say pistol headhunters. Well, it's quite simple. We're using a pistol, either usually Regulus or the Harvest, and we're pairing that with headhunter in some form. So headhunter by itself is a chest talent where if we kill an enemy with a headshot, it stores an amount of that gets multiplied depending on if we're using perfect or normal, and we'll be using both throughout this showcase of a headhunter. Depending on that, we will store 125% or 150% here with perfect as a stored amount, together with the current shot again on top, because we'll be taking a second shot. And because of that, we can actually escalate how big of an enemy we can headshot. Without Headhunter, we would be stuck basically, for instance, on headshot builds, either trying to go for instance, going really high with it with glass or with focus, and then with a really hard-hitting weapon, maybe adding Achilles on top. With Headhunter, what the gameplay becomes is that we'll start preferably on an enemy that we can just in one shot headshot, then we'll move up to the next one that we can do. And preferably we cap out at an amount, because here the damage is capped to either 800% if we don't reach 150% headshot damage. But if we do, and most Headhunter builds, if they're set up correctly, they will go way over this 150. We'll cap out at 1250% of our weapon damage shot. And what that means is that there is a cap to it. We want that cap to be high enough. We want our first shot to be effective enough to especially kill a red if we can. Then our second shot to be able to deal with either a red or a purple, or maybe even an elite if we can. And then effectively we want our cap to be high enough that we can deal with all of the enemy types that we want to deal with. With a pistol headhunter, mostly that does not reach the point of names. Usually we will need to two-shot names still, or we can use other tools like our shotgun, or for instance that marksman rifle that I have there, or a rifle, to kind of increase our cap if we're expecting a named. But our cap will be high enough to deal with elites, and that makes these as well really good for just doing activities and such stuff where we don't per se go after names, including for instance not going so much for bounties or such, even though you can definitely use them for those. And then alongside of that headhunter, we have two big important things, of course. So yeah, first of all, our headshot damage, if it is greater than 150, will get that cap alongside of it. Now, of course, the stored amount of this is based on our weapon damage. Whenever the game is talking about weapon damage, basically means whatever your white damage is. So if you're not hitting, for instance, headshots, if you're not hitting crits, the white damage is what that's based upon. Now, in the case of this, that means that we want to stack weapon damage. We want to reach this headshot of 150. And then on top of that, if we can get more headshot or such, that's beneficial. So that's exactly what these build layouts will be in. Here with the high end, where we'll start, because basically with the Hunter's Fury variant, which is the two variants we'll be discussing today, with the Hunter's Fury variant, we're just adding Hunter's Fury on top of this. Here we have the Chain Killer, together with the Punch Drunk. The Punch Drunk is the named Douglas and Harding piece. What this has as its perfect stat is that it has 20% headshot damage, where normally it would, of course, just be 10. On all of these as well, if we can, we're putting headshot together with weapon handling. And the weapon handling does help out, especially with the Harvest, which is a little less accurate than, for instance, the Regulus here. And you'll see consistently on all of these pieces, we have headshot, weapon handling, and then headshot mods, if they have mods. And for instance, in the past, we would pair this with contractors and such. Then we would just have damage starters out of cover, and then headshot or DTA and headshot. Here, though, we're going with, nowadays, with Imminence Armaments. There's actually a case to be made in both ways of going without Imminence Armaments or with, and that'll come up later in the calculations. Imminence Armaments, weapon damage and pistol damage, an increased threat as well, but mostly I'll be using these builds solo. You can definitely use these in groups. We'll have a little bit of gameplay for in groups. This increased threat does actually work, and especially for a build like this that kills quite a lot, it will actually increase our threat, and that is pretty noticeable, but still not breaking, especially because we'll be using it mostly solo, and there it doesn't matter at all, because we'll be the only target the enemy will be focusing on anyway. With the three pieces, Imminence Armaments here on the right side, and then here I'm pairing it with the Dodge City. With all of these builds as well, we'll be using two exotics especially. Dodge City Gunslinger Holster here, especially with the high end, really fits in well. The other piece that we can use, and that's also why, for instance, here I do have an Imminence Armaments piece here for the holster, where now we have suddenly 4 pieces here. And that's actually as well how the build it is saved. So it is actually saved with 4 pieces of Imminence Armaments. I load the build, and then what I do is afterwards go and pick my exotic. So either I put the Dodge City in here, or I grab a headshot memento here. Either has its own benefits, and actually both with the Hunter's Fury and with the high end that we have here, I'll be using both variants. Now, of course, here we're stacking basically pistol damage and all weapon damage because of the Douglas and Harding and the Imminence Armaments, and then of course Chain Killer, and the first piece, Imminence Armaments, is that. Together with all of it being red cores, the more blue core we basically go, the less of our stacking potential we have there. And that is actually important. Here, with the memento, for instance, we do gain a blue and a yellow core. That's also the way to kind of see this build is you generate enough damage with the build, as much as you kind of feel that you need. Now, in the case of pistols, we kind of need all the damage we can get. We'll see in a little bit in the calculations why. And then we try to support that with basically all of our other choices. So here I have, for instance, a Bulwark shield. And a Bulwark, of course, we can use with a pistol. Even here with just the memento, with this blue and this yellow core, we're already getting 6.4 million on this. And that is, of course, a lot more than the 900k that I have there, even with some grading on these pieces. And of course, as well, we could take Technician on top, which I actually had a second ago with, for instance, an Artificer, to have that even be a little bit more potent. Then, of course, the weapons we'll be pairing that with is especially 2. The Regulus is its own thing, basically, where it is harder hitting than the Harvest overall, except if you put a damage talent on the Harvest. Its base is a little bit higher. We want this to have Detox as its second stat, and the Regicide, especially its Explosion, which it generates from that same weapon damage, which is also, of course, kind of in line already. We're stacking up into that with our for our headhunting. So this aligns well with that. And then, of course, this explosion can just decimate whole waves or weaken them at least enough that a follow-up shot is a guaranteed headshot. Then, of course, Harvest. Harvest comes from generally from the special hoarder. When it is in seasonal mode, it is a seasonal item. Now, of course, for the current time being, if you're watching this video when it kind of comes out, it is also available from the mini Warhounds. And going forward, it'll always be like that as well. It is one of the seasonal items. What this is at its core is a 6.86 Magnum, but then with higher base damage, lower RPM, but we don't really care about that RPM. We're not really firing at our RPM. That's also why DPS isn't really important here. We're much more looking at our one-shot capabilities and basically our shot capabilities. We're generally not firing at our full RPM. We're in between trying to find the shot again, and that's usually going to take longer than the RPM really cares about. We do want detalk here as well again, and especially on this one, of course, we can set the talent. So generally finding one with damage stars out of cover, so you can optimize it and then free talent it. And then, of course, Determined is one of the big ones. We'll show that in gameplay as well, and it is super effective, but also a little bit cheesy. That is its downside. To me, it does get boring a little bit quickly. Of course, if you're just grinding, it doesn't matter. We want to go for efficiency. But also with the Harvest, you can go with different talents, as of course the source for the Regulus is the Iron Horse raids, which I understand is not up for everybody. We'll, in those segments, kind of discuss actually in ways of going about getting it. Even if you are a solo player, there is plenty of resources available to go and get the Regulus. If you even want it a little bit, not even if you really want to, no, even if you want it a little bit, the Regulus is within reach for everybody. But it isn't as easily available as the Harvest, of course, so we'll be using that one as well. Let's go see the Hunter's Fury version for a second. How long was it? 10 minutes. That's kind of fine. There was a lot to explain.
Friendly combatants detected.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, here actually. Yeah. Go back to character 1. Already kind of looking at the build pictures for him and what I want to have in there. Oh, god damn it. Broke the 5 directives. I should have remembered to remove them. You know what? Let's record a segment and then we'll try to fix it up. Let's maybe take a different angle. Nah, kind of like that. Yeah. Didn't discuss vigilance at all. Not like a random person right now. The bat cave indeed. Yeah, let me get you here. You get blueprint for the Tempest on the master mission on the season. Here is my official statement on that matter. I hope we do. They should, if we will, is a secondary. But yeah, they should, but that's me just saying they should. And will it is a completely different matter. Let's make sure we're in the right thingy. Yeah, let's go. As Hunter's Fury is very much the other way of running for pistol headhunters. Now, on this Fury, we don't have the bonuses for shotguns and SMGs really active. We do have a shotgun and we'll use that sometimes, but the pistol is definitely still the main item here. And the main reason we do use this is for its Apex Predator talent. Apex Predator is a mark upon the enemy, which is basically a debuff, and they'll take a 20% weapon damage extra. Now that is more than enough to make up for the amounts that, for instance, we get from the other pieces, especially because this 20% can be said to double dip into Headhunter. So our second shot and our cap shot is actually way higher than we would expect with just the 20% amp. And that is the main reason that Hunter's Fury does get used. It has other traits that are very useful because it has the stacking buff where it is a 5% amp on kill, and this is a self-multiplicative amp. This is one of the few that we could actually call multiplicative and kind of be correct, as it is multiplicative to itself as well, this kill buff. This stacks up to 5 times upon itself, and with this build as well, we'll quite often get a lot of kills with it, and that stacking on top will actually make it that it is much stronger than the high-end version if we are in range and if we stack up at this stacking kill buff. Now, alongside of that as well, we have it disorienting enemies whenever they die near an, or whenever a marked enemy dies. Enemies within the radius of that will actually get disoriented. We will also get armor on kill and health on kill, which can be, of course, very beneficial, especially for running some directives like no regen, like hard to earn, that may make it hard to heal back up. And all of those things help quite a bit here. And we are wasting that first bonus, but because of that amp going into Headhunter and attracting that way, this actually still makes for a really good pistol build. Now, quite often the question between this is, and in the same way as like, what is better, a chest striker or an obliterate striker? Or, for instance, striker tech tank or heartbreaker tech tank? Quite often the question is the high-end pistol better or is the Hunter's Fury pistol better? And as the answer to all of those, as otherwise it would have been clear already, and you would already have a clear answer, is that it depends. Both of them have their bonuses and their downsides compared to each other. And for instance, in the case of the Hunter's Fury one here, it doesn't get to run Dodge City Gunslinger Holster, which is a really powerful piece for the pistol, of course. It doesn't get to run that very easily. So for instance, in the case, if I wanted to run Dodge City here, and I have that piece on this character as always, because I do sometimes want to run it in that way, we would have to take the Hunter's Fury backpack. Now, both the Hunter's Fury backpack and the chest aren't really great. The backpack increases the range of that disorient from 5 meters to 10 meters, which can be actually pretty beneficial, but not as beneficial as we had a second ago in Vigilance. Actually, for a second, to discuss Vigilance real quickly, Vigilance by itself is actually one of the go-tos here. We, especially on our first shot, want our Vigilance or damages bonuses to be there. That's also why things like Unstoppable Force and such aren't really great here, because we don't per se care how high our cap goes. We especially care about that first shot. Now, in the case here as well, that's why we'll be using Bulwarks quite often with this build, is that as long as not myself is getting hit, but my shield or bonus armor is getting hit, then we don't actually lose our Vigilance. Our Vigilance doesn't go away until we get hit in our armor or in our health. So using the Bulwark, I can actually keep Vigilance up. And of course, for the first shot, if I'm doing it right, likely I won't be actually actively engaged yet. I'm starting the engagement at that point. So Vigilance will be up for that. And that's also why we're taking it here. And then if we lose it later on, yes, our cap will be lower and such, but not to a degree that it makes that great of a difference then, but it really helps our first shot. So Vigilance is one of the go-tos. But then actually, giving that up for the Dodge City can be a choice. Here with Hunter's Fury, that would mean taking the backpack, which isn't too great. That is actually the great strength of the high-end one, I feel. And then the Hunter's Fury one has the Disorient, has the armor on kill, and then also has actually a much higher cap because of the Hunter's Fury talent feeding into Headhunter. But yeah, Dutch City can still be used with the Hunter's Fury one here, because especially as well, if we still want to keep that armor and kill, for instance, to bypass a directive like this season's no regen, this could be a way to go. But then, of course, the way that we kind of want to go with this is generally the way that I go with the Hunter's Fury version is to take either a chest, well, on the chest, of course, we take a Headhunter, and then on the backpack, we either take Vigilance or Memento. So here as well, I have, again, a Memento available. Memento, especially solo, is really a great piece, of course. Once we charge it up, especially, we have that 3% regen. Here with the Regulus, it really makes a lot of sense to run a shield. We'll either run Bulwark or we'll run actually the Striker shield that is from Firewall. And then also actually, so if we are going this route, we even in this Hunter's Fury version, we have two options. As we discussed, there is Perfect Headhunter, but there's also Normal Headhunter. So there is a case to be made for both of these pieces as I try to find my DNH Headhunter here with Normal Headhunter. Now, the first shot of this with the DNH piece, because we're effectively just 15% more here on the combined weapon damage. Weapon damage and pistol damage, as it is here, for instance, being specific weapon damage, as I quite often refer to, they basically just get combined. So they are in the same pool, and because of that, it's basically 15% more, of course, here. That means that our first shot and our cap is way higher, but actually, this, of course, doesn't increase our intershot by 150%, as the Perfect did. This just does 125%. So our second shot is actually quite a bit weaker, 25% weaker on the stored amount, which doesn't translate into 25% less on the whole amount, because the whole amount of the second shot is the stored amount plus the current shot that we're taking. So it's only in that stored amount that it is 25% less. But especially because Headhunter goes into that stack as well, there's actually a case to be made, and we'll see in the numbers actually what that means. And there is actually practical applications for that in, for instance, this season, where with the modifier on, where we get a little bit more weapon damage, actually taking Chainkiller edges it out on the second shot that we can kill an elite with this, and we can't, or we can kill an elite with the Chainkiller, but we can't here with this chest. So there are kind of minor variances in that way, but here we've seen both of these builds kind of laid out. Let's actually go look at their build pictures and some of the variations in there, and more at their stats as well. I'm getting a little bit rambly and long, but yeah, it's two big builds with a bunch of variants, so... Should have saved a bunch of this to go over into the build pictures, but I kind of wanted to show them dynamically there. Yeah, let's go to build pictures. Oh, and then... Now we're going to the numbers. Yeah. Let's record this. Kind of want to add technician to this. Oh. Or do I have the header of technician? God damn it. One of the healers. Oh, not even. Wait, what the fuck? Do I not have any? One of these builds must have, I mean, Thing is, usually if it's a technician build, it's just, you know, always gonna run technician. And you would still think I would have one specialization header of technician somewhere. How do I not? The fuck? Oh, yeah. Push on this one as well. Put it. Firewall technician. That was technician only. Okay. Trying to find those. Okay. Yeah, let's go. Oh, yeah. Let's go over the build pictures real quick. Fucking fly. So distracting sometimes. Yeah, let's go. And here, let's go to some of the build pictures. We'll start here with the high end, which on the build collection is 4.08. And of course, all of these will be linked down below, so you can go and check them out for yourself. As we discussed, we showed the stats already basically. We're going to stack headshot especially and weapon damage. And then whatever we can, alongside of it, we're going to take weapon handling. One of the traits as well that the high-end has going for it is that it has a lot more weapon handling. We have just more high-end pieces in here, so we can put more high or weapon handlings in there on this high-end version. And because of that, it will actually feel quite a bit better, especially in the accuracy. It does matter a little bit, especially when you're moving around and such, how quickly it becomes accurate. The stability, not so much, because you're going to basically completely try to reacquire a target anyway after each shot, so you're not really dealing with recoil in the way that you are with some other weapons. You're just trying to find the next target. Accuracy does make a difference, so which we're getting from that. And also, as well, actually, the Regulus and the Harvest Boat are actually not that quick of reloaders, and because of that, it does actually help quite a bit there as well. And here on this high end, the main build picture is with the Dodge City Gunslinger holster. As we talked about, actually, it is kind of my go-to for it. And this is really the trait that I like the high end for quite a bit. With the Dodge City Gunslinger holster, if we charge it up, and that basically just means swapping to a different weapon, and then just before we take our shot, we swap back to the pistol. And with that, we can actually take, with the Regulus here, a 16 million shot. Now, in the case of the Regulus, it's also important to understand that when we do the Dodge City Gunslinger shot, the explosion actually gets affected by it as well. So we're going to be using that sometimes, especially if we can, when enemies spawn, instead of just doing, for instance, a 4 million explosion, because actually the Headhunter stack does not affect it in the same way. So once we have, for instance, we have the Regulus and we have several shots taken here in basically optimal conditions with grade 30, and then Vigilance is active and everything else is going our way, we can hit up to 19 million here with the Regulus, which is pretty impressive. Just shy of killing a named outright, at least not without a modifier or such on top. And in this case, though, that will not affect our explosion. Our explosion would still be around that 4 million mark. But the Dodge City does actually affect the Regulus, and that combination is very, very strong. And of course, by itself gets used even, as you can just clear out an entire wave in one go, because 16 million is more than enough to kill basically everything underneath a named. And here in the high end as well, we have it laid out with showing Eminence armaments, for instance, moving it from the backpack to the holster slot and then slotting in a memento, as we kind of showed, which is kind of the alternate way to run these. All of these, basically, you kind of pick either Memento, Vigilance Backpack, or Dodge City. And you could make a case for any of them. It kind of does depend on your playstyle and such. I find myself quite often, especially with the Hunter's Fury, going for the Memento. And then with Technician, getting a much stronger Bulwark Shield. Otherwise, the other options are either to go Firewall or Sharpshooter. Firewall, especially for the health on kill, and then also the shield that we get from that. Also, whenever you armor break with that one, you will set the closest enemy to you on fire. If they're close enough, that is actually also really strong and will save your life quite often. Sharpshooter benefits from, especially for instance with this season having cool skills, that little bit of stability helps, but especially that drone is a thing that I find myself using quite often. A Revive Hive isn't that useful if we are using cool skills and we don't really gain access to our shield. Then otherwise, if we want to keep our Hive, I'd rather use the shield and then, for instance, have that drone out. And that drone can be out for quite a while, so we would just pop it and then just run around. Going on to the Hunter's Fury variant here. First off, we'll go with what I would consider somewhat the bog standard one, which is that we take Chainkiller and a DNH backpack with Vigilance. This is kind of the harder hitting one here as well. We're going with that Firewall, with this Firewall shield. But again, with this one as well, you could go basically any of the specializations we kind of discussed. And also the other layouts are kind of here. And again, either Regulus or Harvest. Here we're showing as well, the pieces, if you don't have either, and you don't have access to either, the Harvest is of course a seasonal item, so it's not always available. The Regulus you do need to do the Iron Horse raids for, and actually you have to do the Iron Horse raid 3 times. You can get it done in 2 weeks if you have an alt character to help out, but generally for most people this will be over the span of 3 weeks. So even if you start now, it will take a little bit. The other option is just taking a police 686. Overall, this is the go-to because I still see some people recommending, for instance, D50s or Liberties. Ever since the rebalances of a long time ago, honestly, not worth taking. Also, the recoil of a D50 or Liberty is actually too horrendous for me to even really consider them. I generally, ever since they got changed, have been really happy to just use a much more usable pistol in the 686 and then by extension the Harvest or the Regulus that we always had. Here as well on this one we see that actually it caps out a little bit higher as we see in perfect conditions, but this is also with that on kill buff on top. Then we'll see actually a different variant here where we go to it with a Memento backpack. Very similar, but a different build picture. And on this one, I'm kind of showing it with that Memento backpack. As we discussed though, and as we'll see in a minute in the build or in the numbers for this build picture kind of, one thing we can do is actually go with the Chainkiller here as well. Chainkiller would also be easier to get overall because this this Douglas and Harding chest is of course a little bit harder than a Chainkiller. Chainkiller, especially if you do a bunch of Cantans with the named items, most people will have a one lying around. Quite often there's also on the vendors. It is with a perfect talent, so you just basically need the 2 base stats. And Douglas and Harding chest as well isn't too hard because it does come with a red core anyway, so getting the 2 stats and then having a free talentable one is kind of the way to go. But even if you get one that has either headshot or weapon handling and then headhunter on it, you would be kind of fine. Even as well, if you get one, for instance, with high weapon damage that you can either kind of live with or you can optimize it up, just putting headshot there, missing out on 1 weapon handling isn't the end of the world. And then just putting headhunter there instead. And overall, yeah, here we basically have that choice very much so. In the high-end one, we basically want to go Chainkiller because we can put the Dodge City as the mask anyway. Here on the Furies, we really want to, if as much as we can, avoid the backpack and the chest, of course. And the chest, it being a headhunter build showcase, yeah, it needs to be there. Then as well, one we'll discuss a little bit later in, and actually one of the viable ways of setting up this headhunter variant. Ever since Imminence Armaments came in, Imminence Armaments has enough of stats that actually the Ninja Bike can be made to work. I overall still prefer kind of Memento layout for this, but this one overall is workable. It has its own benefits a little bit, as especially you can fast travel, for instance, to safe houses and such without losing your memento stacks. Also, for instance, if you're jumping from DC to Brooklyn and such, you don't lose your memento stacks, or if you're joining other players. But generally, I don't run Headhunter builds that much in group settings. But this does work out because we are getting the 3-piece bonus from Imminence Armaments with the Ninja Bike together with the Hunter's Fury 4-piece, of course. So this is one of the rare occasions that there is actually a Ninja Bike build in the build collection. And it caps out more than enough that it is more than usable. And even actually, once we have the on-kill buff up on there, that actually is more than enough than what we need. And this is definitely one of the ways to go with it as well, especially with the Regulus on top. It actually performs really well. We'll see all of these in action, but let's first go and look at what they actually put out. Oh, 9 minutes, that's fine. Go through 4 build pictures, that's not bad. Total so far is 28 minutes. That's not great, but...
Friendly combatants detected.
But yeah, friendly combatants detected. Okay, sure. Oh, it's not just an Odex. You can. Well, Odex is not worth it here. Odex, I wouldn't say is per se worth it. I would much rather have Memento or just Vigilance. Keep in mind that backpack then kind of comes into play, and especially like if you don't have the right targets, now you're going like on top of the you know, the pick of overdogs. You're also needing veterancy to start off with. I wouldn't say overdogs is the way to go with it here. Yeah, so let's go to the calculation sheet here. Refresh that. Let's bring this up. I should put all of this actually in the folder there. Just rename this one thing so it's clear. Yeah. What was my last sentence there? It actually performs really well. We'll see all of these in action, but let's first go and look at what they actually put out. Yeah. It's pretty open. Yeah, let's go. Should definitely split this up into with that, Dutch cities, weapon handlings. Yeah, let's go. This one might take a few takes. Sometimes I kind of stumble and strumble and take a few trays. Yeah, let's just get going. And for that, we'll come to this calculation sheet. It'll be linked down below, of course, as well. And these are multi-calculators, my design. These are the headhunting ones. Here we'll have a duo of them, and the way that they are set up is that the second one is with the Harvest, and the first one here is with the Regulus as the weapon. So that's really the only difference between the two. And in here, we're laying out the builds as we kind of saw them. We have the Chainkiller with Douglas and Harding Vigilance Backpack, then Douglas and Harding Headhunter Chest, Memento, Chainkiller, and these are all the Hunter's Furies as the high ends come later. HF being Hunter's Fury. Actually, you know, let's just first. I actually need more explaining on this anyway. I kind of, yeah. Let's try it again. And and for that we'll come to this multi-calculators. As here we have a duo, the top one being here with a Regulus. We'll have two of them, and the second one being the Harvest. These are the somewhat newer ones where I have them set up for headhunting, and input happens down here. And then what we especially get out is a first shot, a second shot, a third shot, and a cap shot. And usually the third shot is either the cap shot or close to it. And we can set in all of our stats here as well with memento stacks and grading. I am taking, of course, multiple builds here, and we can compare up to 10, and we can kind of compare what they hit for, especially on their first shot and their cap shot, which usually is the ones that I care about quite a bit. Because especially if our first shot can be enough to drop a red, or for instance, more so with MMRs and such, at least a purple, and maybe even start on elite or such, that can actually make quite a difference. And that's actually the build making here quite a bit, is trying to reach thresholds while still trying to maintain some of the other survivability, for instance, in the build. Because of course, if we're taking, for instance, a memento, we are actually losing quite a bit of damage compared to, for instance, just taking a vigilance backpack, as we see here as well. But it only really matters if that is actually impactful to our killing potential. And it somewhat is, it somewhat isn't. And yeah, we'll kind of go over some of these. The HF here stands in for Hunter's Fury. The HE is the high end. So first we have then this Fury variant and then the high end variants. Here we have a Chainkiller plus Douglas and Harding Vigilance backpack, then a Douglas and Harding chest with a Memento backpack, Chainkiller with Memento backpack. Then we have Douglas and Harding chest with Dodge City, Chainkiller with Dodge City. And then also that Ninja variant that we showed a second ago for the Hunter's Furies. On the high-end side, we'll both look at it at a Dodge City variant and a Memento variant, and also actually look at the classic one, because there's actually an important trait to that as well. As the classic one is going with Contractors, Fox's Spur, and the Gift instead of the three-piece Eminence Armaments on that right side of the build, basically. In here as well, we're setting up our headhunting increase separately. That's also why I'm not using some of the parts of this build of this build calculator. As yeah, we'll set those separately. We'll also have just Hunter's Fury ones being affected by Hunter's Fury there, of course. And in here, yeah, we can kind of see already. I'm going to actually cut it there, just to have that as also that. I was got a feeling a cough coming up, and I can stitch that together. Okay, so that's 246. If we directly compare the Hunter's Fury variant with the high-end variant, on that first shot, both of these then, of course, with the Vigilance backpack, as this Dodge City variant on this one basically has that Vigilance as well. If everything is up, and then also actually we're at a 0 stack of Headhunter's Furies. That's early enough. Let's try that again. No, I need to be. So that's Hunter's Fury, not Headhunter's Fury. I mean, that's kind of the same. What was my last word here? Yeah, we can kind of see already. Yeah, that's good. That the Hunter's Fury variant here with Chainkiller and then the Dodge City, not that the Hunter's Ferry, very Hunter, yeah, yeah. that the Hunter's Fury variant, here the Chain Killer and with the Dodge City Vigilance backpack, is actually quite similar to what we have here with the Imminence armaments with Dodge City on that first shot. While the high-end variant is a little bit ahead here, it isn't off by much, and there isn't humongous differences in that first shot. Here though, we do have the proximity buff going, numbers-wise, for the Hunter's Fury. We don't have the kill stacks going yet. So actually, if this shot was maybe after we dropped some stacks and on our 5th kill, then actually, of course, it leans very much the other way. And it really depends on how you kind of see this as that kill stacking buff of Hunter's Fury really can push its damage pretty high and also push its cap really high. But for most of this discussion, we'll keep it actually pretty low on 0 with that kill stack. And of course, though, that does mean that actually numbers-wise, it doesn't completely work out, as actually the second shot will likely be with 1 kill stack because it's our 2nd kill, or we're going for a 2nd kill. And same for the 3rd shot, if it, and you know, cap shot and so forth. But just for simplicity's sake, we'll keep that at 0. But this is definitely one of those places to kind of play around with this. Also, we have our Memento and Grade on 30 here. Of course, the Memento does need to charge up. And that's what we'll see here as well, as actually the Memento version with the Dodge City or the Douglas and Harding chest here for Headhunter. We're dropping on that first shot around 15%, a little bit more than it. But that's, of course, with the Memento full. We don't start with the Memento full, and quite often we will lose it. If we lose it, we're dropping down even further. But there is an important metric here, and that is actually the one that I kind of care about quite often. If we scroll a little bit to the right, we can already see it over there. And that is that for a red, especially, as we have here some of the numbers needed to get a kill on certain enemies' veterancies. For red, for regular assault, grenadier, and several of the other archetypes that are just basically at the normal amount of health, so there aren't rushers, snipers, or heavy gunners or such, or heavies themselves. Generally, you need basically a little bit over 2.3 to get a red kill. And then for the purple, with their armor and health combined, they're a little bit over 6.3. So if we have effectively anything, in my mind, the way that I keep this in my head is 2.5, anything above that is enough to kill a red, and 6.5 or above, anything is above to kill a purple. That's, of course, what we need to do as well to stack, because actually, if we kind of go back a little bit, if we on our first shot, here with the Memento off, for instance, on the first shot with the Vigilance variant, our first shot can be a red, our second shot can be an elite. We are surpassing actually as well. As we scroll there a little bit, we have 9.89. I usually remember 9.9, or actually I just remember 10 usually. If it's over 10, you're likely going to drop an elite. Here we see that. Now we do need to keep our vigilance up, of course, and we need to be in proximity for the Hunter's Fury. And then on our cap shot, actually, we even surpassed that by quite a lot. Here, our third shot also be our cap shot. Here with the Memento variant, we are dropping quite a bit, but of course with the Memento we're gaining other things. We're gaining regen, for instance, which can actually be very useful this season. We have no regen as our one of our directives. No regen has been fixed again as well, where it's just the out of combat regen, not applying. So the regen in combat, so for instance from things like brand bonuses, or for instance the Memento, that actually does apply. So in combat you will actually regen, and that's one of the great traits of the Memento. And also we get a much stronger shield from it, not just by the blue and the yellow core, but we also get skill efficiency, which is skill health, so that actually adds into it quite a bit. Here, even with the Memento kind of off, we still have more than enough for red on the first shot, more than enough for purple on the second shot, but we can't shoot an elite yet. So either the first shot needs to be red, the second shot needs to be red or purple, and then from our third shot onwards, it can be an elite. And that is actually kind of the thing that you need to internalize about all of these numbers. It doesn't per se matter too much how much it does. It basically just matters what can it drop. Now, in the case of the Regulus as well, if there is an elite standing next to a red, I can pop the red. The explosion will do some damage to them. That will bring them in range to be headshot now. So there is basically that consideration that you kind of need to make. But overall, these numbers are especially important to kind of transpose onto what the health of the enemies is and what do you need to get them down. If we take that memento back to full here, we see that actually once it's charged up, it kind of catches up, but also it doesn't actually come into a higher number, because here still this 9.2 is not enough to kill an elite, for instance, with the chain killer. And of course, the thing that the chain killer has going for it is that, yeah, its first shot is actually worse. Its cap shot is worse as well. Well, its third shot, which is the cap shot. But its second shot, it's so much better. Now, in this season, this actually does matter because we are close enough. We're on 9.2. We need 9.9. We have 30 grade. But what if we instead put 60 grade here, basically, which is in the same pool as our modifier? We can get 30 from the modifier if we're all green in that zone. And now the Dutch City, or the Memento variant here with Douglas and Harding, Headhunter, actually on the second shot can't kill elite, but the chain killer can. And this is kind of the considerations to make for these builds. Sometimes it does make sense because on the first shot, it doesn't make a difference really. This is going to drop a red anyway. It's going to be 2 shots for purple anyway. It's going to be 3 shots for an elite anyway. You don't change anything there. But on the second shot, we can actually drop an elite here, which does make quite a difference. The game lagged me out there. How long have I been going here? 6 minutes, okay. It's not too bad yet. But yeah, this is kind of the important part of it anyway. And this is from this, right? That the hunters. Yeah. So this is on top of that 2 minutes. Let me catch up here for a second. I need the dark side. Share the spreadsheet, yeah, it is. This will also be under the build showcase tomorrow. But if you want to have a peek at it already.
Come on over, take a look.
Let's go put the background back.
Friendly combatants nearby.
Let me see, where to was I? What's I? Don't change anything there, but on the second shot, actually drop an elite here, which does make quite a difference. Then if we put this value back to normal, because yeah, the modifiers or for instance, global events are available, of course, make quite the difference here. But we'll be kind of excluding them and kind of looking at them in general here because, of course, the modifiers change per season and, yeah, Reanimated isn't always there. But for instance, with Reanimated, one of the considerations to make is just to make yourself maybe way more tanky. And you can take several blue cores and actually still get an easy headshot to start off with. That's generally the way I go about it. But the main thing to kind of consider and the thing that I want to kind of convey to you is that, yeah, you really need to consider actually, does it make a difference? Because if I kill the first enemy with 3.4 million or 3.2 million, it really doesn't matter. It just matters that it's more than enough to kill that enemy. That's also, for instance, here where we go to the Dutch City, for instance, with the Dutch City Gunslinger holster on the Hunter's Fury one, as we discussed, we need to take the backpack slot and make that Hunter's Fury. That means that we are not taking Vigilance, we are not taking Memento, and that does suffer on the shots. But the first shot is still enough, if the rest of it is all red, to make it over the hurdle of killing a red. And as well, for instance, but we need actually now, and this is actually an important difference, 3 shots for a purple. We are actually not going to 2-shot a purple, especially not with that chain killer one. On the second shot, though, yeah, we do have enough for a purple on both of them. And then on the third shot, we have more than enough for an elite again. And of course, what the Dodge City here also provides us now is that we can actually charge up a shot. And I have the values here just taken from basically in-game. And 14 million is more than enough to drop an elite. That would get stored in our amount. So then our second shot can also be an elite. Our third shot, then we would be already back to being a normal, basically, here on the Dodge City shot. And that would also be enough for elite. So actually, if we start with the Dodge City shot, we can actually just cruise with that onto getting just elites going. On that Ninja Bike variant, even though the Ninja Bike, of course, eats a lot into, for instance, not having that backpack talent, we also don't have the Dodge City bonuses. We still have more than enough because Imminence Armaments is so big. We still have enough for a red on the first shot. And our second shot is actually pretty high up there. Quite a bit higher, actually, than a lot of the other builds around it. Even with the Memento charged up, this actually still exceeds it. And our third shot actually caps out pretty high up there. Now, of course, what we could have is with the Memento, we could charge up the Memento, have all of those bonuses there, the regen, the bonus armor, the weapon damage from there. And also the skill efficiency actually feeding into a stronger shield. But of course, if we're, for instance, wanting to jump around the map and we want to be able to use safe houses, as for instance, especially for instance, if you're running around in New York and such, there isn't actually that many fast travel points, not as much as DC has. And actually having access to the safe houses where if you go there with a Memento, the second you fast travel to a safe house with a Memento, you lose all of your Memento stacks. So you're back down to 0. The Ninja Bike basically has this from the first shot going, of course. So there is actually that trait, and that's actually why it is in the build collection. There is actually a reason to kind of have that be a way that you run it. Then we see as well the Imminence Armaments variants, the high-end variants here. With Dodge City and Memento, both of them actually, reach kind of around the same numbers, but a little bit higher, especially on that first shot. Because as we discussed, the second shot is where the Hunter's Fury really does shine, with that Hunter's Fury proximity buff going into it. But it does mean that you need to be close enough. It is a 15-meter range. The thing is that one of the downsides of the Hunter's Fury, especially if you're not in range, you're going to lose a lot of damage. With the high-end one, the range is less impactful. Now, of course, on the pistol itself, we have actually just a 60-meter optimal range on both of them, actually on the Harvest and the Regulus, and I was totally not checking in-game, except I was, of course, to double-check that. That 1 meter extra doesn't matter, but the drop-off is still there. The drop-off is intense with the Hunter's Fury. It's just a cliff, basically, because you're losing that stacking buff or the proximity buff. And also your ability to get the stacking buff. For the stacking buff to trigger, the enemy must be marked. And also for the disorient to happen, the enemy must be marked. But yeah, the high end doesn't have that. So you actually, I find myself quite often taking shots in 15 to 20 meters range with Hunter's Fury and going, oh shit, I wasn't in range. And with the high end, that's less of an issue. There's of course a little bit, the drop off starts there, but the drop off ends way later. With the high ends as well, we have a much easier way of putting the Dodge City in there. We can see as well, the Dodge City shot is actually a little bit higher because we have more weapon damage going into it, especially because of that Imminence Armaments. Of note, actually, I don't have it here, but I should have included it, is that the Classic with the contractors and such actually has a higher shot for the Dodge City. And that's especially due to contractors and Fox being in there alongside of the headshot that we have there. But its main damage is actually much lower. That's why I'm very much leaning nowadays towards going with the Imminence Armaments section of it. Even though we're giving up a little bit of damage on the Dodge City shot, it isn't actually that big of a change. It doesn't get us to a fresh threshold. This 16 million is more than enough to drop any elite, and that's kind of what I'm targeting for. But on our second shot, especially here, of note is that the Classic, and also here with the Memento, even with the Memento charged up, we don't actually have enough to go with an elite, but then with the high end, now we do. With the high end, with the Vigilance Backpack and Dodge City. Not with the Dodge City shot, but just using the main weapon. we do get enough to go over an elite. And that is actually, yeah, makes quite a difference. Neither of these, though, actually really reach high enough consistently to, for instance, go after names and such, especially if you run into heavy gunners and such as names. They have way more than we can reach. That's also why these builds very much become, for me, the go-to for more activities and such. This was, of course, the Regulus one, but we basically see the same percentages carrying over into the Harvest. The only big difference is that, yeah, for some of these builds, the Harvest having a little bit lower on its base damage. As we see here, the base is quite a bit lower. And because of that, it actually does suffer sometimes, especially in that second shot category. A few builds that with, for instance, having the modifier on top would reach the elites, here generally don't. But of course, what the Harvest can get us, and here it is without a talent on top, because with a talent on top, we could actually gain a little bit more damage. But of course, what we can go with is Determined. And Determined can be very much easy mode for the game. And especially for farming, yeah, I completely understand going with it. For myself, I quite quickly find it a little bit boring, and also I feel a little dirty, to be honest. But yeah, that doesn't matter if nobody's watching, of course. Yeah, let's actually go and start looking at these builds in action. Another 8 minutes. That's kind of on target for a build showcase. A little long, but I don't know. It's fine. 46.
Combatants detected.
Yeah, let's start with the high end first. Let's already fix this character actually first. But then we likely go with the Hunter's Fury first. Let's see if we can fix this character with Pistolero. Because I do want to show a lot of it with that on top.
Entering safe area.
So yeah, this is a likely fix. Hopefully. Otherwise, we're going to also go Brooklyn. Also an option. Now let's see if this fixes our issue. Okay. Yeah. Still. Good thing we started a little bit early. It still feels early as well here.
Safe area detected.
Work, damn it.
More exciting. Listen to
You better work. Believe in you. Fuck you then. Brooklyn then. Oh, worst case, I can always on second again go to try again as well there. Because usually if one character bugs out, it's all of them. Let's just go to Brooklyn. We'll just do some activities in Brooklyn to start with. Also, yeah, I haven't really thought through how I want to do the
Safe area entered.
Because yeah, Hunter's Fury Memento likely is the one we end on. High end before that with Dutch City. So here we do just the Vigilance one. So let's see if here even it wants to turn on. Otherwise we go to Woney actually. Oh, actually, now it should fix. Actually, wait. Actually, it's the other way, isn't it? It's when it turns on here that it fixes it usually. Because yeah, we went to Wony and it had it already, right? Because I wouldn't mind going up against Outcast, actually, is this the thing.
Entering safe area.
Will you work now?
You're talking again. Autumn, this is not a good sign. Oh no, third person, that's worse. Okay, sleep.
Oh,
Stop talking to yourself. Other people are gonna
not
think
the
you're
outfit
crazy.
on top. Yeah. When I should use the this week's bundle one.
Sorry, I just had to clear my throat.
God damn it, game. Fine, we'll do Brooklyn. And then here as well, I'll use a grade 0. Regulus, and then later on we'll use a grade 31. So this is the end. This is the one we end on. Right. So we take this, and then later on I'll swap it into the Dodge City one. And then we go the Ninja Bike one. Then we'll go the high-end one, and then we'll go on the Fury Memento. That's the last one, I think. Yeah. Let's go do some activities. Game. Just spot me some activities. Love me some activities. I want some activities in the city, in the city. Question is, do I want activity or do I want activity? That wordplay doesn't work really. Also, I just want activities, actually, not even. Yeah, let's make sure as well. We'll give this build an intro and then no, doesn't want to spawn anything. Sure. Let's give this build an intro and then and indeed, let's go actually put this into anger and or put this into use and put some shots out in anger was what I was thinking, and then a word jumped. And let's go actually put this to some use and get some shots out in anger. Here I'll be taking first the Hunter's Fury here with Dodge City Backpack. Dodge City. God damn it. This is like the 7th time where Douglas and Harding became Dodge City in my head. And let's actually take this out and take some shots out in anger. Here we'll take the Hunter's Fury variant first. Here with Douglas and Harding Vigilance Backpack and Chain Killer to start off with. In a second as well, we'll try it with the Dodge City Gunslinger holster alongside of it. For this part, grading of course matters quite a bit. Here I'll be first using a Regulus without grading. We'll actually be using both graded and ungraded weapons to kind of show the difference that I can make. But of course here is one of those places where having grade 30 and applying it to a weapon really makes a difference. That hand under cap gets raised quite a lot. That first shot becomes a lot more consistent. And especially as well, if you take it a little bit out of range sometimes, yeah, that can make all the difference to have it graded. Here though, just to start off, without a graded weapon to start off with. Yeah. Didn't spawn yet? Really? I don't want to do challenging Manny. Oh, propaganda there. Oh, one territory here. Now let's just go for a territory. Let me catch up one last time here before we go in. Douglas from the city game area. Take me down to the Douglas City, where the pistols are hot and the revolvers are pretty. Oh, won't you please take me home? And let's go do that here in... I'm not sure if I had... Oh dear. And let's go do that actually here in Brooklyn for a little bit, just for a little bit of change of scenery. I do like Brooklyn and its look. Here we'll be going up against, of course, Cleaners and Rikers, the factions over here. It really does matter what faction you're going up against, especially, for instance, with Determined. Here, sneaking up some enemies will open up. I am taking here as well as my specialization. We have Technician, and then also actually with the 5 directives on. And especially for this season's directives, but the thing is, with every season, it's a different can of soup. As this season, when we open it up, we do get things like no regen, we get things like the cool skills. Cool skills, of course, if I use my shield, whatever other skill I'm using kind of becomes useless. For this season, I've been enjoying a lot, basically tech tanking the shield up. The Artificer doesn't care if it has charges or not, so we're kind of using that in that way. And then also, of course, no regen, actually, either a memento or the armor on kill, because not having any armor at all can actually become tedious really quickly. And instead of that, actually having some form of armor on kill, so for instance, either actually as well, putting in a Palisade piece is an option, but just Hunter's Fury variant by itself is actually really useful here. Here's what, actually, we have some... as I'm kind of talking and not paying too much attention, and I'm kind of not warmed up or as warmed up as I would like to be, but we'll do that kind of here by these enemies. I can be just standing in front of a bunch of enemies, taking shots and not being really in a big issue. Flanking can be an issue. I do need to watch out that enemies do stay in front of me and don't get to my sides. And I should watch out about dropping my stacks. Apparently we're fighting more, I think, than is intended, but that's fine. So a purple here for this build is 2 shots as long as I do have my vigilance up. And there as well, we see actually the Regulus explosion, causing that other enemy to die. So in this case, the shot that we do, basically the first headshot, that is also our amount for the Regulus. And that means that that is more than enough to kill a red, as long as they're close enough. There is a drop-off when it comes to that, and then also they will bleed, so they'll bleed for a little bit as well afterwards. But as you can see already, especially with just having one tier on that shield, we're already actually having a pretty easy time to deal with these enemies because of the bulwark being very strong. Now, of course, with the memento on top, we get even more. And actually, yeah. Speaking of Dodge City holsters, we'll take that one as well. And what I could have, of course, is that Dodge City Gunslinger holster alongside of the build as I have it here. And we'll take that actually next year. Let's actually go grab our loot here, of course. And let's do the same, but now, instead of having the vigilance, raising our cap and our first shot, let's actually do exactly the thing with that Dodge City, as I actually take the wrong item. I basically, for this character, have always the backpack, a Hunter's Fury backpack for them. This way I can always, swap to a Gunslinger holster. We won't take the one that just dropped. We'll just prepare that one to be deconstructed over the weekend. But here we'll take my optimized one, and let's go actually use this one in anger. Should have backed that one more there. Oh. Let's actually take this out and take some shots out, and especially as off with. Let's go do that here. Not the greatest shooting, but also I want it to be kind of like that as well. I don't want to look too good. We'll do a bunch of activities here and kind of swap between Regulus and also the other thing. Let's go over there and then we'll hit it. Actually, a point I do need to make as well. I was planning on doing it in this gameplay parts. It's a good reminder to discuss like aim being very important here. And then also, that's a little bit easier on a PC. So here with the Dodge City, as we are holding a different weapon, basically we are charging up a shot for the pistol. And that shows up on our buff bar there. I'm actually holding my shotgun here. Actually, it is important to discuss, and we'll be using that likely here in this Elite Territory Control in a second. Oh, I thought it was around the corner here. Right. Let's do that intro again. Oh, it's over there. Okay, I thought it was over there. Oh, that works out as well again. We'll run it from here. Let's actually delete a few of these extra ones. And with this Dodge City, effectively what we're doing here is that we can charge up a shot. This is gain a stacking buff every 0.3 seconds up to 100 stacks of it. So over 30 seconds, you will get the full stack. And why did my brain go, it's not 30 seconds, what? Oh, it is 30 seconds, right? Yeah, it's 30 seconds. And with that, Dodge City Gunslinger holster here equipped, what we get is this stacking buff every 0.3 seconds up to 100, meaning 30 seconds while our pistol is holstered will be charging up. And then once we take that shot, we basically get 1000% extra damage out of it. What that means is that if we're holding here, for instance, the shotgun or my 1886 that I have equipped here, and both of those, of course, as well, are actually very useful tools. And we'll be likely using, especially the shotgun here, an elite territory control, which will end likely in a heavy, this being a cleaner one, yes. Now, with the Dodge City, the first shot is very important. We want it to be a headshot so we can get a stack in, but also we want it to not be a miss, because if we miss, we will basically whiff that shot. That shot doesn't remain. With Headhunter itself, if we hit a body, then it is lost. So I'm gonna take my time here and make it go in, and even to a degree that I'm gonna actually kind of ignore our friend here with the axe. I'm gonna wait for him to and then still miss. And you know what? Let's actually reset there.
Agent killed.
I should have taken the shot when I had the time. Let's go have a respawn there. Although that'll despawn now, but
Friendly supply convoy
that's fine.
detected.
They want a heavy ending, but so we should go up against Rikers for the helmet. Let's clean her right, yeah. Now let's go up against Rikers for the helmet. No, that one was just me second. But also, yeah, I wanted the Dutch City shot to go in to kind of discuss the Dutch City shot. But that rusher spotted me, so I was hoping to just, you know, take an easy shot, basically, before combat really starts. Time group? No. Yeah, let's go again with this. And let's take that Dutch City indeed. What the Dodge City does is we gain a stacking buff for every 0.3 second that our pistol is holstered. So if we're on a different weapon, it's a 30-second timer for it. And effectively, once it is fully charged up, it is 1000% extra weapon damage. What that means is, in the case of the Regulus especially, is that our explosion also is affected by it. So here I am holding my shotgun there. And actually, the other weapons that we have here are actually items I will use here and there. The shotgun can be really useful for breaking armor plates, especially if I need a little bit more range. The 1886 can also come into play. Here though, with the high end, it's a little bit more useful. Here with the Hunter's Fury, where I want to be within 50 meters anyway, I'm going to be mostly using my Regulus or whatever weapon I'm using here. Here we also have two enemies close to each other. I'm gonna try to make sure that I get it in there, and we hit that other enemy also for 13 million there. Now, in the case of the Dodge City, you do want to make sure that your first shot definitely goes in. With Headhunter, if I miss, I don't lose my Headhunter. Unless I hit a body or it times out, I lose my Headhunter. But for the Dodge City, it does actually, if you miss, that's whiffing the shot, and that's that shot gone. Trying to find where the last one is. And of course, it took me so long that I actually have lost my Headhunter stack there. And I've got something for you.
Incoming hostiles detected.
But yeah, you do want to actually land that shot. That shot is very important. If you just miss, if you just whiff it, you just lose it. Where with Headhunter, it's not as important. That shot, though, is also quite often happening out of combat, and because of that, yeah, you should just take your time and make it go in. Here, clearing out this territory pretty quickly. With the Dodge City, what we get as well is actually that, yeah, that we can charge our shot up multiple times, even while we have the Headhunter stack, of course, and such. In a lot of places, that's not going to be useful or anything, but especially if we, for instance, have an enemy. If I just had an elite, or if I just had elites, one thing I do have is, if you go back and look at, for instance, the shots that we did there, the second shot was still actually holding the stored amount of that Dodge City shot, which means that your first shot and your second shot is going to be very much affected by the Dodge City. Because of that, we can actually start on elites a lot easier. We're gonna cut it there. Should have brought up a menu. I'm gonna go for this. Annoyingly, there weren't any helmets there. Which with the territory definitely could have been, but there weren't. There's only 2 ropes to shoot down there, which is exactly the thing I don't want to do. Get that. Put those away. I mean, there's here. Brooklyn, why are you so... Wait, this still doesn't actually get me where I need to go. Let's see that here, actually. A public execution, there are a bunch of elites. Of course, there's also some reds. Here though as well, actually, the backpack increasing the range of the disorients will kind of matter here. They're kind of all around each other. And yeah, I've let one of my hostages die there, but that's fine. Gonna make sure that shot goes in, very much so. But there, of course, normally I couldn't start on an elite. But here as well, my second shot is still 22 million. That could have been an elite. Here I'm gonna try to line this shit up with these rushers. Actually, if you kind of wait, once you kind of get used to the animation, it's a little bit dark here, which is kind of hard to see. But there is this moment where they are kind of lined up well to be shot, but I missed the head there. We'll blame me talking and trying to play at the same time. Now, of course, once we lose our stack, we actually need to build it up again. So there, actually, even for an red, man, I missed so many shots there. Let's actually, yeah, let's try that again. Yeah, for this, yeah, for now it's the Hunter's Fury, yeah. Hunter's Fury with Dice City. That's also why it's hitting for so low. And ungraded pistol, which also kind of hurts. What's this one here, right? Oh, where's that public gun? They want the public. Oh, I was gonna say there was one here. What else? Yeah, playing and talking, but also the dark is actually kind of. You know what I might do actually is take a bio here. And then we'll go do that public, and then likely by that time it's also gonna be not that dark. Here actually. Liberty. Liberty is not one you would want to use. Actually, for the time being, the harvest is available, so go get that. Because yeah, Liberty is no longer really worth using. Harvest is by itself much better, and then Regulus on top. Yeah, let me go take a quick bio. Let's clean this up first, and then also it'll likely be a little bit more light. First of all, I can see shit, but then also, you know, for the recording it'll be better with people being able to see shit. But I like literally couldn't see where that, like the angle that that rusher was coming from. Oh, I should have put away that Dice City actually. Oh, where am I from? From right behind you. I live in the Netherlands, but I'm from somewhere else originally. Oh yeah, let me take a bio break. I'll be right back, and then we'll get going again. Ooh, there we go. Needed that. Also remember to grab something to snack on with some surimi sticks. Ooh. Yeah, that kind of setup. Yeah. So yeah, that's what we're actually. Oh, am I sure? So this goes in. We had that, and then this, and then okay. All right, let me catch up here. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't have a Dutch accent indeed. Even my Dutch, I have a different accent than most Dutch. So. But yeah, I was originally from Iran, so from Iran. But that's yeah, long time ago. I mostly grew up here, so I'm mostly Dutch, but yeah, not fully as also not the common Dutch face. Thorn shotgun. I'd rather have an 870 overall. What? Some turret exploded somewhere. Suddenly I had damage number there. Oh, these guys are under combat. Yeah. So let me go for that one then. But yeah, I don't like the spas handling and stuff. It's a little bit too wide. Yeah, let's go over here.
Now I know how the bailiff.
So wait, we did this already, right? Yeah, so how did I end it here? The Dutch City. Because of that, we can actually start on elites a lot easier.
I still can't believe I escaped Manhattan on that bridge. Right?
Let's go into here. And there, yeah, it's and that of course can matter quite a bit, as for instance, public executions here are mostly elites. Now we have some reds here in the corner as well, but I can actually start on an elite, and I might try to actually get in range to do so. Still want to be in range for the Hunter's Fury stack to be active as well. And here I'm gonna take that shot. There wasn't anything else in range for the explosion, but as we saw there as well, the extension on the range for the disorient actually helping out a little bit. It is too big of a damage loss to really consider it a good idea, but it's still doable. I have an extra patrol with me as well, and I was already concerned as to why there were so many rushers. But yeah, it'll be fine. I'm gonna actually just put I thought I still had a stack there. Sometimes you also just have to take the shots and just break some stuff and then just build up stacks again. So yeah, we have extra patrol here. Let's go deal with them. That also still give me some reds. And one of the reasons I do use the bulwark is, as you saw there, it took quite a little bit of beating. Again, a full red build basically with just technician. That's enough already to make that bulwark usable. And of course, with the Artificer alongside of it, where with this season that also makes sense because we couldn't have a revive hive next to it without, well, it always being on cooldown effectively, because I want to use my shield. My shield is getting used quite a bit. Here again, the Disorient kind of slowing some stuff down. The classic hitting the weak point, of course, with the Headhunter stack. but that also still weakens the enemy anyway. One thing to always watch out for is that, yeah, as you're getting hit and stuff, you have a bunch of screen shakes. That's also why it's actually a lot harder while you're getting shot at for you to actually land your shots. Sometimes just slow it down, just get the shot in, wait for animations and stuff. Half of this style of build is aim, the other half is also game knowledge quite a bit. Knowing the animations that enemies do, especially for instance while they get disoriented or while they jump over things and such, makes a lot of difference. The aim really does matter, of course, and that's also one of the reasons why, for instance, on controller and such, I can kind of understand having a little bit more issue landing the shots as needed. But then also we have some workarounds for that as well, of course, because we can go determined, and let's see that next. And here we're basically going through kind of the ways to kind of run this, and then we'll showcase more the specific things. Let's go for that territory. I get you here for a chicken. That's kind of in my world. So for those coming in, I'm recording parts for which will be tomorrow's video build showcase on pistol headhunters. So, but in between, I'll catch up on the chat with the controller. Yeah, well, even on PC with a mouse, it's still. From States, I agree, yeah, understandable. My accent is quite a bit. I've, well, the English I've learned is basically more American English, but also I've always talked a lot with American people and stuff, so kind of absorbed a lot of, kind of American English kind of accent. Yeah, indeed. And yeah, I am in Europe, indeed. Yeah. And yeah, thanks so much there, Nomad, for the kind words. But yeah, my English is kind of American English, and then kind of with a little bit of Dutch and a little bit of, well, Farsi, which is Iranian accent in there. Because even my Dutch, for instance, I do have a little bit of accent.
Friendly control point detected.
Oh well, quite a bit of accent.
Okay, got it. I'll back you up.
Oh well, there is an accent. Most people find it pleasing, but that's of course. Not my takeaway from it. Yeah, let's actually discuss determined. Oh, yeah. There's the Artificer, level 30 without any yellow course. How strong would that be? Artificer isn't that affected actually by that. So with the momentum version charged up on the tech tanks, it takes it from 40 to 42. It's basically, it adds a... So I think 30 is 43. I think it literally is that amount on it, which makes a difference. Makes a little bit of a difference. Like anytime your shield like didn't get healed enough and it died like just before the Artificer hit or something. But yeah, my Artificer is actually 25. Actually, I should take the Artificer to 30 as well, but it doesn't make a humongous amount of difference to repair and stuff. Later on, we'll be running the Memento version as well. That'll have a little bit more as well. Yeah. As indeed, let's go to the other main weapon here, Because while the Regulus is definitely the go-to for a lot of people, I also like the Harvest, even if we're not running Determined. Mostly because one of the things you can do with the Harvest is, for instance, have Preservation there or other talents. You can also just take, for instance, as a lot of people do, Flatline, and then together with Sharpshooter and its drone, or with Achilles, that counts as a pulse, so you can take it that way. And for instance, as a starting shot, you have a much bigger bonus, and then the other shots doesn't matter. Once you get going, you kind of got and going. But Determined is, of course, the big one. It's the big elephant in the room. With Determined, for those uninitiated into it, if you basically get a headshot, and you would want non-named, basically, or non-perfect Determined, because we also have the Prophet, of course, being a named 686 Magnum. But Perfect Determined actually doesn't work in the same way as normal Determined, where effectively, as long as you have the Determined buff, which you get from getting a headshot kill, so the initial kill needs to be a headshot. From there on, you can body shot. As long as there are no helmets in play is usually the caveat. Here though, going up against cleaners as I am, we won't see any helmets. Again, I'm holding my shotgun just to charge up my Dutch City. We are still running that Dutch City kind of variant. And here going up against the territory control against cleaners, where they do have shield guys, but the shield guys, you can shoot them on the shield and that will actually kill them. I just need the first shot to be a headshot. I have Dutch City to achieve that very easily. From here on out, we can just poke, and as a did you know that this guy's head is that knee pad? Yeah. Determined, of course, can make things very easy. But there's also nothing wrong with that. If you are just farming, if you're just trying to get shit done, just get shit done. As I do know, there is some vocal parts of the community very much against headhunting with Determined. I would say they should mind their own business. One thing I generally don't do, though, is use Determined in group settings. In group settings, if you're just doing that the whole time and just stealing all the kills, basically, that's not fun for your allies. And that does still matter. Even if you are trying to get shit done, it's nice for everybody to kind of feel that they're contributing. But yeah, with Determined, we can get things done real quick. Let's actually see that a little bit more in action. Let's actually clean up here. Just have clean inventory. Let's go back to Vigi Backpack. Let's go up against that elite. Does it count as pulse? Yes, as long as it's actually in line of sight. So you do have to kind of watch out for that. So as the player that owns it, what you'll see is the lines as well, right? Going to enemies. That doesn't per se, that doesn't mean that they're pulsed as well. So it needs to actually see them and then it pulses them. But especially for your first shot, you can kind of make sure that, that it's in the right spot. And, well, when you deploy it, you see the red lines, yeah, where's this elite territory? Over there. Let's go get this elite territory. Oh, hi.
Sorry, brother. Come on, let's go kill some aliens.
It's way too easy. Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's take this right in the. So I'll put this upstairs as well. But generally, if the enemy looks, when you see them like glow up like that, that will count as pulsed. Although, well, the turret and drone do that as well, but they don't. So, actually, your mileage will might vary, but will vary. And also here to kind of show our different tools as well. As I do also as well have that shotgun, for instance, here. We'll be going up against elite territory control here. This will likely end with a cleaner heavy at the end of it. One of the things I use the 1886 for is more long-range shots. Now, with the Hunter's Fury variants, I don't tend to use it as much. I'll just stick with the pistol, as we do have some bonuses going towards that. But the shotgun I end up using, for instance, for breaking armor plates, as especially the shotguns, they scale quite a lot because they have a very high base damage, of course, quite a lot with Headhunter. And as long as we have some Headhunter already stacked into it, it will actually be able to take care of, for instance, the armor plates of a heavy. Here, again, taking the Determined, I do need to start basically with a headshot kill, although actually here with this, of course, all of these will be elites. Now I'm going to do a thing here where I weakened that enemy, so he's now weakened enough to be a one-shot, or when I have a stack to be enough to be the second shot. I'm going to talk in and not thinking getting things done, but there, I'll kill that guy. I weaken this guy enough to be my second shot, and we'll store that man now. We have now enough for elites. That is actually one of those tactics, one of those tools for the toolbox that you really need to have. Sometimes, if we're just fighting all elite enemies, you want to weaken one enemy, then kill the other, and then use that weakened enemy as your stepping stone. It doesn't matter how much health and armor they have, it only depends what your shot would have done in any way for Headhunter. So it's not a weakened enemy doesn't give you less, or if an enemy has less stacked in there. There we saw, for instance, that I have now more than enough for, we have 60 million there. That is more than enough for dealing with elites even, but not for this heavy, for instance. I'm going to take out my shotgun. I'm going to aim towards the head. We didn't actually pop it, but as you saw there, we did basically a little bit over 12 million to that head. And I only landed 5 pellets. I should have aimed it a little bit more. I should have gone a little bit closer, but we can of course deal with them there. One thing you can do with these heavies as well, if you miss out your shot, is actually shooting out these weak points. Now, one of the things with those weak points is that backpack weak point will make him take off his helmet for heavies, for cleaner heavies. The downside of it is it will eat up your stack, or if you have Determined will still make it go to the head, basically. So that damage will still go to the helmet instead of that weak point. With the Regulus, you can actually shoot weak points. With Determined, if you shoot the weak point, it will still go to the head there. I'm trying to spot where this last guy is, but actually let's go get the loot, then he'll get marked. I've gotten very used with this season that we do have things like the markers and such from the modifiers, for instance, yeah, lighting up enemies. Here we don't have that, but once I grab this last one, he should get marked, except he doesn't, of course. I'm gonna guess he's somewhere over there. Yeah, we have lost our Headhunter stack, so yeah, this won't be a one-shot kill, but we'll still get a headshot out of it wherever we hit him on the body, and then we'll just follow that up, of course. Learning especially, yeah, to use your tools, and then also, for instance, doing that step up or setup for a step up. That's actually pretty handy tools to have. So here as well, that shotgun, especially with Brazen. Now, Brazen here, of course, on that first shot isn't going to apply. The reason we still keep Brazen is if I actually in there, and I should have done that, I hit with 5 pellets. I needed to hit with 6. That would have triggered Brazen, but actually follow-up shots would be much stronger with this shotgun. And because of that, we could still, if I don't break it the helmet on the first shot, I should just take follow-up shots and try to get those 6 pellets hits and then make use of Brazen. But here especially, yeah, and Harvest with Determined is really a powerful tool and can make things really, really quick. Here we took it up against some of the elites and such. That's not its strength. Let's actually do something really quick with this. And then we'll cut it there. It's hoping for a convoy. Duggan. Yeah, that might be April 1st. Oh, Elite Supply. Where are they getting at? Oh, right here. Nice. And for that, let's sneak up on this Elite Supply Convoy. There'll be a lot of them here. And one of the things that Determined especially does have going for it is that, yeah, it can actually be extremely quick, because once we have Determined going, we just body shot. And especially if we know where everything's going to spawn, there we still took our time, as I was explaining and such. But yeah, this of course is like shooting outcasts in a barrel, except cleaners. And again, in the case of the shield guys, actually, I can just shoot them on the shield there. Now, at some point, I hit something and lost a stack, but there we killed an elite convoy in seconds, especially when we know where they spawn. We can just spam fire into there. We don't need to hit the heads. And with the Regulus, we could have popped the heads and, of course, made an explosion happen and killed everything in one wave, but that's still not as easy as just firing into that barrel of fish. And that really is the strength of the Harvest. And we'll see it later on as well, a little bit with Determined again. There is nothing wrong with running it this way. The one downside for me is, and I find myself doing that quite often, I get bored of this quite quickly. One thing that I can maybe give as a tip is that usually if I'm running the Harvest, I still actually try to aim for the head. Even if I'm running Headhunter, I'll still try to aim for the head and keep my aim up. And then it's one of those of like, okay, oh, I missed, you know, but it's the safety there. Now, of course, the damage challenge could actually push this a little bit further. Let's actually move on to the Hunter's Fury with the Ninja Bike. Yeah. And that one's a bunch of quick small segments. That's that one. But yeah, a bunch of small tactics. Oh, how long do we have it already? 105. How much is the gameplay? How much was that gameplay by itself? 19. Okay. That's fine.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Yeah, let's go park this character. Off we go. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second, then go forward. Yeah. So far, so good.
Safe area entered.
Let's go get this character cleaned up, actually, while we're at it. Yeah, let's go to the Hunter's Fury Ninja Bike one.
Thank you, Agent. I appreciate the visit.
Let's take a graded weapon there as well. And then, because I still haven't decided what I want to do with them. Next up, we'll do the high end. Actually, with the high end, the thing I want to do is we'll do Lincoln. At least the starting part of Lincoln. I'm going to show it in the Memento way and then also the Dutch City way. I think both will be. And then the Harvest way, basically. Then what do we do with this?
Hey, Agent!
is the question. Let's see if we can get 5 directives to go on. This fucking fly. Oh yeah, let's upgrade weapons here. Could do a bounty. No. Maybe we do a bounty. Go to command, select the first site. Manic is a of them first sight. The reload on it kind of is annoying, but otherwise, just taking the classic AK. The compensation it has for its base damage is enough to lose that crit chance mod for. So, but the AKs just are not in a really great place. I think I'd have them ranked as like the worst ARs in the weapon type thing, because nowadays as well, like the Mark 16 ACR, especially Fall, is, you know, lower RPM weapons that just hit much better DPS values and sustained damage values than the AKs. If you just want to run one for the look, yeah, the classic is kind of the best out of them, but still not like super great. Anyways, yeah, let's intro this and then go do some summit. Actually, on the summit, a memento one makes more sense. Maybe we take that as the last. We'll take down this Fury into there. Not a bounty or something, or yeah, we're gonna do Lincoln as a mission. Because yeah, retaliation also not so much. Too many names. Why don't we do a control point actually? Or we just go up against stuff that has helmets as well, because I also want to do that. Choices. Yeah, let's use the bounty. Do I have? If no one's there. Oh wait, what? Oh, no one's there. No, so not you. You. Yeah, let's just go do this bounty. Bounty is not a great thing to do with these, but it's fine. At least here, if I can get them to spawn in a place, I can see about kind of trying to camp them in there. We didn't give it an intro yet, right? Did we? No. of the kids playing in the background. No, we haven't yet. Okay. As here we'll take it to this ninja bike variant. Here we're taking, of course, 4 pieces basically of Hunter's Fury and then 3-piece bonus of the Imminence Armaments. Imminence Armaments' pistol damage is actually enough to make ninja bike kind of worth it. We haven't seen a Memento version yet. We'll see one later in play. But especially the Memento versions have those bonuses of the Memento. Having that regen is really nice. The damage bonus that it gives, of course, is not actually this. Yeah, here we're getting basically more just from this brand bonuses. But the downsides of the Memento especially is you need to stack it up, which doesn't take too long, and especially solo is totally fine and easy enough to do. But then you also can't fast travel some places. So especially safe houses and stuff kind of fall out and you can't fast travel to those. And that can be annoying. That may make it so you take longer to get places or you just give up your stacks, especially going, for instance, if you are chasing priority objectives, sometimes you have to jump to New York or back and stuff. So there is some benefits to be had here. And this then has enough damage, and especially as well, again, from the first shot, that is actually very usable. Here we'll be using it again, actually, as well, with Technician there as well. Now, actually, no, we won't be. Wait, let me actually see if I can turn on 5 directives. I should have thought about it. So I should first see if we can turn on 5 directives. Actually, no, because with this one, I want to do... Although this one is with Technician, actually, right? Maybe we'll do the Hunter's Fury with... Yeah, this one's with Technician. Alright, then we take 5 directives. Maybe with the high end we want. Yeah. Let's get this out. There we go. Yeah, let's get going. And moving on to the Ninja Bike variant. This is one of the very few Ninja Bike builds within the build collection. And this is also because it kind of works, actually, because there is enough damage here with the Imminence Armaments for us to make up for that loss of, for instance, the Vigilance Backpack or a Memento that we could go with. And in this case, there is actually some benefits here. What I find quite often, what I'll use these kind of builds a lot for is just doing a lot of activities and such. In the case of activities, you want to be able to jump around quite a bit and fast travel to wherever you want to, and especially safe houses are kind of out of the question the second you have a Memento on there. And the Ninja Bike doesn't care as much about it. Here, it does still have enough bonuses for us to be worthwhile. So here we are taking that 2-piece Imminence Armaments bonus basically, we're taking 2 pieces for the 3-piece bonus with the Ninja Bike on top. And of course, we still have the full Hunter's Fury there. That gets us enough damage for it to be worthwhile, and then we don't have to deal, per se, with the Memento stacks, as useful as they are with the regen and stuff on top, but we don't, if we, for instance, want to be able to jump around for priority objectives and such, it makes it a little easier to go this route. We'll be pairing it here as well with Technician again, with the Artificer, and that especially aligns with the 5 directives of this season. Having cool skills there, really, it doesn't make sense to have a Revive Hive here. In seasons where we have, for instance, the Scavenge skills, there actually makes perfect sense. And then the shield actually is a little less useful because every time that you put out the shield, you need to pick up a Scavenge skills. Whenever you put it away again, you need to pick up a Scavenge skills to get it out again, which can actually be tedious. It means that you can't be as mobile with it as you would want to. The shield still becomes one of the strongest things that you could pick, but a little less so. Then here as well, we are going to go now to graded weapons. I'm going to grab my grade 30 Regulus here, and also later on we'll take a grade 30 Harvest. And yeah, pairing here again as well with a shotgun, here though with an MMR. The choice between an MMR and taking an 1886 really comes down to the MMRs have a little bit more damage. The 1886, while a little less damage, is a lot easier to use. Sometimes it can actually be handy, especially here where we don't have the Dutch city, to, for instance, take the first shot with that MMR. Even though we are not getting the bonuses for instance, the Eminence armaments fully, because we are still getting that 5 weapon damage, but not the 60. It will still hit quite hard. So there are places where we can make that choice. And then here on the shotgun here, instead, I'm taking Pummel. And we might actually sometimes use the shotgun for multiple shots, and then Pummel does come into play. But yeah, let's go see this one in action. I'm starting to get rambly, which is dangerous. That is fine. And yeah, the guy took us to black there, but that's also fine. Oh, and hey there, Bran. And thank you so much for the raid there. Sorry if it was a minute ago, because I was gonna, as we're recording some stuff, not paying as much attention. But yeah, welcome in raiders. I didn't pop the bunny.
Target is nearby.
That's what I was hoping for. Dobby, Queenie, and Wolf. Actually, is any of these... Let's take this. This one instead. Yeah, let's get a little closer before I go into the intro there. And yeah, welcome in everybody, and yeah, we're just doing some recording here. It's gonna turn into a build showcase, and for that, I'm just recording basically
Assembling a golden
this segment.
bullet.
Oh, god damn it!
Hostile completed the golden bullet.
It's gonna reset me anyway. Get a hoarder there. Also, I forgot to turn off golden bullets. Because for the gameplay parts here, I do not want golden bullet on.
Look who it is. Greetings, Agent.
Yeah, thanks for the well wishes there. Yeah, let's actually again pop the body, as I keep forgetting. Then I want to suffer through this heavy.
Target near you.
And let's take it up against this North Lawn Pack heroic bounty here with 5 directives. And especially, I picked this one because there is a heavy in there, which is actually, of course, the thing we don't want. Also, hyenas. Any faction that has helmets, especially often, where here we have them with the rushers, of course, can be pretty tedious to deal with these builds. Especially, for instance, with Determined as well. They will eat up your Determined, and then you have to get an actual headshot again. But it isn't too hard, especially for instance, yeah, in the cases that we're going to use here, where I am actually going to pair that. Just going to body shot her. One of the things with the Regulus as well, don't be afraid to, like, yeah, body shot that rusher. I was going to lose my stack anyway. Might as well just take her out of it. I'm gonna try to actually here with the rusher next to some normal enemies. I'm gonna try to shoot the enemies and then try to get the explosion to kill that rusher. Here I do know I have enough to pop the helmet on this guy. but not enough, for instance, I don't think so, at least, with a full stack against the heavy named. Shield guys, we do need to hit them on the noggin. There, though, I missed my first shot. And yeah, we need to, again, think about our stack and how we want to stack it up. Our disorient here and there helping a little bit, but also not too much. It does also show us, actually, that mark where enemies are. So there, I do know where that heavy is that I saw a second ago. I'm gonna work my way over here. I'm gonna wait for that disorient to wear off. And, oh, the next way. Wait, what?
Signs, 0.
Oh, there was a medic that picked everybody up there. As I swallow a piece of... Talking and playing... I'm kind of fine with shooty builds. Headhunting is hard, yo. Headhunting is not my jam to talk and play at the same time. I think we'll do it for the future parts as well. Like after this one, we'll drop 5 direct dance. But it's just the bounty intro and then... Need to wait for my shield anyway. Let's make sure we put that other one away. Yeah. And for that, let's take it up against these North Lawn pack. Especially taking it here where we have a heavy in there. Hyena one with a helmet, of course. All of the heavies have helmets. But also we'll run up against hyenas, which have helmets, of course, on the rushers. Helmets are the bane of any headhunter. And they are also there, of course, to kind of balance it out. One thing, though, and you saw that there, on the back of the head, I headshot her when she had her helmet still on. And that's actually a great way to showcase that. On the back of the head, on these rushers, there is actually a hole, an armor hole, basically, that I shot through there. Now, of course, normally pretty hard to hit as they're facing you and the hole is in the back. But sometimes doable like that. And of course, on the first shot, actually pretty doable. Here, though, I'm going to actually do another tactic, which is try to kill other things around her. And these disorient rounds, of course, with the 5 directives, pretty annoying. But we'll just have to deal with it and try to survive. We have the shield again, and with three tiers. We don't have the mementos charge yet. But there as well, I used the explosion on our Regulus to actually kill those rushers without me needing to kill them. I'm gonna pop the helmet on this heavy, and we'll have to work our way from the bottom of the stack again. That is the true gameplay of headhunting here as well. We'll have an elite, so I don't have enough to kill this elite outright, except that they were weakened at some point. So if they were at full health, that wouldn't have worked, but they weren't, so it did. And yeah, again, I'm gonna try to maybe actually carry this gal over here. Oh, she went for something else, actually. Another actually handy trick and tip. If we actually put our back against the wall, as I have here, we'll go first person. This is actually a handy trick just in general. For tech tanks especially is where I use them a lot. And this, of course, is tech tank adjacent, let's say. We have the technician, artificer, and the shield. But putting our backs against the wall. Now, normally, though, you don't want to do this. You're standing out in the open. But we have a pretty big shield in front of us, of course, there. Yeah, let's actually get our kill stolen there. Oh, are you? No, you're not that heavy. You're not that heavy. I thought you would be. I do want to actually see if yeah, we have some just random green guys here from campus. I get the feeling I got shot in my back somewhere there.
Agent killed.
Oh, god damn it. Wait, don't. God damn. Isaac, tell me when waves spawn. Sometimes it does it way too much, and then here you should go incoming wave detected. Also, why am I doing it here? Let's see if we can get it to go somewhere else. Because honestly, this is not what I want. I don't want it to be all spawning in the same spot. I want it to be an traversing fight. I want it to be separate waves that I can, deal with the wave and then the next one spawns somewhere else. So I was going to stand in this bounty area and make them spawn somewhere else. Really? That's what you took away from seeing this running past you? What else? Let's get our land. Because it turns out this is actually a bad idea, being out here. Oh, let's have it go somewhere where it's just rooms, so I can clear a room and then just have a moment to breathe. So yeah, not there. I'm okay with the upper north and also preferably that area, yeah. It's gonna be over there. Because it is at least like only the last room is a several waves in a row.
Civilians in danger.
Which kind of sucks because I did get the hyena back at the headshot that I wanted in there somewhere.
Target near you.
Also, I always love this is dynamic, although just oh, it doesn't do it anymore. Oh my! I need an AR, but you can make that thing hit the roof and then just like it does a weird animation, just wigs out for 2 seconds and then it resets. What's the entrance? It's been a while since I've done a... That's over there. Hello, Harrison. Go away. Nobody likes you and I'm made of straw. You don't want to fight Harrison, but you definitely don't want to fight Harrison wearing this. Right? Like, this is like extra... extra Harrisonable. Okay, take 17. But we got smarter every day. And we'll take it up against some hyenas here, the North Lawn Pack. I've especially picked this bounty because it has a heavy in it and named heavy. And of course, helmets are the bane of any headhunter's existence. Now, in the hyenas case, the rushers have helmets and the heavies have helmets. Then we also have the shield guys having shields, which kind of gets in our way as well. We do need to watch out for those kind of things. Now here, they already noticed something, which is, I think, actually one of those mini warhounds in the distance.
We need you to stabilize
And, of course, that agitated them enough there to already go into a retaliation against us. Now, the first shot, again, can be a red. The second shot needs to be a red or a purple, so we'll get that here. And one thing I want to do here, actually, is this rusher, of course, has a helmet. Now, of course, I could destroy the helmet. I'm trying to see where that other hyena went. Now, normally, I wouldn't take it to this extent, but that rusher will follow me, of course. And what they'll do, where they'll follow me to, for instance, is this lady. And I'm going to pop her head and, of course, explosion and send her flying. That is a tactic that you can use if you really don't want to lose your stack. Now, of course, especially that stack is important with Determined, much more so. With Determined, you don't really have a choice because yeah, you don't have that explosion there. But of course, what we can do is, especially with the Regulus, just shoot at the body. Even with Determined, one thing you can do is actually just swap the weapon, especially for instance, and then just shoot for a headshot. I'm gonna hit her weak point first, weaken her, and then send the headshot in. I'm gonna actually first, because I have a full stack, I'm gonna try to send it for that heavy, but actually we won't. I'm gonna leave. God damn it. Why are these guys? I mean, they're not aggressive. I'm talking too much and I'm going super slow. Let's just go for a different place. Or I just drop Fog of War. Like, I can't talk and Fog of War at the same time. Let's just do that. This is getting frustrating. Because also it's just all silly mistakes. But I just keep dying to something flanking me in a very obvious way. Which I should be better than that. At least one there again. We'll go take it there. What shot? What was that?
Target is near you, Agent.
How many I think does this actually? Like 6 or something, right? I think that's a new record for a segment.
Just let me reload.
Normally it's also dark again. Although the next thing we'll be doing is a mission, so although most of it is outside down that one too. So. No. What am I doing? Yeah. Take 11 billion. Did I miss anything here? Oh, wait. So yeah, what did we even say here? But yeah, let's go see this one in action. So just the basic. Oh, wait, what? Oh. I'm in the wrong one. Yeah. And for that, we'll take it up against some hyenas here. And specifically picked this one because it has a heavy, and heavy named hyena we'll have to deal with, and their helmet especially. And also hyenas in general are not really the faction we want to go up against, as they have a lot of helmets. The rushers have helmets specifically. And we have to deal with those helmets. They prevent the headshot from happening from the start. There is some tricks we can use there, as for instance here as well. Again, the Hunter's Fury buff showing me actually where all of these enemies are. I do have a Regulus, so I'm going to actually pop that head. And avoiding me having to deal with that rusher just by eliminating basically them through that explosion. And we can do that actually because they will follow us around, of course. So I can make them chase me into another enemy. And sometimes I do that if there's an enemy nearby. Most of the time, it is just going to be faster to just deal with them on the spot here. We'll go deal with the next room here, as that first room was just that singular wave. I should still have my Headhunter stack, and I'm going to go for the weakening that shield guy, and then we're going to pop the red here, follow up with, actually we do have a purple there. I wasn't in range enough for that elite, but now we're actually charged up enough. I'm gonna leave this rusher till last if I have to, or actually I'm gonna try to. Oh, and we have a heavy there. We'll take that stack there actually. Now, one thing we can do is just keep shooting and just pop the helmet there.
Serious trauma detected.
And yeah, that heavy should have a heavily damaged helmet. Oh, actually, I didn't hit the helmet. I hit the chest, apparently. But yeah, we can always follow up. And especially with solo scaling, like, we can get through stuff. Enemies are not as chunky. I'm gonna wait for my shield to be back. And now we have that shield again. I'm just gonna push into here. If that sniper turret shoots me in the back one time, that's not too big of an issue. We do have actually here 4 directives now, as I found myself kind of talking and playing actually is a little bit harder, and especially with a build that, yeah, again, I'm not the best headhunter. Was getting a little frustrating as I found myself getting flanked quite often. As when I'm talking, I can't listen as intently as I often would. Now here, actually, one of the things we could use is we have a bunch of elites and 1 sniper there. As I talked about, that marksman rifle on my back, although we still want to get the Hunter's Fury buff, so we still want to get close enough to get a big stack going with it. Let's reload it actually here. Let's actually take a stack with that. Well, actually, without the Hunter's Fury buff there, that wasn't per se worth it in the end. We have 2 elite shields. I'll weaken one of them, and this rusher will be my starting stack again. And seeing as that one is weakened, the disorient really not helping. This should be enough to pop this guy's helmet. We can actually leave him weakened. We'll pop that guy. This guy is weakened. We'll use him as our secondary. Now we're up to the point where, yeah, an elite can be killed with 1 shot. And we're going to waste that on that guy's shield. Because, of course, we are. And yeah, but we can now push in. The last waves will spawn here. This is the last room. Let's try to get an explosion going, especially, although, yeah, the disorient rounds are very tedious and very annoying always. Flamethrower grenade launcher, that's not the greatest. I'm hoping I can actually pop that. But especially here, what I want to show is once we get this guy gone, and especially as well a little bit of a stagger, I'm going to actually reload this shotgun. I'm going to stick this into his head, and that will pop the helmet. That's all I needed from that shotgun there. And that is actually a very important tactic and tool. Popping the helmets on some of these heavies, especially named ones, yeah, it is really handy to have that shotgun there for that. The MMR can also be useful, as I'm trying to find the shot here, but we don't have a full stack anyway, but we can put out follow-up shots. I don't want to go for a weak point, which is definitely an option, but here I don't want to per se because it will blow me up as well. And there we took care of them, even though a little bit dirty, but I especially wanted to deal with that heavy with that shotgun. And that is what that tool is especially for. If we have a full stack, that shotgun can hit way harder. Same is true for hitting warhands, but then they would try to hit them in the legs, where it would transfer directly into their health pool and just take them down. Here, this Hunter's Fury variant is definitely a little bit weaker, and I don't mind it as much, especially if I'm using it for activities. But here, for instance, taking it up against some names and such, these pistol builds aren't per se designed for that. But let's take it up against actually an activity, and let's do so with an harvest with Determined. And let's kind of make this look at least semi-decent. Yeah. Yeah, let's just go activitying with it. Let's take 5 again. Actually, let's see what is there when we when we load in. Let's go up against some True Sun or Black Dusk and then some likely actually Outcast.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
I'll put that one away. Let's go back there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, and then, yeah. And if we just take it up against some activities, because that's basically what we did there with the hyenas bounty, it's kind of the worst case scenario to put any of these pistol headhunters into. And it still dealt with it fine enough, even though the controller behind it, me, wasn't doing a great job. But against activities, now here going up against Black Dusk, there is one new concern we need to deal with, and we see that there, which is getting disrupt around it. But we can still deal with that. And then Hunter's Fury here does work out well enough, and that's also why I don't, for instance, have a high-end version with the Ninja Bike. Even though you could make it, not having the Hunter's Fury's extra bonuses in the armor on kill and such kind of gets in the way. And yeah, even with Determined there, I'm missing those shots. Let's actually be in range. And the Disorient there as well, actually saving us a little bit.
System disrupted.
The true power of these is especially in stuff like this, where we can just tear through an activity very quickly. Now, that isn't that flashy or anything, but it is actually very useful, of course. Spawn me and public execution game. As that'll be the last segment of this build, and then we'll move on to the high end.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Of course, with nighttime. Also, yeah, I'm 33444. Too bad it's not 22333. That would make more sense. That would be same amount of the one way and the other. I'm just gonna run around this zone and hopefully something spawns here. Just by being in the zone, we have a little bit. Often will spawn something. Especially with the public execution here, and then just discuss like clearing out public executions as a level farming method. No, can I take your bets? Can I land the shot on him or not?
Hostile control
On our
point
little
identified.
friendly stalker hunter. Although even if I land one shot, that's not gonna. But can I hit him once before he disappears? In 3, 2, 1. Wait, where are you? Is he not visible from on this side? Thought it was in this corner. Because also I kind of aimed up there, so you would think he would start to run away. Oh, he's up there. If I was on any other build, I could have killed him there. Where are you going? Whatever, Heather. Heather on out of here. What's that guy doing? I've never seen him on that spot jump all the way down and stuff. That was new. Too bad I wasn't on a striker or something. I could have totally killed him. Not that would have given me anything on this account. I have the masks, but he's always on the higher level of it. I thought it was on the lower. Yeah, let's go up against this. As of course, the real reason we go with any of these headhunters is because we could of course go with, you know, for instance, a rifle or an MR1 or such. The real strength of these is in the fact that they have my brain's like not wanting to function together with that. God damn it. I kind of completely lost my train of thought there, which... Because also, yeah, OBS kind of disappeared there for a second. That spooked me. But I accidentally clicked somewhere. In trying to click back into the game, I accidentally clicked on the OBS icon. God damn it. It was the public execution I wanted. Just spawn me something. Also, this fly, I want... If I could murder this fly in, like, a brutal way, I would. Let's put all these recordings away. Okay. Also, in there, I can really... Oh, yeah, so... Yeah, so, and then directives, and then, yeah. That's what I get for paying attention to other things and then thinking I remember what I was going to talk about. As it turns out, talking about shit is actually sometimes hard. Let's go to New York and back. Let's see if we get... Also be okay with a... Actually, no, we went up against cleaners already. Yeah.
Safe area detected.
Let's go here and back, and hopefully it'll spawn something for us.
Entering safe area.
Oh, really? No. God damn it. I broke Pistolero. Just recessioning. It's fine. We don't need it there. Wait, does this just talk? Wait, let me just try. Let me go there and back again for 1 second.
Safe area entered.
So this moment does show it. It's annoying that they, like last season at least, they, by the point 2 that it fixed, right? I think. The directive.
Entering safe area.
Yeah. It's stuck on hard to earn. Game, spawn me something.
nearby.
I know, Isaac. I know. Well, let's go run around here for a second. Just get out in the open world and hopefully. Let's go get the key chest. Over there. Hopefully something spawns in. So we'll have this, then we'll have... That'll be easier anyway. That's a build that actually kind of aligns with the thing we're gonna do with it. Just gonna take the high end into Lincoln, and we're just gonna show it basically the start of Lincoln in a few different ways. Is this one a utility? No. Anyway. Everybody's still being very productive. Productive. And yeah, the ducks keeping the parrots down. I always love this area. It's also becoming daytime, so. Spawn shit game. I wish I would just drop that. I kind of get it and something, but also just always spawn stuff. The nighttime lesser spawn is just always annoying. Always has been, always will be. I really want a public. What else is this propaganda? Propaganda is good too. Get you direct as well. Yeah. Although earlier I didn't have that. When I went to New York and back, that broke it there. I hadn't really gone to New York and back in a while. Yeah. Well, the annoying thing is, like, last season we had the same. They fixed it halfway through, and now it's like around the like, one of my biggest gripes always is just like they fix something and then they break it again. What was my last sentence here? Useful, of course. But it is actually very useful, of course. And that is because, of course, when we're using pistols, even though here actually, I went, we're still on the same character on that same session, but I swapped some directives, and of course now Pistolero doesn't want to turn on. But generally, pistol builds can deal with all 5 directives. Now, as we talked about already, for instance, this season being with the directives that we have, like cool skills and such, and no regen, it will lean a certain way. So for instance, for me, no regen leans towards memento. Cool skills leans towards, for instance, not going with a revive hive, but with the artificer instead. And seasoned with scavenge skills, I would take a revive hive, for instance. But in all the seasons, we have ways with these builds to deal with 5 directives pretty efficiently. And of course, that is what they are used for. Especially, for instance, here, we're running again with an harvest. Here, the grade 31 on that same build. And we're making easy work, for instance, here of a propaganda. Now, of course, normally this wouldn't be that hard either with 5 directives or such. There are many builds that can do it. So, for instance, otherwise OD is an option if you don't want to run headhunting kind of builds. Tempest builds having come in. For instance, the pistol headhunter or the pistol tech tank, either striker or high end, that I've recently kind of really enjoyed, especially 4 or 5 directives. They can deal with it as well. But yeah, the pistol ones here, of course, as well. Using determined, we can really go pretty fast and deal with waves upon enemies and just kind of go by, make it go by quickly. As for instance here, another patrol on top. Now, of course, we don't need to deal with this, but just poke, and gotta catch them all, right? This can be very effective for all of this kind of stuff. The rogue fix again? No, they didn't try this time, right? They put in the fix last season, and that fix is not implemented this season. So, yeah. But would be nice for them to, because this is also one of those things where we kind of have a halfway workaround on it, but it isn't always working correctly either, and it's just annoying. Yeah. As that's then also, of course, what I use these kind of builds on. You're going up against a public execution. Propagandas and public executions especially are really good for when it comes to their XP. Either doing these or control points is really the fast ways of leveling in a general sense. Now, of course, on top of that, if you can bounty cheese, and that's why, for instance, the case of getting some bounties, for instance, is actually very useful. And for me as well, the zone that we're in here in West End is actually the zone that I farm in quite often. And with here determined, we can make it very easy and just, yeah, tear through there, an extra patrol on top, although they helped out as they provided a red to start on. But here, especially them spawning over here, I can just very easily deal with this entire public execution without really needing much on top. Now, this, even without the graded weapon, could do basically exactly the same, and that's also the thing with it. It is a very simple style of build, both of them, not per se this negotiator one, but just in general, to put together and get yourself onto 5 directives. And from there, then you can work on improving. Now, of course, the one piece that is time-based mostly is the harvest. The Regulus is always available, but also will take a few weeks to get to. But you kind of do need them for their power, and missing out on them can hurt quite a bit. Let's move on actually to the high end. In my barn. Yeah, let's go put these in the stash. And then we'll go to the high end. We'll take that to Lincoln and just do up to the first boss in a few layouts, and then we'll take
Thanks for the business.
The Memento one. Yeah, we'll see what we do in that one. Actually. Yeah, let's make sure we put these back. Look. Pretty sure we put these in the folder. How long was that? Where does that one start actually here? Yeah. 13. Let's always put something else together here.
Safe area entered.
Let's see if 5 directives wants to turn on. Let's take the drone. Let's go with the Dodge City one first. Although this should be... I feel this should be the firewall one. Of course, none. They don't want to turn on again. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just act as if it's 5 directives. No, we'll take firewall and that other one. Yeah. Let's go get set up here. Sure, what? Let's not set the mission and then run up first. It's a war hand, isn't it? Or is it something else? No.
Golden bullet being assembled by hostile. Hostile completed the golden bullet.
Oh, god damn it. Yeah, that should be on. It's fine. Wait, that one golden bullet on.
The system will pay for its crimes. Get the hell back!
Wait. They get the third one with the explosion? It's usually 3 of them. Gonna assume so. Let's get the big phallic object in the background in there. Yeah. And indeed, moving away from the Hunter's Furies to the high-end variant here. And the high-end variant, especially that Dodge City, fits in a lot more easily. We can have the Dodge City and we can have Vigilance and Headhunter there. Where with Hunter's Fury, we have to pick 2 basically between those. Because of that, actually, in this format, it works really well. This is also my go-to for it. I'll usually be running it with the Dodge City. Let's take the Regulus at grade 30 here and then also the Harvest and take it through, actually going through in a few separate ways through this Lincoln. Well, I was losing my thing there. That's right, again. I was kind of getting messy. As we'll move away from Hunter's Fury and here back to the high end, Here on the high end, the really big deal for me is that we can have, especially having Headhunter, of course, where we want it, but we get to have Dodge City together with Vigilance here, where with Hunter's Fury, it was basically pick two. You could have Headhunter plus Dodge City, or you could have Headhunter plus Vigilance, or Headhunter plus Memento there. This combo does make quite a big of difference, and we'll show that here with we'll take the grade 30 Regulus here again, and then also actually just to show the playstyle kind of differences between them, especially in mission here like Lincoln that we're going to run, where a lot of enemies will spawn in doorways. The Regulus can deal with them in a certain way, and so can a determined harvest. It is a little bit different between them, and speed-wise, the Regulus can beat the harvest in perfect conditions. The thing is, though, that the conditions for the harvest as the best outcome is actually very easy to achieve, or for the Regulus, you really do need to hit those heads. But let's actually take them kind of head-to-head within a segment of Lincoln here. As we'll move away from
I'm with you. No survivors. All right.
I agree.
Help me put this out.
No survivors. Mr. Survivor? No.
Come on. Damn it.
Okay. And starting with the Regulus here, we'll take it into the mission here with 4 directives, because yeah, as with a lot of people, especially now to them, jumping between... Oh, actually... Oh shit! I forgot. Now I need to clear the start of the mission as well. I can't unset a mission, which is super annoying. I feel you still should be able to. You know what? It's we'll use this as warm up. I forgot to put on apparel. It's just this character's normal apparel. That's not what we want.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to
Shut
open
up,
that
Manny.
gate.
Yeah, because I wanted to do... What did I want to do? Totally forgot. There was a suit. Oh, yeah. We'll do the trench coat. Yeah, let's just, for consistency's sake, because otherwise it's inconsistent. Let's redo that part. I'm awake, except I'm no longer. Yeah, let's go. As indeed, let's move away from Hunter's Fury for a second. As especially here with the high end, what it has going for it, for me, is that you can have Dodge City and you can have Vigilance together with Headhunter, of course, where with the Hunter's Fury, we really can't in that way. Of course, we're giving up all the benefits that Hunter Fury has, but also we're giving up some of the constraints that it has in, for instance, its range. With this one, while the Regulus is optimal range-wise, only up to 16 meters, its drops off pretty, it's up to 30 meters, still somewhat effective. And in this case as well, we can actually shoot in those ranges without losing too much. We just lose what we lose in optimal range, not also what we lose in, for instance, getting Hunter's Fury kill stacks or getting the Hunter's Fury buff going. And the high end definitely has a place there where I enjoy it quite a lot as well. Here, let's take it into Lincoln and kind of show as well the difference between running it, for instance, with a Regulus and how we run it with that, and then also with the Harvest. This is a mission where a lot of enemies spawn from closets, basically, and we want to get them as dead as quickly. Now, for the Regulus, the explosion will come into play quite a lot. For the Harvest, of course, we just have to shoot enemies anywhere on their bodies. But here in Lincoln as well, they have helmets. So we do want to shoot them smartly, effectively, where we don't want to waste our stacks too often and give ourselves a way to work ourselves back up. We'll see this one with the Dodge City here especially. You could definitely, this high-end as well, take it with Memento. But overall, I feel if you're going Memento, the Hunter's Fury one makes a little bit more sense. Here as well, we'll take it with Sharpshooter. Sharpshooter will give us a little bit more stability. Now, on this build, on the high-end, we also have a lot more weapon handling, so it's not as impactful. But I'll be taking it as well for this drone as my secondary, as we are still on 5 directives, although in this case, 4 directives, because more Pistolero, as with a lot of people, doesn't want to turn on for me right now, as I've been swapping a bunch of characters around here. But we'll be taking it here for the drone and, of course, the awareness that brings alongside. There we go. And a Direxy. Yeah. Let's put that segment away. And let's indeed run into Lincoln here. I'm of course going to charge up my Dodge City going in. That is one of the tools at play here. I'm going to actually put out my drone. Now, of course, that means that my shield is going to take a while. I should have done that a little bit earlier. But we can actually just wait it out. I'm actually going to wait it out a few seconds. Those enemies will be starting to walk forward as well here. So they'll spot me actually likely in a few seconds. Now, with Technician, for instance, we can have an extra skill tier as we had there, and especially with cool skills that lines up really well. But this is also a way, for instance, to use our tools here as... oh, and then I didn't reset the mission. Like, what? Those guys should have come out and already spotted me like 10 times. I forgot to reset the mission. It's fine. There we go. At least this time I'll remember to pop my shield before starting the recording segment here. Can't even be here. And yeah, let's indeed take this up against this mission. Here with the Regulus, I'm of course going to hold my shotgun to charge up my my Dodge City shot. And in the meanwhile as well, I have my drone out already. That will put my shield on cooldown, but of course, in that moment of talking there, it already has resolved itself and the shield is back off cooldown. This drone, while it is out, it's out, so it of course doesn't count anymore. And yeah, we got our Dodge City shot in there. And now we can just go through the enemies. Especially with that spotting drone, I know exactly where enemies are. Even when it's not spotting them, it has red lines going to them when you actually appointed a spot to go to. Here though, actually with no regen on, that is one of the major choices, especially season-wise. If this was a season, let's say, where it was hard to earn, or for instance, fragile armor, I would lean much more towards a build like this. One thing we could do is actually replace one piece out in some way. Either put some people give up the Dark City, some people take a chest with Palisade. Of course, you can also just take Gunner for 10% armor and kill. But having a way to get your armor back a little bit can be really nice. Here though, I'm going to rely a little bit more on the shield and not so much on myself. In the same way as well, we could have on the pistol, on Harvest instead, we could have ourselves Preservation. Here though, I want to kind of show what, and that is really, this is one of the places where Regulus can shine, if you make it shine. And that is big booms in small rooms. These guys will all spawn from little areas here, and yeah, as long as we get big booms in small rooms, which is the Regulus story, yeah, we can make it happen that we run through these enemies really quickly. Of course, we still have to deal with helmets here and there, and I'm not doing a perfect job at it, but you can just recover. Especially on solo scaling, it's not that dangerous. Gonna put my drone out there. I should have actually pulled it further. And this drone being out for as long as it is the reason why we can use it and just have our shield still alongside of it. We are getting all the heavies, not some of the heavies, but just all of them. And yeah, especially those kind of shots, that was outside of the range for when it comes to Hunter's Fury. But here we can still take it. That last shot is gonna kill me there if I don't watch out. But I'm actually dead here. Yeah, I was gonna say. There's no way I survive all this. Look at actually we have no regen on. Let's try that segment again. It's gonna also be so much easier with harvest in a second. I actually just stick the memento in here for this, but it's fun. It's fun. We'll likely die a few times here. Mostly because, yeah, talking and like playing is actually hard. Turns out. Let's make sure we actually reset there, because also, holy hell game. Why you give me heavy on every fucking spot? We only didn't have a heavy on like the mid part, but having one at the start and one at the like there extra was not nice. Yeah. And let's indeed take this one in here. I'm gonna actually pop my drone already. That will put my shield on cooldown with cool skills, of course, but we'll get it back in. Actually, we'll get it back going into the mission. I forgot there. I'm gonna hold my other weapon, whatever one, just charging up my Dodge City a little bit, just enough so that we can start at least maybe on a purple, and that should be enough. That was enough. There as well, the explosion, counting of course for the full amount. One thing I don't have here is any real... What the f... What exploded?
Agent killed.
Is there even a... Oh. Game's really being annoying today, aren't you? A silent grenadier. Why not? Let's actually have this up all the way. Also, but they were on my right side. How did I not hear them then? Actually. Game. Restoration mounting. It's fine. We'll get through this. Did I reset the mission? Just have different spawns. Let's actually have that out. Let's actually be holding different weapon already. Yeah. And let's indeed take this into here. One of the downsides here for this season's set of directives is that actually no regen is kind of harder to deal with than some of the other ones. So for instance, hard to earn actually would not be too hard to deal with. And that would also be on top of it one of the reasons why I would go with sharpshooter, because we are shooting a lot of heads. We are generating from that a lot of specialization ammo, and because of that we would actually have an easy time with med packs. But instead here in this season with no regen, I would actually say that the memento is a really good tool to deal with that. But we don't have that here. We could take gunner instead than the specialization that we have now, or we could take a piece of palisade. Overall, I would likely give up. Well, it depends. You could give up the Dodge City for it. Or give up the chain killer for it to get a palisade piece into here. With the harvest as well, we could take, for instance, preservation there, which on headshots, of course, is even 20%. Here I put my drone out and waited out the cooldown on my shield. Once this drone is out, of course, it's out for a while. Here we'll show actually what the Regulus really is all about, and that's big booms in small rooms. So here we have a bunch of enemies spawning from small rooms, and we make big booms in small rooms. This is really where the Regulus can shine, is just eliminating entire waves, especially if they all spawn together, and also are, for instance, here there's barely any elites, and there as well we didn't get any heavies, which is randomly possible here and will make it actually a lot harder to go through. I'm gonna pull up my drone again. I'm gonna push into this wave. As you can see, not my first attempt. And yeah, I did get murdered once here already, but that will sometimes happen, especially when trying to talk and play at the same time. In my defense, it did spawn 2 heavies on top of me, and it wasn't even the boss wave yet, so I am totally not pissed off at the game. But yeah, we will try to hit our headshots. And then, of course, miss. One thing that actually really helps with the headshots is actually standing still, I find. So if we actually run around and we try to hit our headshots while strafing or moving, it actually makes it a lot harder, especially with when it comes to the harvest. And instead, coming to a complete halt, aiming and then taking the shot really makes a difference, to a degree that actually that's the thing I've been recently really practicing, of just running in, taking a halt, and then taking the shot. Here, of course, on the heavy, as we showed with the recent movement video, is we can actually kite him around. And yeah, if you haven't watched that yet, the Toolbox series, well worth watching. But this guy is once he is alone, very easy to deal with. Of course, I'm gonna take out my shotgun and get that helmet. It is now heavily damaged, even though I didn't actually, I might have taken too long and my stack might have gone away. And now we'll work our way through that helmet. I could of course go for the backpack, but it's also not per se needed, because also once we're this close to him, he's mostly going to go for the melees. And while he's doing that, he's not actually murdering me a lot. And my shield can take a few hits. Even without the Artificer there, even without that skill tier from Technician there, it can work out really well. Now there actually, especially what I wanted to show, we showed where we take the Regulus and we eliminate complete waves as they spawn. Let's now take the Harvest and see what the difference has really become when we change that weapon out. Anyway, back to start. Let me catch up here for a second. Oh, do you know what skill mods you can craft on max, and you couldn't craft max skill mods for smart cover? You likely can't, yeah. I'm not sure which ones you can and can't. There was a long time ago, although, well, not that long ago, but there was a bug where the crafting table would be very easy to, would craft really high, basically. It would always craft either 99% or 100%. Even back then, they like a lot of the skill mods you couldn't easily get at 100%. Same for instance, 13 PFE. It wouldn't, or armor and kill either. So don't forget to yeah, no worries. I have a lot at hand, and actually I've been overhydrating, and actually I need a bio break in a minute. It's more the things. We're gonna do this section where I'm gonna take it with the Harvest now and kind of just show the difference in play, and then actually I'm gonna take it by 213 PFEs. I don't remember actually which builds they're on now, but yeah, in total I have 9. But also I've I think it's on the Striker PF. Oh no, so 3 are here. No, 2 are here. Oh no, 3 are here. Okay, I was gonna say I have 9 in total. Why would I split them up? But yeah, so we have 3 here, and then I actually have another build that is all 13 PFEs. But yeah, I firmed a lot of them. Yeah, let's do this segment indeed, and then actually I need to buy a break to hydrate after. Yeah. Yeah. Wait. And after a reset here, we'll take the same skills and other weapons and such. We'll just swap out the harvest. Now with the harvest here, of course, the Dutch city is still very much there as well. So we still want to get that first shot on target. That first shot is really important. And yeah, I messed it up there, as one does. But of course, yeah, it doesn't matter too much here. We have now, of course, Determined going. We got that headshot in, and what that now allows us to do is just body shot, as long as they don't have a helmet. So if we get an LMG guy, it will eat up our Determined stack, but we'll pop off its helmet right away. And while we can't eliminate a whole wave, and especially in this next room, that'll be a little bit more evident, where we can't just, where with the other one, we will basically do one headshot and kill 3 enemies. Here we do have to hit all of the enemies, but of course, still overall a little bit easier than the Regulus. With the Regulus, you still do need to hit heads, but it's also very satisfying when you do. So I don't think there is a right or a wrong way here. I think it's just different ways for different people. Because as long as we don't have a helmet here or a heavy, it's still basically all one-shot headshots. I'm gonna actually drop this guy, but then actually I'm gonna pop his helmet, then I'm gonna headshot this red. Red? I'm not. Never mind. I forgot my shield isn't as strong as I think it is. Oh, there was a red behind me. God damn it. Tagging too much and not paying enough attention. No, I don't have that. Oh, actually, good. Yeah. Wait, do I have that here as well? I think I chat up for this as well. Yeah. Which is not intended. Wait, let me take that other segment. Where is that? Did I already put it away? Was actually a chat up, which was unintended. Let me catch up here. So we mentioned how sense sounds easy for hitting headshot, and you said that power versus difficult to hit headshot using the Regulus. No, I was saying there especially with Harvest, because yeah, we're kind of discussing both here. I was using the Regulus, but I meant to say, at least I think I did say, like, specifically with the Harvest is kind of hard. With the Regulus is less hard, is the thing. Yeah, let's reset the mission here. And here, let's take in that harvest. I'm gonna actually already pop at this drone and yeah, hold a different weapon to get our Dodge City shot charging up. Especially if we can land that Dodge City shot, it will make it a little bit easier. Although here in missions, actually, we don't have that many elites. This will be mostly reds and purples. We might see an unheavy, and of course, yeah, I did actually miss my shot there because of course I do. From now on, though, we don't per se, yeah, we don't need to headshot. That is the strength of the harvest, but also we don't get that room clear that we had a second ago. That guy will eat up our headshots, determined there, but that's kind of fine. He was a red, he was gonna die to one shot anyway. One thing to sometimes do, especially if we get like a purple one or something, I might pop his helmet and then shoot a red and then shoot that purple LMG guy. Let's push into here. I'm gonna try to keep my drone with me here. I'm gonna go send it forward. We do still have Headhunter, yes, and that, for instance, would be likely just outside of the range of a Hunter's Fury, but there it still was, you know, we don't have a range here per se. We still want to be within 20 meters or 25 at most, but we don't need to have that Hunter's Fury mark up at all times. The downside of it though is as well, that Hunter's Fury mark does show where enemies are, especially for instance when they're spawning in here. It does show where they are, and especially with the height of it, if you pay attention to it, you will notice that, for instance, heavies have a much higher mark on them. So if you see 3 marks and one of them is a little bit higher, you know the heavy is coming here. So there are actually tricks like that with, for instance, Hunter's Fury. I'm gonna wait for my drone to be with me. Let's get that reload in. I should actually be charging up my Dodge City here a little bit. With the Dodge City even a little bit charged up, I can also start on a purple, which actually makes a difference as well. Here again, a red one. I'll take them out alongside of it. Oh yeah, once we have the tournament going again, I shouldn't actually... I still kind of am aiming for the heads. I should just take the quickest shot I can, body or not. Missing doesn't matter. Outside of the Dodge City, it doesn't per se matter if we miss or not. All of these ladies won't have helmets. This always spawns grenadiers and rocket launcher ladies. That heavy is the only real danger here. It did eat my shot, but it went into his helmet. I was actually trying to not hit him, but we'll follow that up and finish him up. And yeah, the tournament definitely, as an easy thing, is much faster. But the Regulus being able to clear out entire waves in its way can be faster. So there's a reason also why the Regulus gets used as much as it does in speedrunning. Let's actually see this one a little bit more in action, but then just in activities. Yeah. Let's go take a, because I want to take Firewall. Oh yeah, let me catch up here. Build for the manager. Depends. The thing with the manager mission is it's especially easier in a group setting. So if you're trying to do it solo, PFE, protection from elite build, can kind of help. The striker PFE has become kind of the go-to for master missions in general if you want to solo them. I'll link to the recommended build list. In there's a section of protection from elite PFE. If you look in there, the striker one is likely your best bet overall. The thing is though, yeah, especially that mission, the boss fight is so much easier in a group setting because you just give the sniper multiple targets instead of just having to... no worries, man. I feel free to bring those things up. Because sometimes it can be done better as well, yeah. Enter DH or chain killing momentum and the harvest. Oh, yeah. I know we've been covering in this as well. We've gone over some of the Hunter's Fury ones already, and then, yeah, we're going to even go back to Hunter's Fury in a sec.
Nice to see you, Agent.
But here we're taking the high-end forest spin. Go. Oh yeah. Firewall. Let's just take it away. Let's take Striker Shield. Oh, yeah. It's like this. Wait, then have the right? Yeah. So I already know some of the skill tests mentioned you have max as well as the max range mods for the hive. I don't know. Basically. I would assume that some of the New York ones might be able to be done. Outside of that, not really. The thing is also like it's still even rare with that, because even if you craft a ton of them, it still might not hit max in the same way that, you know, you might not get a god roll if you just keep crafting some brand or something. And here we'll take it with Firewall instead. And we'll take a different skill here in the Firewall's Striker Ballistic Shield. This one has a damage bonus attached to it. And that can actually be very useful to kind of get yourself a step up. Now, of course, here we're on a full red, and that is a Crusader Shield. It doesn't have a lot, but it can still be useful. One thing as well that can be really handy about Firewall is I'm gonna actually get hit, and yeah, those enemies, that enemy being on fire, that's from that. And then also the health actually that I'm getting back here is from that as well. And I am actually capping out a little bit higher than would be customary here, just because I am using that shield. And quite often, if you're playing aggressively, you can make that shield work. I would say it is a little bit easier with the Disorient of Hunter's Fury, but as we saw there, we can get that in range pretty effectively. It can be a difference maker it is basically an 11% on top if you have the mods for it. God damn it, I shouldn't have gone into an extra fight there. Because also, yeah, I lost my health gate. I was hoping my health gate would have been back by then, but yeah, it's fine. Yeah, no extra fights because I keep getting myself flanked. Yeah, so that's actually... yeah. And here, let's take that high and actually just through some activities. We'll take it in the same layout with that harvest. I'm going to show the power of Determined a little bit more. Here, again, I'm going to charge up a little bit on the Dutch City, not all the way. We've taken another specialization here as well. We're taking Firewall. Firewall, especially for the Striker Shield. It has some other benefits as well. For instance, when we armor break, it will set the nearbyest enemy on fire. That can actually be a lifesaver quite often. And even the health on kill can be beneficial, especially for instance in this season where we have things like, yeah, we have no regen, so we're actually most of the time going to be in my health. So actually recovering a little bit of that here and there can be very handy. We don't have Hunter's Fury, for instance, here. For this kind of stuff can be very beneficial because what it can do is actually, of course, keep these enemies disoriented. They will be all close enough to each other to be hit by that disorient. But we'll take a territory control here. We're gonna run directly into a public execution downstairs as well and get that in alongside of it. I have a decoy there. Decoy can also be a very useful tool. And actually taking this combo is one that I do quite often take because I'll choose if I want the decoy or if I want the shield for more damage. Here, I don't per se need the damage. I'm gonna just do that instead. And I have enough on the second shot here, especially with Vigilance up, as long as I do have Vigilance up, and being in optimal range. The second shot can be an elite right away. That is actually one of the benefits to having Vigilance there. I'm gonna use that firewall med pack as well, armor pack, and that of course by itself is also really strong because that actually over heals and continuously heals, so I can take some hits going in. And yeah, here with Determined on top, we just make quick work. Anybody that pops up, it's just whack-a-mole. God damn it. I lose sight of the... I'm getting tired and getting frustrated by playing poorly. I'm also being way too aggressive. Should just take a revive hive and just... You turn off Fog of War again is the actual answer, but... it's fine. That was a good line as well. That would have been a good line to go through. Because it is now becoming kind of becoming cherry picked, which is what I'm not wanting, but fuck it. Or max full 2 years ago. Oh yeah, but even then it wouldn't craft max on everything. But yeah, also back then the thing is also I didn't craft that, so I know more from just normal crafting for some of the smart mods and stuff, because that's the ones I crafted for. I did not craft anything while the crafting bug was on. Yeah. And now let's just take this against some activities just to show that and kind of the power of it. Here we've taken Firewall instead. Firewall has a bunch of benefits here. Its med pack is really good. It also gives us access to this shield for some extra upfront damage. That can be actually the difference maker, especially if you don't have grading. If you can get your first shot to be with that, to benefit from that. I'm going to use my decoy instead here. I'm going to really walk in that headshot there because it was a Dodge City shot, and I really wanted that to connect. I'm going to pop this heavy, and actually I left that red on the right there on purpose. He is my build-up to build up against the next wave coming out here. And yeah, with Determined, especially once we kind of get the hang of it going, it is really easy to make that work. Here as well, my second shot, even without the Dodge City, if I kill an enemy first, my second shot can be an elite with the layout as it is. I'm gonna grab this Outcast bounty, but we're not gonna do it. We'll just save it for some bounty cheesing somewhere in the future, as I have a pretty large contingent of them saved up. Let's go do this propaganda as well real quick. And the speed that this kind of build can work at is really nice, of course. The med pack of this can also be very handy, especially if you're expecting to take some damage. One of the things is that, yeah, we can, for instance, take that. I'm not gonna take but yeah, we can take some damage, and of course, yeah, still be at full armor by the end of it, because that med pack continues to heal over time, that armor pack. And using the shield can actually be the difference maker, especially if you lose, for instance, vigilance and stuff, for the second shot to still be able to kill an elite. But on the other hand, the bulwark is really nice as well, of course. And yeah, it is too situational, I feel, to, for instance, run this consistently. In seasons, though, that we don't have, for instance, cool skills, I would maybe sometimes run this, as especially when you can get set up for it, it can make a little bit of a difference. Especially alongside of running the Memento, for instance, where, yeah, on the second shot we can't take an elite normally, but if we have the Memento and we have this where we have that and we have the shield up and actually the enemy within range of it, we do have actually enough, just barely to, on the second shot, down an elite with a graded weapon. So yeah, there is definitely reasons to consider specializations, and even yeah, as we said a little bit ago, even for instance gunner, just for the armor on kill, for the season where we don't have ourselves where we have as I'm trying to kind of find if that was just the last enemy or if that was something else. Where we have no regen, and no regen, of course, yeah. The being always without armor is a little bit much. There as well, we took out an elite patrol on top. One thing you can use as well, actually the specialization weapon. Same, for instance, actually with sharpshooter, of course, where the TAC 50 can be a great opener. And with that, you can store an amount and then pop that out with, for instance, afterwards, a Dodge City shot. Overall, the high end is well worth considering, especially if you remember to use that Dodge City shot quite consistently. I find myself often forgetting about it, and I find myself actually often as well, especially for seasons like this, really considering the Memento a little bit more. And that leans a little bit more towards the Hunter's Fury. Let's go back to that for one final build where we'll take the Hunter's Fury, but then with Memento. Yeah. My voice giving out at the end was kind of shitty, man. That's fine though. So how long is that part together, all together? Because it says like the most segments because there's a lot of activitying. 13 minutes. Okay. So we are at a total of 122. Okay, nice. Yeah, let's go get the Hunter's Fury with Memento.
Glad to see you, Agent. Thanks for the deal.
Let me catch up here. I missed anything else. Yeah, let me take actually a bio break here. Also allow some stuff to spawn in. Let's get the graded weapons. F and Floy. I really need to figure out a way to murder flies consistently. Especially ones that are like super quick like this one. Yeah, let me take a quick bio and I'll be right back, and then we'll go and record basically the last build and then also the outro, and then it's done. I'll be right back as I try to find my BRB. There we go. As stated way earlier, needed that. Yeah, let's go back here. Somebody social distancing mister. Yeah, so do and do with this one. I was thinking doing parts of let's actually go charge up the memento a little bit. And then we'll move this side. Oh, actually, yeah. Let's see if this wants to work. Also important. Oh, also, did I... Yeah, ignition of it, yeah. Okay, yeah, it doesn't want to turn on Bistolero, but that's fine. Considering the retaliation, actually. Thing is, with a Regulus, it's gonna suck. And I don't want to harvest even more than I've done already. Also, kill squads will suck. And this is way more in the terrain of the 1886 or something. Let's charge up the memento a little bit first, and then we'll decide. This will give me a few charges. Why did I go for purple? Because I'm not awake, turns out.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I see you. Another bitch.
Incoming hostiles detected.
They're wounded. What the hell now? Shit.
Yeah, my aim's really good. It's fine, we just need one last thing then. And this is the easiest one, because the memento one is at least survivable. I don't think this whole build is likely not great for because yeah, I'm gonna lose my stack on the first named, like, and then I have to like work through the rest.
Your time is over. Be ready for
You will suffer.
That's why I'm kind of, yeah, It's kind of considering doing a retaliation, but actually, like, the more I think about it, the less good. Like, I don't like this style of build against control points at all, really. Don't want to run away? Like, no, at least without modifier. Like, yeah, my likely with Zealot or something, it's fine. But I'm, of course, not running with modifier or global event. Or global events. Let's charge up this memento before we really consider anything. I just do a immersion. And then either DCD or federal, maybe. I also wouldn't mind it being daytime again, which is in a few minutes anyway, so. Because nighttime footage is always dark.
Hostile control point identified.
Not more.
Be finished.
Access key detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Nice of that guy to kill the other one.
Thought it was cover. Where to go? I'm ready for you.
Damn, a shield.
I would just try that retaliation, and if I fail, then I'll decide.
Four more show up.
Actually, no, I'm in downtown West, right?
Target near you.
Target very far away from me. Curious, actually, are these still? Yeah, Hansman ones are still there. Yeah, let's just go do that retaliation. Warm up on one more thing. Also, let's make it daytime before I go in there, just so we have, just so it's not as dark, as dork. But also, let's just drop the directives. If I'm going in there. Aim is better with the harvest. What do you mean? Overall, the Regulus is usually the easier one to get to on target. As you mean, like you can determine that, but yeah, we're not gonna do more of that. Let's just go do that. Let's warm up a little bit more, and then yeah, maybe we go without the directives into retaliation and see how that goes.
Mothers, fathers, grandparents, friends, families. All of you that were treated like animals on Roosevelt Island. I swear, the Outback will burn every last one of those responsible.
And I might try hard a little.
The true sons think we are deranged. They call us monsters. But I say there's nothing more deranged and monstrous than tearing a child from its family and leaving it to die terrified and alone. They will soon learn what it's like to feel helpless.
Just roll over. They're here.
A little too close.
Access key detected.
Kiss my.
Progress halted. Manual override required.
Let's go override Manuel.
We've all lost people we love. We've all endured suffering. But only the outcasts understand.
We've all endured propaganda.
Resumed.
How does it feel? Let's see if the bastard. Down.
We're aiming by a lot. Well, also not the worst idea with my performance so far. Well, I've had enough good shots as well. So, it's fine. Can night end?
Mandy vetoed my come for the fish taco, stay for the company slogan idea. Said people might think it's perverted or something. Whatever.
Yeah, let's go for them then. Because once day breaks here, we'll go for that retaliation. In Southwest. Against Outcast. And tomorrow we'll have the Surge thing. The expertise Surge. It's annoying I won't be around tomorrow.
No, don't, please.
But I'll be back on Saturday too. Yeah, the red one's all the way in the back. Wait, what am I stuck on?
Fuck you and your friends.
Good thing I've got thick skin.
Division's into us.
Shit. This is so fucked up.
Wait.
Incoming hostiles detected.
All the extra patrols.
Magazine. I'll give you cover. Gotcha. We won't forget. Take that. That's the thing. Destroy it.
Yeah. Stairs.
Is that the last?
Yeah, let's go into the retaliation. I'm gonna initiate it and then just start yapping. Yeah, let's be in the right scene. There. Let's see how we do. Yeah. And here to go with something different that we haven't had in showcases before because it didn't exist.
Secure the area.
We'll take it into a retaliation. Now, on the face of it, a retaliation really isn't the place for any of these type of pistol headhunters. There's too many names. There's a lot of elites and elites upon elites. but it'll still likely function well. I've taken off most directives here, just taking it, or all directives. Partially here, Fog of War could get in the way, and yeah, we don't really have a good way of making sense of where enemies are coming from otherwise. I don't want to per se deal with flame rounds and such as well, and yeah, just to keep it a little bit more contained. The thing would be with any of these retaliations, at least going up against Outcast, for instance, taking an MMR-based Headhunter would work out pretty well. You could have your second shot be an elite already. Here, the second shot, quite often, especially with the Memento variant as we're running it here, even though with a grade 30 weapon, we still need the second shot mostly to be an elite. Although, of course, here we are dealing with some extra enemies. I'm going to just take a body shot against that enemy because I see him setting up and he's going to just be annoying. So is the geometry here. But one of the things here is, even without my Memento charged up yet, as you notice there, my shield was actually not suffering at all. With Technician, as we have it here, together with having ourselves the 2 tiers from the Memento, that's actually more than enough to have a 3-tier, well, we have a 3-tier shield being healed by a 2-tier Artificer. Really trying to get that stack, man. We still fail, of course. It would have been nice to take a stack into this fight. Now, all of the enemies here will be elites, and that's, of course, not really great for us. We could have our second shot be a rusher, but I just also want my first shot really to be a rusher, and might actually even go for the weak point on a rusher just to put some area denial basically on the floor. I'm gonna rush up a little bit on this right side just to get a little bit closer. I'm still not close enough for the Hunter's Fury mark, but yeah, it'll have to do. I'm gonna pop that guy's pouch. 1 body shot and headshot should be enough for him. I'm hoping they are a little bit weakened by that. Of course, with retaliations in this game mode, when we're assaulting any of these control points, they'll have 1 standing wave. There will be no extra waves spawning, and then we'll have 3 distinct waves on the defense, each of them also with a name. So we actually have 3 names to deal with instead of 2, which is going to be problematic as well. As we saw, numbers-wise, I don't have enough really without at least modifiers on top or anything to deal with an elite or with a named outright. So elites are kind of our highest number we can reach, especially here with the Memento variant as well. Even though we're kind of half charged up on the Memento, that still won't be enough to end and name. What we could hope for is that they kind of spawn together like this, and then they can be weakened a little bit. And is this shot enough? We'll find out here. It is actually. With being weakened by that. Now the Memento, yeah, a bunch of benefits here, especially while we're in combat. Even if no regen was on, we do get a little bit of regen. Once we have it charged up, it'll be 3%. The way to see regen is that in 33 seconds with 3% regen, it's basically 100 divided by how much percent regen you have, of course. So if we have 3% regen, which we do once the Memento is fully charged up, that will mean that we basically in 33 seconds we get our entirety of our armor bar back. The second wave on retaliation, defense is basically going to spawn all of the same archetype, at least the enemies, not the named, even though the named in this case actually is also of the same archetype. But yeah, oops, all Scorchers here. And that's working out well enough for us. I'm just gonna drop that guy, but that also means that, yeah, I won't have enough for a full stack against this named. But hopefully that fire helps me out there. It does. As she waddles into it. And here definitely this isn't the home for this. But with the Memento version, I feel a lot more comfortable with this one, especially because I can stand in front of enemies quite consistently. That shield is actually doing some work. It is not a full-on tech tank or anything, although it is actually pretty close to that. And yeah, behind it, we get to put out quite a lot of damage as long as we aim well. Talking and aiming is also still, yeah, not the smartest thing to do. Maybe if you're doing it for yourself, maybe try to not be streaming starting out. But yeah, I feel that is a very specific issue for a specific person here. Let's go get our supply room. We did clear that out more than fast enough. Hopefully we'll also have a kill squad along the way so that we get enough time. But we cleared it out fast enough anyway to kind of grab this. And by grabbing the room here during, we do keep to have it be our targeted loot. If we loot it afterwards, it would be whatever the zone is. My target loot currently is set to skill mods. And yeah, if you hadn't noticed yet, they added in that you can set your target loot here. Time-wise, I am hoping for a kill squad. One thing I'm going to do here as well, we did this one with the Regulus, and we kind of saw there as well. The Regulus kind of weakening enemies, for instance, by the explosion, weakening the name so that they could be one-shot. Let's here though swap actually over to the Harvest for the second half. I'm going to go through the middle route here. So actually one of the things to watch out here for is if I, for instance, select this one, the Isaac route is actually outside of the zone. Isaac wants me to fail this, apparently, as Isaac is rogue. And of course, the kill squad spawns here. And actually, I may have wanted this one to be with the Regulus, actually. Because here, the Harvest will not carry over. But we'll just slow boat our way through it. I can actually, I'm pretty confident in staggering basically every other shot. And that means that I should have actually shotgunned this one, but it's fine. I'm going to drag him over. And yeah, we'll just slowly work through his helmet. I have a shield that I can trust, that will hold up long enough. Even if this guy hits it a few times, I'll eventually, 1 million at a time. I totally should have stayed with the Regulus there. The downside here is though that, yeah, with these skill squads are like the worst part for me is that's going to be, and that is because, especially if it's not a chill squad, from the underground faction, what that means is that they will, as they have shock rounds as well. That is very dangerous. This also likely means, nice, we have some random enemies joining this fight, but what they also provide me is actually some stacks, and we'll see if we can put that to some use. Although, yeah, no, I am very much dead because shock rounds are the worst. We're just not gonna include that. Yeah, nah. This is the worst thing to do with this build. Well, let's just go do a mission instead. Let's go charge it up for a second.
Pull back, Agent.
I wouldn't have enough time there to make it up there. No, this is the worst thing to do with this.
The area is partially secure, Agent.
Let's just go do a mission. Let's get cleaned up. Could have given me a chill squad to be nice, but yeah, no, give me an actual kill squad. Oops. That was just bad. I should have realized earlier that there's always one of those guys. I need to get that backpack off. I was just going like, I have all the time in the world to kind of deal with this. I didn't. I really didn't. I needed those shock rounds gone like instantly. Yeah, Once those shotguns were down and everybody had them, that was over. That was over like when they got their shotguns, not when I died. But actually, I might just go for some activities into a mission, maybe. Although it would be nice, it is at least daytime now, yeah. What we could go for is just, yeah, showing how I farm over here. But we need this whole area to be like having activities. That would be nice. How long have we have on the timer currently? We have 1:32. And this is the reason as well why I've set this build showcase as far back as it has, as I know all of that. I mean, it's a given. I'm going to get frustrated with headhunters. That's the reason as well why you don't see me play them as much. At least not outside of the comfort zone. Like activities, sure, fine, but I'll just run around here for a while. Get a few memento stacks so we at least aren't completely empty. Although we're doing that, we should turn off this. Let's see, I should have Pistolero wants to turn on. But so far so good. We basically have one more section to do and then outro, and then it's in the bag, and then I can forget about it. Next one is tipping skills. That'll be so much easier, as that is a build much closer to my playstyle generally. Which is not spawning stuff. Let's go to New York and back for a second and just see if it just puts down like a few activities here for me.
Safe area detected.
Fine, let's go. Just at the start, I will always put down some black desk ones. Downside though is I have 5 directives on, and black desk will have disrupt rounds, but let's just be in the world for a minute or two and just hopefully it spawns something outcasty over there.
Civilians in distress.
Gonna light them up. You're in the wrong fucking neighborhood. Gotta find a way past that shit.
Just murder me. Thank you.
System curtailed.
I mean, it's like 4 shots in a row.
0.
It's fine. And then I body shot kill
System
incidentally. Let's go intercept these guys. Should have actually spread it over 2 days, just to have like a cooldown in between. Oh, now it spawns it. Let's probably go for that one then. Because it is like way too much. At least it's spawning stuff now. Let's do at least one activity to get some memento charges, and then we'll take those memento charges into the next thing. Yeah, at least it's no Harrison.
Serious trauma detected.
Government before.
Think any of those big brains can sort this shit out?
Sure.
Going around
It's fine. She died now. You're forgetting as well, like on this Fury one, having to be back in range.
Incoming hostiles detected.
And I'm totally not stationarying before taking the shot. That's how you can tell I'm kind of on tilt, but it's fine.
There you are. You stay the fuck away. Watch out.
Can't believe this!
The action. Lighty. Yeah, you fight him. Have fun.
I'm going to find them!
Don't let them get away.
If you're wondering why these people are hostages, it's because they keep doing shit like that. And then they get captured. Yeah, let's go for this thing, and then yeah, let's just do. Any of those, like, for this, the bank would suck. Like, the boss fight would be horrendous. Keep in mind that also I'm not like trying to use too much of the other weapons if I can avoid it. But yeah, bank's boss fight is not really this. It was Federal's boss fight, but at least you have, it's not too complicated on that one. DCD would be like easy mission for this.
See that down there.
But also, nah, I don't think I'm gonna do a mission. I'm gonna, now that we have a few activities in a row, I'm just gonna roll through a few activities. And here, let's take indeed this Hunter's Fury. Actually, wait, did I do an intro for? What the fuck? Or did I accidentally delete it? I didn't even. Yeah. Let's just do that campus now. Yeah, no, this is the last part of the high-end one. Yeah, no, either that or I accidentally deleted it. It's fine. At least we got it early. So let me also clear out my inventory and just have a look empty.
Always happy to see an agent.
Let's take that. Yeah. What was my last sentence here then? It's the Hunter's Fury. Let's go back to that for one final build where we'll take the Hunter's Fury, but then with Memento. Yeah. As this one is definitely the style I like the most for this build. Taking the Memento together with Hunter's Fury and then Headhunter, of course, here. As we saw with the numbers, if we had the modifier, for instance, of this season on, I would definitely go Chain Killer, as the second shot can then, at that point, once the Memento is charged up, deal with even an elite. Here though, without any modifier or any global event or so on, we'll just take the Douglas and Harding. Why am I so stuck on calling this Dodge? Dodge and Harding. Oh, yeah. No. And that also then is saved as the best is saved for last here. At least the one I enjoy the most overall. As going Hunter's Fury together with Memento, here with the Douglas and Harding Headhunter chest. As we discussed earlier with the numbers, taking the Chain Killer actually works well with the seasonal modifier if we had that turned on. We have that off for the entirety of this build showcase, of course, as those will differ per season, and I want these to be basically always always up to date without it being just tied to a season. But with the seasonal modifier, with the Chain Killer, once the Memento is charged up with a Grade 30 pistol and everything maxed out, we would actually be able to shoot an elite as our second shot. Here though, without that, it doesn't really make too big of a difference. Here I do have a DNH chest. I'm going to go with that. And then for the rest of it, we have done this Fury. We do have Technician again, and then together with Memento, we have a 3-tier shield being healed by 2-tier Artificer. Once that Memento is charged up, actually this shield is pretty strong. That's what I enjoy the most about this version. We really do have a shield that we can hide behind pretty consistently. We do need to get in range again for the Hunter's Fury, but when we do, we hit pretty hard. Let's go take this around and actually just farm up some activities and just discuss some of the final things I do want to discuss. Let's take that. I'm definitely starting to feel mentally a little drained, but that's fine.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Actually, let's look from here. As again, one of the things that I enjoy doing the most with this is actually just using it for activities. Using it for missions and such, there are, I feel, even if you want to go Headhunter better builds, especially for instance, the ability to have being able to deal with a room full of names elites with, for instance, something more towards an 1886, but against activities where we won't face any names. I enjoy this quite a bit. So here, especially for going around, and now I have again 4 directives on because of course the 5th one doesn't want to turn on. I'm gonna pop that guy. I'm gonna use this guy as my second stack, and as you can see, I'm taking quite a bit of hits on my shield. But now with the shields being 3-tier, we don't really have the Artificer really on full power yet, nor the shield actually fully charged up through the Memento, but will do so. And especially going around and just getting some of these activities done. And of course, this overall, this or going after some of the control points is really some of the faster ways to level. If you're doing so for global events, or for to get, for instance, stars for global events, or, you know, just to level up for one of the 3 times or 5 times or such, yeah, these are definitely picks. The thing to remember as well is that for the time being, the Harvest is available. The Regulus, of course, is always available, but the Harvest is just situationally, seasonally available. And maybe going and getting one of those in anticipation of making one of these, or just to make one of these, can be well worth it. There, the Hunter's Fury buff showing me where that enemy was. Here, one of the downsides, especially if they spawn downstairs, they have a habit of going all over the place and making us, of course, take a lot more time. But yeah, let's bring explosions to his back of the head. Especially practicing aim with this is one of the great purposes of it as well. I always feel if I run this kind of build for a few days, my aim is much better by the end of it than it is at the very start. And here actually I'll show kind of my way of going around and farming up, especially some bounties and such for bounty cheesing, for instance, as yeah, multiple characters set up for doing that over there. Was as a small trick here as well is actually I'll pop a bounty in a different zone, and by doing that we have a 15-minute timer on that, and any bounty I pick up now won't actually spawn into the zone, because if it spawns into the zone and if there is an activity here, for instance, and that bounty went next to it, it would actually despawn it. And of course here we have several activities in short distance of each other. That's one thing that I also quickly want to discuss is actually the zoom level differences between these two pistols that we've been discussing. If we take the shield here, for instance, with the Regulus, if you pay attention to the left actually and how far it is zoomed in, my head, or my character's head, and just halfway across the shield is basically where the FOV is. This is a little bit more zoomed in than if we swap this to a Harvest. Let's take that here. When I zoom in here now, you can see that actually the FOV is much wider, so we're zoomed in less than with the Regulus. Alongside of that, of course, with the Regulus, we do have a reticule and we have a center dot, and that center dot makes quite a bit of difference. It is actually much easier to find your target with that center dot. But it is actually very important to understand that, yeah, they don't have the same zoom either, nor do they have the same handling-wise the characteristics of when you come to a stop and then aim. With the Regulus, it actually becomes accurate much more quickly than it does with the Harvest, making it much more so that you can kind of snapshot, that you can have a little bit of movement without it going out of the way there. Especially here on the high end where we don't have the same handling levels as we do when we are using the high-end version, with the Hunter's Fury version, I should say. We did get our 2 reds. We came in a little bit too late here to save both hostages. We won't get a bounty out of this one, but that's kind of fine. I'm gonna try to, yeah, indeed, bait the melee if we can. Now that the Memento is somewhat charged up, that shield feels a lot stronger, and we can actually just use that shield to tank with, especially if we are running it here with Technician and Artificer. All of those make quite a bit of difference. And yeah, again, very much I'm kind of paying attention now extra to just standing still and firing again, as yeah, the last few I've kind of been trying to go a little bit too fast, running around a little bit too much, and very much noticing that because of that my aim has gotten worse. Just coming to a stop and then aiming makes quite a bit of difference. Then as well, actually paying attention to what your DPI is set to, and your sensitivity matters quite a bit. And playing around with those kind of things is things that people that kind of, you know, play around with their aim and train their aim a little bit will know. But if you didn't know, for instance, in my case, I'm setting, I have a toggle where I can change how much my sensitivity changes on my mouse, where this is now basically a full wrist movement, and on the higher sensitivity I can go basically 270 degrees and then basically 90 or 180 on the lower setting. That can actually make quite a difference. So actually I'm going to toggle that, although consistency matters for that as well. So it will take a little bit of a while to get used to a different sensitivity, but once you do, especially somewhat lower sensitivities can help quite a lot with it. And that is definitely something to play around with. As you try to improve your aim, there are actually as well programs, external programs and such. But even within the vision, actually, going around and those target practices that most of us basically never do, they're not terrible. If you try your best and try to max out how quickly you do them, basically, they can actually be decent ways of practicing aim. We do have an extra patrol here. That LMG guy is very annoying, especially as I don't know when this wave is gonna spawn. And who did we... Where are you even? Across the map. Okay, that's fine. We'll lower my stack a little bit because I shot him that far out. That means that, yeah, that I didn't hit him with my Hunter's Fury markup. And okay, it was this heavy all this time. Sir, could you stick around? No? Okay. He's very focused on just being upstairs here. And that's very annoying for me because I think no, I did, but I body shotted him there, so that didn't work out for me. So now we have to slowly work our way through this guy, and yeah, it's very frustrating. The reason is any enemy that spawns up there, really their AI kind of breaks as they try to waypoint to that position over and over again, and yeah, they kind of fail constantly. Take my time, aim that up. Sometimes it's well worth, especially for instance with those rushers, to just take your time and just really make it land. If I just try to panic fire towards it, which I quite often do, if I miss, I'm at the very least going to lose my shield, most likely, as they'll hit my shield and blow that up to smithereens. And I'm going to pick up this bounty, and again, by having one bounty here already active, picking this one up won't spawn it in here, and that's actually a very handy thing here, as I quite often farm this zone quite a bit, and most of the time I'm going around and just grabbing bounties and just trying to maximize how many bounties I get and such, as we'll use those as well alongside when, for instance, this weekend, likely with Golden Bullet active, I'll likely use some bounty cheesing to get some stars through getting some levels. Person here, and I've had him a few times here. Yeah, he does a Gandalf here, and you shall not pass. Yeah. I don't want to per se run through his fire, and there, especially through there, through that narrow pass. He 300s us. But yeah, we'll just get past them, as we don't per se care about these mini war hands. We have murdered enough of them. Let's go for this territory control over here, and then the public a little bit south. And that's quite often the thing that I most use these kind of builds for, is just farming, preferably with 5 directives. Again, we're on 4 because, yeah, I wish they would fix the broken directive. Last season we had it also for quite a while, and they then did fix it, but that fix apparently did not stick. Learning enemy animations is also very useful. So for instance, learning that, you know, how enemies jump over fences and such. Over time, that can be very useful, especially disorient as well, because when we disorient enemies through this Fury, it can be quite hard to hit them, but they are very predictable once you kind of understand what's happening. Here we'll have Hunter's Fury's range kind of come a little bit into play. As I kind of shut up to make that shot work. As I missed a bunch of shots there. But then Regulus actually, yeah, clearing out several enemies there as we make an explosion happen.
Agent, hostiles are moving into downtown east.
Of course, we get a retaliation as we've agitated an enemy enough to to want to come after us. We're gonna run south here real quick and get this public execution. That'll likely end our line here. But here, especially with the Memento, this being our first one with the Memento lines up really well with this build as well. Mostly I do run it solo. As you may have noticed, we haven't had really any group section in this, and that's not by mistake. I very much, to me, this is a build or a style of build that I'm mostly gonna use solo. Now, of course, yeah, you can definitely use this in a group setting. You can definitely do really well with it as well in a group setting. But I generally would not grab this in a group setting. One of the things is, as well as in, for instance, random groups, this will eat up a lot of the kills. And because of that, you're kind of, yeah, you're just being, you know, it feels a little selfish. Even, you know, if that's maybe not the case, it feels a little selfish. Here we're scattering enemies around again. I left this one on, the idea with that one was to try to get them low and then, you know, leave them as my second shot, but it didn't come to pass as that other heavy kind of got in my way. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that that's where that's where that one went. And seeing as they spawn on the exact opposite corner of things, this will be a long run back.
Additional hostile contacts.
But I do want to get in range here before I actually take a shot. That group will be kind of together. But I want to be within Hunter's Fury range before I take any shots here. He's gonna die to his fire.
Serious trauma.
I'm gonna quick heal here. As yeah, especially, of course, special ammo can get in the way quite a bit. This being likely the last enemy, I'm just gonna body shot him. With the last enemy, we can quite often do that because there's no other activity I'm gonna reach here anyway in 30 seconds. And might as well make it quick then. But yeah, overall, this setup is the one I enjoy the most, especially because we do have a somewhat stronger shield. Taking some of the modifiers or global events on top of this makes it really strong. And of course, when doing activities here, I'm going out of my way to kind of use the Regulus. Using the Harvest with Determined there can make it super fast, especially against outcasts like we have here. But there's a satisfaction to just actually popping heads that I quite enjoy about the Regulus. And the Regulus handling and such, and its zoom being quite a bit better, and its reticule also being a little bit better, makes that actually quite possible. And then also, just getting good at this is a skill that will transfer into a lot of other places. There is really a good reason to practice your aim with builds like this. Okay. At 33456 there is my level. Okay, that one was a little long, but there was also a lot of stuff in there. Oh, so the total is 149. Sounds about right. Let's take those off. do we use for the outro? Maybe we just use the White House area. All the bonuses. Yeah, let's give this an outro. Then we get to go around and actually play a little bit. Yeah, let's maybe see if we have a good angle here or something. Or find a good angle here. That's the in-game time, okay. Because maybe we'll have sunset in a little bit. That kind of works. Yeah, so we need to add that, and then yeah. Let's go. Yeah. And all that brings us to the conclusion of this build showcase. As going into the pistol headhunters, it was, of course, yeah, basically two different weapons in this case, and then also two completely different styles of build that overlap quite a bit. The high-end and the Hunter's Fury here, making this closer to a masterclass, and also, because of that, a little bit longer, of course, as we had a lot to ramble about. Both of them are well worth using, both the weapons, both the styles of builds in Hunter's Fury or high-end, and in the Regulus or the Harvest. I enjoyed them quite a lot, especially the Hunter's Fury here with Memento, and I enjoy the high-end, especially with the Dodge City Holster. But as we saw, we can kind of mix and match between them anyway, as we can move a Dodge City into a Hunter's Fury version, or even, as we didn't see here, but does work out well, move a Memento into that high-end as we saw as well. And of course, the Regulus and the Harvest are always kind of mixed together. Generally, if you're running these kind of builds, you would want to have both. Now, getting the Regulus by itself can actually be somewhat of a more difficult thing, at least in the eyes of some people, but definitely if you are interested in getting one, there are people more than willing to help you out, as there are a lot of communities around, and if you're interested in some, feel free to ask in the comments and around on Discords especially as well, as people will likely link you through to several communities that do actually help people get through Iron Horse or Dark Hours or incursions and such. And with those communities, you basically, quite often, the way that it's set up is that you kind of let it be known, usually by signing up at a certain event or such, and then just joining them for an Iron Horse run. For the Regulus, you would need 3 in total, although you can get those in 2 weeks. You would still also, at any case, need it to be over the span of 2 weeks, as it is tied to a project of its own. It is well worth getting a Regulus, and yeah, definitely doable for anybody that actually wants to. It isn't too hard of a thing, especially nowadays. For the Harvest, of course, it is available currently, as when this video goes up, from the Mini Warhounds, and it is a seasonal item, so it comes around once in a while. It isn't always available, but yeah, get it when you can. especially just getting a DTOC one where you can free talent it is well worth getting when it is available. And getting some of these builds, Pistol Headhunter, together is actually very handy. They are very useful for especially 5 directives. They can basically deal with any set of 5 directives. You would just lay out the skills and maybe some of the choices differently. But overall, I would definitely recommend these, and that's also why they have been one of the first few builds in the recommended build list, was basically red builds, Pistol Headhunters, and some tech tanks, actually. As, yeah, they are very useful, and especially for activities, a very strong pick. If you did enjoy this video, please do any and all algorithm things down below. It does help out, as yeah, some of these do take quite a bit of work to get together. And for future videos, we're actually going to go into that second video about stats, and also we're going to do a video on retaliation. I do also want to make a video about basically all of the gear sets as we go through them and kind of explain builds that you can make with them and kind of what they're used for. That'll likely come up in a little bit. We're also going, of course, towards the climax of the season, and I'm kind of looking forward to that, and we might see some content around that as well. So yeah, I hope you join me for those. For now, if you did fuck. Actually, I'm becoming super rambly. Wait, I went double there on the thing there, but also I completely, I'm forgetting something. What am I forgetting? But also that was super rambly. Let's not use that. I definitely want a second take. So also just name a few by name. So yeah, let's just do Toasty, GC, maybe Tickle, and Huge. Because I was also thinking there, do I name some by name? Because, you know, maybe people are watching this in a year and they, like, maybe those people aren't around or something. But yeah, let's name someone and you, like, also say, yeah. Yeah. Take 2. And then also not double back twice there. Also, I did it in kind of the wrong order of things, which kind of threw me off. Yeah, take 2. And that brings us to the end of this pretty long build showcase, as it was closer to a masterclass, honestly, as we went over 2 distinct builds in the Hunter's Fury variant and in the high-end variant, and of course also 2 different weapons. Now, in the case of the Regulus and the Harvest, both are well worth having by themselves anyway. They get used in some other builds as well, but the Pistol Headhunters is really where they shine. For the Regulus, yeah, definitely worth doing the Iron Horse for it. And if you are interested, even somewhat into getting that done, there's plenty of places that can help you get there as well. As places like Toasty or GC Rock or Little Huge or DJ Tickle's community, it's just to name a few that are active. For instance, when this video goes up, and maybe in the future as well, if you ask around on any of Discords and such, you'll likely get a few responses as to places where they do community runs, as they're quite often called, where you can sign up and basically they'll take you along, and they are all set up just to help people get things like the Regulus and the raid exclusives, as much as they are, where they aren't anymore, of course. Things like the Ravenous or the Eagle Bearer, or for instance even with the Incursions, or even Legendary with Bighorn. And they can help you get those pretty easily. You don't even really need to do much. You don't really need to understand much. You just have to not per se be a dick, and they'll help you get it. In the case of the Regulus, it is through a project with Iron Horse, so you're guaranteed as well to get it after 3 runs spread over multiple weeks. At least it has to be 2 weeks, if nothing else, as you do have the option of, on the first week, doing 2 runs on an alt on a second one. But you will need to do 3 runs in total, and there are plenty of places that can help you achieve that goal. Getting the harvest, while it is available currently, is well worth doing so, as it is a seasonal item. It isn't always around. Likely, the mini warhounds are the Halloween event here. Likely in the future, we'll see it again from the seasonal hoarder, likely around Christmas time. It'll be his turn again. And yeah, it is well worth getting one, especially one with damage to targets out of cover as a second stat, just to keep around. As, yeah, if you can free talent it, you can also play around with talents. Here, though, of course, we kind of used it with Determined. As I feel, if you're going for a damage talent, I feel the damage talent of the Regulus, especially with its kind of wave clear option, is really too strong to ignore. But overall, all of these Headhunter, pistol Headhunters are well worth having. These were also one of the earliest additions to the recommended build list, as it basically started as red builds, some of the tech tanks, and a few of these pistol Headhunters. As these are really good for doing activities with 5 directives, going around and farming, especially things like Outcast and getting their bounties and doing those as well, but then likely the bounties with a different build. But farming them up, this is one of my go-tos there, either with the Harvest or with the Regulus, especially this Memento variant where we have that extra strong shield. But as we kind of discussed, you can kind of go in multiple ways with all of these. You either take a Memento or a Vigilance backpack or the Dodge City. Each of them has their pros and cons, not so much cons per each, but basically each of them excludes the other. So you have to pick some. And in my case, I really do like the Memento, as that somewhat stronger shield really makes it so that, you know, I feel kind of tech tanky, as yeah, this shield with a decent amount of health really helps it to be easier to get in close range and get those shots going. Now, overall, I would definitely recommend these. That's also why they are in the recommended list, and they are also pretty easy to put together, with the Hunter's Fury one especially being very easy, as yeah, you just need some pieces to get going with weapon damage on there, and you can put headshot alongside of it. As you see here, one of the things I do have, and as a small tip for that, is I do have several pieces where I can blue core them if I need to, where the headshot is a stat that I already got on it, and optimize that up. And this is especially handy for when Reanimated comes around, as of course then we can have a few more blue cores and have it even be easier of a time. As our damage goes up, we don't need that amount of damage. We can just run this pretty easily with a few blue cores on top. But overall, yeah, definitely recommended builds, and a build showcase that was long coming. I was mostly, and actually as kind of happened with recording this, afraid of, yeah, kind of sucking. I kind of did a little bit. The people watching this live on stream, yeah, definitely saw some of that. But here, of course, we're editing it down to some of the better parts. But overall, as well, it is actually one of those builds where it is dependent on skill quite a lot. You need the toolbox for this build, and aim is one of the important parts of it. And honestly, there is no way that, you know, I can give that to you in some way. We will likely do an aim toolbox in the future, but by itself, it's just a lot of practice. Any person that really gets good at any of these builds, if you've seen some of the great players that run some of these builds, they didn't get there on their first day. They definitely practiced quite a lot. And it can be a little bit, you know, discouraging when you start out, that you'll feel that you're missing a lot of shots and such. Just know that that's the case for everybody. Everybody started, you know, sucking, and eventually we just turned into vacuums and became useful. Now, in the case of this build, there is a high skill ceiling, especially with the Regulus, but especially with the Harvest, the skill ceiling is extremely low, and you can mess around with that. I would recommend, though, eventually kind of upgrading to the Regulus at the very least, and really trying to get those headshots in and improving your aim, as that will even carry over into other builds. For future videos, we are going to go into continuing that stats explained video, as we still have the blues and the yellows to do. So that'll be coming up in a little bit. Together with that, also the retaliation only tips. The next build showcase, which will be likely in a few months, will be actually on tipping skills, as of course that got added with this season. Definitely also a gear set worth running. We will cover it, and of course, likely more so towards the end of the season. And at that point as well, I'll be very confident that I've, done everything with that build and can be very confident in how I speak about it instead of making one right at the start of the season. So yeah, I hope you join me for those. If you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out. So I'll do that a little bit of shilling here. I hope to catch you in the future. And as always, have a good night. There we go. Again, rambly, but it is what it is. It was what it was. Yeah. My brain is fried. My fried is brained. I didn't actually even go to I'll edit that in actually. I'll likely fade over across. Actually no, I can't because my face is on it. Yeah, it's fine. Although how long was that? As well to get it is well and small tip for good race as season and with the it's just 7 minutes. Well, I'll be very also I you know what, fuck it. Let's try to get a shorter one. I kind of got super, my brain is kind of gone from the aim and everything as well. Let me get over here for a second and then let's do a third take. And also I actually need to go to a final shot because I completely totally forgot. Actually, detox better. Detox is better by a lot. Yeah. Season. Yeah, the director is being sometimes annoying. Yeah, although our turn is at least like not the hardest one to deal with. Quite often you end up with more med packs than with that. But yeah, you start without any, which is annoying. Yeah, let's make that a lot less rambly. Also, I started with talking, yeah. Let's just redo that. Yeah. And with that, we come to the conclusion of this. Let's try again. And with that, we come to the conclusion of this long build overview. What? And with that, we come to the conclusion of this long and wait. And with that, we come to the conclusion of this long and long-awaited build showcase. It turned out into a little bit more into almost an build masterclass. As yeah, we did go over multiple styles of builds, and then also together with that, of course, kind of two distinct builds by themselves, the Hunter's Fury variants and the high-end variants, together with the two pistols that gets used for this the most. Both of the variants in the high-end and in the Hunter's Fury are well worth considering. And yeah, definitely there is no better amongst them. Each of them has its pros and cons, and especially aligning them with the directives available for that season, that really makes a difference. With a season like this, where we have things like with no regen on, yeah, having a memento in there really makes a difference. But for instance, the Hunter's Fury's armor on kill that we get also actually makes a difference. And because of that, it is going to be situational. Also, the Hunter's Fury will need to be a little bit closer to the enemy, where, for instance, the high-end gets to be a little bit further away and still be mostly at full damage. And but that comes at the cost of all of the benefits of Hunter's Fury in that disorient, in that stacking buff that it has. And even, for instance, its mark showing enemies and where they exactly are. As if you have two enemies behind the car, but you only thought there was one, with Hunter's Fury, you definitely will know that there are two there when you get close enough. And all of those make it quite a difference. It is well worth making both. The Hunter's Fury one is definitely easier to put together with the high-end pieces, of course requiring one extra stat on top. As a small tip as well here, if you are going for the Hunter's Fury version, it can be very nice if you're making it just to go out and farm some pieces with Headshot, especially if you have the resources to optimize quite a bit, as then you can recore the core, and this can be useful especially for Reanimated. Then, as far as the weapons go, the Harvest, of course, is only a seasonal item. If you don't have either Regulus or the Harvest available to you, going for a 686 is your next likely best bet. The Harvest is generally around with any of the seasonal events. Currently, at the time of this video, releasing, it is of course available from the mini war hands. In the future, it'll likely be again on the Hoarder when Christmas comes around, for instance, the holiday season comes around. But it isn't always available, and because of that, it is well worth getting a Detox one, a Damage Stars out of cover one that you can re-talent freely, as you do want to play around with the talent here and there. Today, we mostly showed this with Determined, as that's kind of the go-to for it. But you definitely can play around with the talent here and get decent results. And then, of course, for the Regulus itself, it is from Iron Horse. You will need to do Iron Horse 3 times, and also at least over a span of 2 weeks. For most players, actually over the span of 3 weeks, unless you have an alternate character to help you out with that. But it is actually very doable. If you are interested in getting this done, there are a lot of places that can help you achieve that goal. So there are a lot of community places where, for instance, several streamers, co-streamers, for instance, Toasty or Lil Huge or GC Rock or DJ Tickle, have communities or themselves helping people reach the completion of the raids and incursions and even legendaries and such. And you basically sign up and they'll help you along. As long as you're basically not a complete abject asshole, you'll likely get to the end of it. You don't need to be the greatest player. You're with some of the greatest players and they'll help you get through it very easily. They can basically carry a person that isn't even there. So in those cases, yeah, you can kind of sign up for those and just go and get it done. It isn't actually per se too hard. You don't even need to, for instance, communicate too much. You just need to sign up, be there on time, and yeah, run with these people and kind of just listen to what, you know, they need you to do, which is very little. Usually it's just basically, hey, just watch this one door and kill whatever enemy comes out of it. And that shouldn't be too hard for anybody. Now, overall, the Regulus is well worth getting because to me, it is definitely a step up from the Harvest. The Harvest, though, with Determined is very quick, and especially in Reanimated, yeah, I can make very quick work of activities. The Regulus does require you to hit heads, but when it does, it has a different effect on target than the Harvest, with especially those explosions cleaning out the place. But overall as well, just having actually going for that skill of getting headshots in consistently is well worth it, as yeah, that makes quite a difference and makes it enjoyable, but it's also a skill that you're cultivating, because more than anything that this build needs is aim. Now in the future we'll likely do an aim toolbox, but aim is one of those skills that is the least transferable, I feel. It is one of those where you just need to take the time and just play and just make sure that you get your time in on it, and eventually you'll get better, hopefully. And yeah, it is definitely doable, as most of the people, it can be very disparaging when you start out and you're not landing enough headshots to really make it work and go like, oh, I'll just go back to whatever I was doing before. But if you stick to it, I promise that you will get better. In my case as well, for instance, for the last few days, I've played around with running Headhunter, and yeah, actually, as we recorded this build showcase live on stream, as we always do, a lot got cut out, I will say, on this one. As yeah, I'm not the best Headhunter, but also I don't need to be. But then also I was talking along of it, and yeah, that definitely gets in the way a little bit. So I'll use that as an excuse. But also, even if you don't perform at the top levels with this, it is still actually much quicker, even with a few deaths, than some of the other ways, especially if you're going for that 5 directives. And that's always the strength of these, of course. The 5 directives that we can take with this is basically every season you can take any of the 5 directives. And yeah, so yeah, thank you for joining me on this build showcase. For future videos, we're going to continue into that stats explained, as we still have blue and yellow stats to cover. We will also go into a retaliation only tips, and also actually a video going over gear sets, as I want to basically cover all the gear sets and kind of what you can do with them. And even a video maybe on, for instance, rating them and maybe giving them some tiering. For the next build showcase, we'll go into tipping skills, as that's definitely on the menu, having been added with the start of this season. I definitely wanted to spend some time with it. That's also why usually those kind of build showcases come at the end of a season. So I hope you joined me for those. If you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below, as it does always help out. So do that little bit of shilling here. And as always, have a good night. I don't think that was per se shorter, but I feel better about that one. That wasn't shorter, but it's fine. There was a lot of information still needed to be conveyed there. Oh, 157. Okay, so that one, with like a few minutes here and there, 150. That sounds about right for that. Yeah, let's stick it back there. Oh, yeah, let's never run Headhunters ever again. Fuck all Headhunters forever. No. Let's put these back. Let's actually go and do some of the things from the let's go do some of the things of this. What do we actually have here? I wouldn't mind getting some of the challenges in. Let's actually activate these again while we're at it. Also, complete that. Bleed 3 hostiles. Elite 3 sends. And made the mission on hard. Spec kills. Sidearm kills. Spec kills with specialization weapon. Wild golden bullets. Skill kills. Bounties and elite hyenas, and some main mission challenging.
Another agent has joined your group.
Wait, whatever. Eh? But yeah, I'm gonna go and quickly do some of that. Oh, that's why the hyenas triggered so early. Oh yeah, let's do that on here so I don't gain any kills on the other ones. One of the things I should do as well is actually claim these ones. Yeah, let's go get those pistol kills in here. So, got this. Oh, actually, I have a graded weapon there. Let's also craft this down, as I saw this earlier being high. Oh yeah, that's not gonna help enough with that. Why did they join me? Still confused. Alright. I'll leave them to it. I'm gonna assume it's maybe an accidental or something. Yeah. Let's. What did I need? On the challenges, which faction did I need? I think I needed invaded as well, right? Invaded mission, main mission, Treason, heinous. Well, invaded is not gonna be either of those. Let's go to this one as invaded. Doesn't want to toggle for some reason.
Hostile control point detected.
See, we have a snitcher. Actually, one of the things I realized I should just do more. I keep going to like the lower side of it, or to these sides of it. I should just go and just do, because there is actually one very consistent spawn here as well, where you just go bank and then just run to there. You just always go there and then just get some bounties in this zone. I don't know why I don't do it like that. Yeah, let's go do this thing invaded, and I'm gonna also do it just with the pistol tech tank and oh wait, I need it invaded. Okay, was it okay? But was there a reason for joining up on me there? I wasn't sure why was suddenly in a group. Yeah, let's take those 4.
Near as we can tell, Black
Wait, now Pistolero turns on?
Be prepared.
3 or 2 game.
Gonna need a bucket.
Golden bullet being assembled by hostile. Received. Golden bullet.
Okay, let's get some of these challenges in. Some of these factions done. I'm gonna do the bounties one definitely, because that'll tomorrow be a thing anyway, and then we'll catch up on Saturday with some more. Likely over the weekend. I still have a bunch of characters. I need to do a bunch of the Sinister quest basically, so we'll see. We'll see how that goes and just get all of those names in. Because what I might do for most of them is just do a bunch of missions and stuff. And see if we can get them, put like dailies alongside of it or something. Because actually on main account, I think I only did this character fully just to get the Sinister outfit, of course. And then I think only second character I did the first 3 days. The rest is all still open. And then we have to see as well. Actually, on second account, I might do it as well with some of the hardcores. As might as well.
We need to take a look.
Have you checked here?
And then we're totally gonna do the white reset strat on on the bank for it, of course.
Hostile civilian target.
And I do want to have these enemies charge up their golden bullet here and there. Treasure track challenges. And also, once I have the sidearm one done, we'll grab something else and try to get some of the specialization kills and some of the other things. I might also just random matchmake for just getting the bleeds and stuff in. I'll just run Eclipse. Or OD. OD would work too. Especially, I think it's group shared, right? So...
System malfunctioning. System back online.
Oh yeah, but also yeah, you can always just like there's so many ways to get her done. The thing will also be just some people will likely just wipe and or just delete the character and just, you know, boost to 40 and just do it over and over again. Although I think the last I don't know, the last one also, like the last few were a lot, but not the first few, right?
You're traitors to your country.
Because how much would this be? So
Hostile has 4 golden bullets.
9 times 2, right? 18. Is it 3 per day? Shit, totally forgot how much it is per day. How much was it per day?
Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
EMP!
Received. Golden bullet.
What's that word? 3, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I guess that is 3 per day, yeah. 18, 36. But especially with that boss checkpointing and that being stored.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Because I basically do link until the actual boss room. This one's empty. No, I do bank till that first boss. Save the checkpoint. No, die 4 times, but then also save the checkpoint. And get to the Lincoln boss room, but then save the checkpoint there as well. You just do the first 2 bosses and then die twice. Or well, the first 2 from the boss room.
Get over! Enemy taken out!
My question is, which one would be like the easiest outcast one?
Lost someone!
There aren't many mid bosses. Potomac might be just too bad, but also it's quite a while till they both spawn. What would be a different boss that spawns early after the checkpoint? Brooklyn. I mean, yeah, that if you're already if you're already way over, there's no reason, of course. I'm not gonna do it either. I'm just more interested in theorizing what would be. Neither of the accounts I care about has a slot available anyway. But what I will likely do is just take the characters available, basically.
Enemy spotted.
Which on second account also means doing it on hardcore. But also those hardcores are pretty well geared, so that's not an issue.
Download complete.
We'll review the data you just downloaded and see what we can make of it. Continue your sweep.
I like to even on main account do a bunch of them with retaliations. Not so much because it's like the best idea, it's more just to also do a bunch of retaliations and just see if we run into anything
Must
else
be the last of them. Take them down, Agent.
that might be useful to know.
System curtailed.
You're gonna bleed out right here.
It's annoying actually for the retaliations
System reactivated.
that, yeah, we can't kind of have like the, you know, active one. Because yeah, we could do a stronghold of each basically, and then each stronghold we could have enough enemies or 2 missions.
Area secure. Good work.
But then we'll be just triggering like the hyena one, and then saving that one, and then like doing the first set in missions, and then doing a second set in retaliations. Yeah. I got us a few stars there. Now these challenges aren't per se worth doing if you just want to get stars. Just farming levels
Hostile assembling golden bullet.
is honestly the best way. But I kind of like doing these, so I do. Oh, let's get this done. The pistol one. Oh, elite hyenas, elite Trusans. Let's just go deal with those. Actually, not gonna have directives on. Yeah, let's capture. It's gonna get recaptured in a sec. Let's go for hyenas over there. I know, we'll get a few of these challenges done, and then we're gonna round it out here because we have been going for a while. And tomorrow is also gonna be a long day for me, but it'll be fine.
So be prepared to secure both concourses.
Yeah, I'm totally gonna secure both concourses. The first one is over there, right?
Civilians in danger.
Civilians are danger. Don't you mean in danger? No, 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 they are the danger. Oh, it's an invaded zone. This isn't heinous. It is, in fact, Black Disk. I'm not sure what the deal was. I saw I did some of it already.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Got a jammer here!
Coming from behind cover.
Yeah, but you charge up that golden bullet.
Target's right there!
So I can kill you with it. Oh, what's that? Federal. Nah. Let's actually track this. Why am I not tracking this? And I will also claim all of those exotic caches. Reward track ones, and still also need to claim my season caches on this account even. Let's go deal with these hyenas. Actually, what was the hyena agitation one? Or just eliminate hyenas. Okay. Might as well get that maxed in.
Hostile completed. The golden bullet.
Have to stop them pushing.
Where's everybody? God damn it.
Here, some of this.
Why don't you have a golden bullet? No?
Hostile assembling golden bullet.
Okay. I disagree. Isaac.
I'll deal with you in a minute.
I was gonna say there's one here somewhere. Here I'm walking around.
Hostile detected.
I was likely upstairs actually. When I heard it.
Serious trauma detected.
Let's go find a little corner for ourselves. What? Is there a flame? Okay. Oh, that name group made it off. Sure. Why not? I wonder if the Pact thing actually will have gameplay implications like this. Changing or something. You know, kind of the same way that Black Dusk no longer assaults
Golden bullet.
True Sun. Oh, sure, why not? At least we have the we have enough for Heine kills. And I did finish that golden bullet so I can kill you for golden bullets.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
You are so fucked. I'm ready for you.
Incoming hostiles detected.
And rushers can't ever have golden bullets, so might as well kill them. And you just need one more, so you get to die too. And then once you're full,
Give it up, Agent.
there we go. That's 100. There's resources. They do all 30. Like, no, but a hyena one on. Oh, this character basically has everybody's mad. And just only outcasts are actually so polite of them, you know, just waiting for each other, just like, no, you're madder than me. Just you go retaliate. I'll wait till you're done, and then I'll retaliate. Spec weapon kills. Oh, yeah, yeah, I could do it with this gunner here. Yeah. But no. A flare here, right? Yeah.
Reinforcements en route.
Just run pesty here. And if I get golden bullets, although I need to generate some gunner ammo.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet. Golden bullet complete.
These idiots stay that far back. There's my elite hyenas. The only thing is I need some ammo to start with. Oh yeah, I should totally. So Iron Lung, I remember really liking with this. I've kind of totally forgotten about.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Because the Iron Lung basically, once you kind of fire half of the mag and then kind of go in golden bullet, it just keeps going.
Watch out. They're sneaking up on us.
Which is kind of cool.
Should've left us alone.
course, the last guy I kill has a golden bullet. Oh, I don't know, strikers. Actually, in solo, I don't run as much just pure striker, at least not red.
Supply room access unlocked.
I generally, for solo, actually lean towards tech tanks, if you're familiar with that style. Otherwise, actually, I like this Pesty. Pesty, I feel, works really well solo because you have the Pesty tick going around and kind of damaging stuff. But especially solo, I run a lot of the either the Heartbreaker or the Striker tech tank quite often. Or that pistol tech tank like I was running earlier.
Hate those outcasts.
It also kind of depends on directives or not. Or, as for instance, 4 or 5 directives, I also like the triple tick build, for instance. But that's also kind of a very specific build. Yeah, so wait, what did we need? I had an idea, but I forgot. I just need True Sons, Elites. Might as well capture a control point or two along the way. Yeah, well, let's go capture that. Also, that's known as AR, so. Oh, that's gonna do it. Yeah, 414 would be the tech tanks because they need a memento and you need technician unlocked. They're not like super new player friendly because of that, but they're also not hard pieces to get or things to unlock.
You got some new contracts.
And then there's also a lot of dependencies on kind of play style and what play styles you can adapt to. But yeah, especially making a tech tank for solo, that's one of my go-tos for solo. Like if I need to get something done, I'm just gonna pull up either the Striker or the Heartbreaker tech tank. But also solo, I really do like this, the Pestilence that we have here. But this one also is not, for instance, the easiest build to put together, because it has a few unicorn pieces in it. This one is 1.03 in there. Oh, one thing is as well, solo kind of anything will work. But also if you're kind of fine with it, making, for instance, a hot shot with Headhunter. And most of it'll feel very cheesy. It's kind of a, you know, especially when fighting the right factions, it'll feel way too easy. Oh. Specialization weapons. Yeah. Should have maybe found a better spot first. Where's your turret? I hear it, but I don't see. Oh, it's because it's behind that phone. It's kind of a big move game.
Going for that cover at the wall.
But yeah, there's a lot you can make work solo, especially. Oh, if you have a memento already, that helps. Okay. Yeah, definitely go for that Heartbreaker tech tank. That one's also pretty easy to put together. You still would need technician if you are, you know, if you don't have that unlocked yet.
Reinforcements incoming.
Because that's kind of the tech in the tech tank. But that's also not too hard.
Hostiles detected.
And then you have kind of all the pieces. Because the rest of it is pretty easy. I know, that's definitely a build that can, like, kind of really solo especially work out really well. Really didn't do much on these guys coming into here. Oh, you're over there.
Hostile broadcast detected. Golden bullet received.
A few specialization weapon kills in. Wait, I don't have golden bullet? I thought I had golden bullet.
Hostile has 4 golden bullet.
Unrecognizable. You're the division agent.
You guys aren't even in combat. Just chilling. It's fine. I got this.
Detected.
I'll get it done. No, just okay. Oh, done. Yeah. Then definitely give that at least a try, and then see if it fits your style.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Stay the fuck away.
There's also a bunch of reds and stuff that you can make, but especially for solo, yeah, having a little bit of either survivability through, for instance, here it's kind of through the pastitic spreading. And with the tech tanks, it's a pretty strong shield.
Supply room access unlocked.
But also you have the, yeah, things like Headhunter, where it's through just being very... killing everything way too quick. As long as it doesn't have a helmet. Especially with Determined. It's pretty good. Oh, yeah. It should have been... Sure, wait, depends. How many do I need? Oh, this is 25. Okay, so this was 15. This is 25. Oh, yeah. So let's try that and try to get more specialization kills in. Convoy would be good for that, actually, if there's any around. Other than that one. One over there. Because I'm not going to catch up to this one. But I could try to intercept that one, actually. Let's maybe try. No, let's maybe try. Oh, anyway. Catch up here. And hey there, Sharky. And thank you so much for the raid there. And as always, much appreciated. Hope you had a good stream and hope you had some fun. Let me get you a shout out there. And welcome in and welcome in, raiders. And I hope you had a great stream, and And over here, earlier we were recording a build showcase. That's in the bag now, so it's gonna get edited together and put up for tomorrow. I'm just doing a bunch of the challenges from Golden Bullet here, just kind of going around and doing a bunch of them. Not per se worth doing for themselves, but I can always like just finishing that list. Tomorrow, the rest of it will unlock, so we don't even have access to all of it. So, will these guys spawn downstairs? I hope not. Oh yeah, oh yeah. You're just trying to get a few specialization kills while Golden Bulleted.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Hey there, Shaky. And I welcome in everybody else as well. But yeah, we had a great stream and all the loots and all the shoots. So, what were you guys up to on your end? Oh, these guys are pissing each other off. Stop fighting and fight me.
Received. Golden bullet.
I should go and grab a graded bestie from the stash.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Access key detected.
So I should turn on some directives. But also, I'm lazy.
Identified.
Okay, we're already 18 out of 50 on that. Alright. As a convoys would be nice for this. Because at least with convoys, the standing wave at the start, the starting wave will have golden bullets. Only see that one. Don't see any other ones, so. And then we still need some True Sons elites. Let's maybe capture Federal Triangle here as well while we're here. And I definitely overused my voice today with the build showcase as well. Definitely kind of feeling it there. But it's fine. Don't know if that's coming true, but there's a that is like in my voice now. I'm very raspy. Actually, let's see. We got a bunch of bandits there as well. Did any overwrite this? No. Heather. I'll just kill you. That's because I want this convoy to be a little bit closer to here, so they spawn from not the sewer grate, but from the building here.
System disrupted.
And actually, the quick step I feel is a pretty good way for. I know a lot of people are always looking for some of those second stats on pistols. So actually, the quick step is from these guys is pretty good for that. Yeah, that should be close enough, right? That they spawn from the sewer here. Oops.
Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Well, there's an issue with that. I can't lie down. I don't have a button for that. I mean, technically, I also don't have a button just to die. I can kill myself. I can't comply even if I wanted to. Okay, we need a few more elite Trusans. Well, let's just do this control point. Is this another one mini? Yeah. That 1 minute cooldown is it really? It's really 1 minute.
Hostile assembling golden bullet.
Actually, you know what? I wouldn't mind having your golden bullet. But I should eat other bounties here, because I now have 3.
System malfunctioning. Hostile has full
Well,
golden
maybe
bullet.
even 4. But I shouldn't try to keep too many of those bounties. I'm real curious what will happen with those, though. We'll see. I need this person key. That's awesome. Yeah. And well, maybe even after it'll still be doable. I really hope that they actually choose to just leave the target that's, or not the target, but the loot pool's the same.
That's one of our scoffers.
Can't aim over. God damn it, game. I already had golden bullet. Why did you not? Game. I already had golden bullet. Why did it suddenly not do, like, I lost my damage? The you have to reload to do damage thing. But I was already in golden bullets. That makes no sense. And also, I think from like a loot like that perspective, it's still not the greatest. There's the target that doesn't like easily scale, so you still have to do it on heroic. Because I feel something like just doing retaliation is gonna give you more, right? Or just countdowns. Because especially that the bounty is like for really great for the named items especially. And the funny thing is, like, this always was a very powerful thing to do with golden bullet. But I'm pretty sure advanced material at level 5 is actually way stronger than what we were doing there. I got 40 out of 50. Now let's go do the cheesy way here. Really get... Can't. Feel one of my legs is in.
Reinforcements en route. Incoming hostiles detected. Hostile completed the golden bullet. Hostile control point identified.
Is that 50? That's 50.
Golden bullet being assembled by hostile.
The backpack had already been destroyed, apparently.
Heavily armored hostile detected. Agent out of action.
Oh yeah, it's just hard to see with the rain. Oh yeah, the bounties we'll save for the weekend. So we have skills and hostiles. Bleed 3 hostiles. Just hostile. Is that really all? Okay. Well, I'm just gonna random matchmake with the Eclipse, I feel. I'll definitely get the bleed. Oh, they would do it too, man. We'll likely also get a few skill kills in. I think the skill kills for this only counted if it wasn't spread through. Like if it is not a fire that is spread through. Well, I need to get the kill with the skill, and then also it needs to be not spread through Eclipse. If I remember right. Yeah. Let's have an accident.
Agent vital signs 0.
Don't worry about it. That's some insurance fraud. I'm resetting my hand. Because my hive's on cooldown, so I can't swap to Eclipse. So. Instead, we'll blow ourselves up. I show over here. Let's up some caches. And clean up.
Thanks for the business.
Oh. A wild orbiter. Hey, and just 21k I see there. Well, congrats. Just still in the freshest levels of 25 I said there. Or 21.
Glad to see you, Agent.
It's way too expensive. It's only another Mark 46, I think. But not one that's that expensive. Let's run the matchmake. Let's see what we get.
Invite to another agent's group received.
Oh yeah, British Park. Okay, yeah. This is the pier. It's like, wait, what mission is this? Brooklyn missions. Haven't matchmade into those at all yet. Oh.
Trusted me with the pier. I will not let her down or give up our new toys.
Full team.
Well, so much for a stealthy entrance.
The turret's part.
Hostile has full golden bullet.
Someone's trying to snipe. I'm gonna make that extra hard for them. Oh yeah, Forgot about now there are two of them. You would think that if there's two of them, they just would just like do half the sounds or something. That would be
launcher detected.
maybe smart. Is that okay? At least it's not determined. As lightly shroud.
Received. Golden bullet.
I'll take a free exotic.
Generator detected nearby.
Agent down. Hostile assembling golden bullet.
Fog of war on this is actually kind of an annoyance. Wait, that guy didn't go for that? I would have assumed that guy would have gone for that. Oh, you haven't destroyed this yet.
Launcher disabled.
Get the launcher back
Oh,
online.
he is determined. I might not stick around.
The other one.
It's also kind of useless, actually, with 4-man scaling and all the helmets. Because also, yeah, later on, that's completely useless. Oh, what's his name?
Hostiles detected.
What? Why? Why backfire on that? Then I'm gonna go for something easier. This is a wipe waiting to happen. While I'm here, I see a named group.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Hostile defender drone.
Oh.
Detected.
I think that defender drones on enemies are
Hostile completed. The
just
golden
complete immunity.
bullet. Serious trauma detected.
Also, what, you're really just not gonna take off your helmets? What a dick. Backfire meta? Yeah. No, I think must have been when I was just like with both fingers in my ears and going la 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 la. I think it was somewhere in there. Yeah. The Ninja Bike refactor. Backfire meta. Let's not forget the Ninja Bike. Yeah, let's actually what I should do as well is actually recapture these two control points. These will count towards that one commendation. Not now though. Let's go try matchmaking for a different mission. Just want to run an Eclipse and just bleed some stuff and get a few skill kills in. I might be dick and just go mortar at some point. Yeah. I don't want to run this one's saved as the glass option, but I'd rather just run the normal option, especially when I'm kind of like, unless I want to try hard or something, but not in the mood per se.
You have received an invite to
The UAE. Well, let's see. Actually, I was eligible for invaded UA, so maybe this is invaded. Let's see. Either or is fine by me.
Take him out, Agent.
Hostile incinerator
hi.
detected.
It's a big building, so be prepared to secure both concourses.
Hostile restore hive detected. Hostile airburst seeker mine
I
detected.
wish I was on a different build. Now. What is it with snipers today? Okay.
You have
Well, third time's the charm, right? "17 times the charm."
invite to another agent's group. Receive.
No, wait. Accept. You'll never imagine actually taking that into it, like when you hear rogues that they why would you stay on a head edge?
I'm seeing mortars on the roof, and you've
It's
got a lot of hostiles ahead.
Oh,
But it looks like
yeah.
the smoke's working. The autocannon seems to be firing blind. Hostile reinforcements converging on your position.
Taking the capital will deal a huge blow to the True Sons. The priority is to get back the briefcase President Ellis was carrying aboard Air Force One. Kelso's waiting aboard a
Let's go
helicopter to extract it as
reenact
soon as you
January
secure it.
6th.
If what Ellis told us is true, a lot depends on getting that case to him. You'll have civilian assistance to get you through the perimeter, but you'll be on your own once you're inside.
Golden bullet complete. Golden bullet received. Another agent is now. Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
Looks clear.
All right, push forward.
But is it clear? I'm gonna send one already. Why would you go through that one?
More hostiles headed to you.
Back me up!
Eclipse, pretty effective here. Golden bullet not really doing much for me,
Join your group.
but
That was the last of them. You should have a clear approach to the
But-
entrance.
Then it's time to
Just
get in there
but.
and finish this.
what sound or is this under actually? Oh, they wiped once already. I'm assuming it's SFX, isn't it? Which kind of sucks to have to turn off.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Sir, proximity charges just...
The worst of it is, it's usually as well, it's like completely useless stuff like that. Like that's like not a build that really benefits at all
We're
from
looking for. The briefcase must be close.
from
Copy that, Kelso?
Loud and clear. Standing by.
System
oh yeah,
disrupted.
this doesn't really benefit from a striker.
System reactivated.
Once you acquire the briefcase, head to the roof of the rotunda and wait for the helicopter.
That mortar team is still up
Why?
there.
Understood. They'll need to be cleared before the helo can approach.
We were running this in golden bullets, running fucking head under. Ah,
You
I give up. Let's just go raid someone. I'll get these challenges later. Just
hostile control point detected.
I can't with this community sometimes. Oh yeah, actually I still have. I didn't notice now the Still had
Hostile has full golden bullet.
pinned messages up. Yeah. Just determined after determined with like the bats up. It's just like, what are we doing with our lives? Also, like, why you run determined with a global event that is like completely not in line with... Golden bullet doesn't even increase bullet damage, right? It just barely increases the bullet damage, right? Or is it not at all even?
Come on over.
It's fine. Put this into the stash to deconstruct in a future day. Anyway, we only joined 4 missions and completed 0 of them, so that's kind of that kind of.
Good to see you.
At least I get some of that done. With 18 skill kills. And you know what? Let's try once more. Oh, actually, I've left too many missions and stuff, haven't I? The matchmaker is mad at me.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Earn space. Let's go over here.
The ramp to the parking garage looks like your best way in.
Norwegian's gonna suck, but I can deal with that.
Received. Golden bullet. Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
Holy fuck. It's a drone without the bat VFX. This person is now my most favorite person in the universe. Okay, maybe not that.
True Sun's munitions detected.
Okay. No, that costs a few points. Trauma chest costs a few points on OD. Wait. Like, I feel just like
We need to figure out what they're doing.
it's one of those things of just like,
Find any intel on their operation.
oh, I'll shoot them in their chest, and then they'll bleed.
Bastards. I'll give them that.
Yeah. Have you considered that your whole gear set makes everything bleed all the time forever? Yeah, but I also have a blind every 20 seconds. Yeah, at the cost of 20% of your damage. Or more. It's fine. They're just level 19. 19k, that is.
And blow the shit out of anything too dangerous.
Yeah, it's fine. At least they're not running determined, and at least they're not running the bad VFX. It's basically on the level of, at least they're not stabbing me directly into my kidneys. So, you know, this is the best person I've met. No, come on, you're 19k. You're not just gonna sit up there, are you? Oh.
True Sun's reinforcements incoming.
Right.
Keep moving. We need to clear the next hall.
When you're done fucking things up there.
Keep moving. You still got 2 halls to clear.
It's fine. It's fine. Marks of shame. This is an old piece.
Radio intercepted.
Division's on my 6.
For them.
So cut through the planetarium.
But yeah, marks of shame. You can't even do those anymore. Like the game officially like discontinued those. Recalibration plus optimization. That means that you recalibrated it once and then they have optimized it on top, which you can't do anymore. Like the system, like literally no longer.
Vast reaches of space. It's irrational to
And
think
it turns out they have to, but it's
the only place capable of creating
because of some players.
We know that Mars once had vast oceans, that many of the elements found on Earth could only be created in
Because I got my skill kills in.
while no other planet on Earth sustains life. It's possible that the building blocks that allowed organisms to evolve from single-cell amoebas to complex living beings like you and me
Man, using OD without the chest, like in 2025, is just like. Even like I'm gonna guess, yeah, this is an old build of his, but so it never got updated to even have the chest in there because it's a lot. Like you're leaving a lot on the table if you don't take the chest. That was a well-placed grenade. Accidentally on my face. Oh yeah, I should.
Hostile completed the golden bullet.
That's that. It's not even. It's not even that. It's fine. That's sadder. So. That's also sadder, so it's fine.
by these images. At one point, more than 3.8
Golden bullet being assembled by hostile.
one-third of the Martian surface could have been covered by ocean. Martian exploratory craft has evidence of more recent water as well.
An agent needs assistance.
Fried river systems to what appear to be ancient lake beds.
Didn't you have a revive? Why doesn't okay, that guy asked.
That could only have been formed in a liquid.
Why doesn't none of those builds have a revive?
Today, water can be found on Mars largely
The answer is proficiency like me.
although small quantities exist as water vapor in the thin Martian atmosphere or as brines in the Martian soil.
Yeah, it's fine.
Agent down.
Uh,
Mechanical components detected.
no, those were still a step lower. Still. Oh yeah, that will really make us want to get to you quicker.
Golden bullet received.
Are you guys still dying? Everything's on fire. So we got the secret room.
I'm setting a recovery team. Link up with them and you'll be done there.
Components identified. Suggested use. Missile construction.
They must be using a casing from the museum's collection. If they can rig it with a warhead and some means of propulsion, they wouldn't even need a guidance system to hit the White House or a settlement.
Kinda goes without saying, but if you see any missiles lying around...
At least I made it
make sure
easy
that
for
you
me to
never,
get my
ever
skill
use
kills. On the bright side.
Database match indicates designation LNR 90.
That would be the missile, then. Please neutralize that fucking thing by any means necessary.
Damn it. The salvage crew just ran into those reinforcements. They need backup.
Why
Immediate
me?
medical
I mean,
assistance
actually, yeah.
needed.
Yeah. I get it. He wasn't aiming for me though, which was kind of weird. Had a sledge.
True Sun's munitions factory is out of action and they lost a big stockpile of ordnance. Throw in the fact that the settlements can scavenge those workbenches and tools, and I'd say it's been a pretty good day.
I just feel like doing this.
Serious trauma detected.
We'll take that way out.
Entering safe area.
Revive him, yeah. Like, I kind of get it if, you know, you're looking over and you notice that there, like, nobody noticed or something. But yeah, especially there, like, somebody was on top of him. He was about to be revived, but yeah, shooting had to happen first. But yeah.
Glad to see you.
It's a bit at least they didn't do the spam one. So it's fine. Anyway, let's round it out there. We got our basically I did everything except the bounties. And then the bounties we'll keep over the weekend. Also, usually day 4 has names as part of it, so we'll get that then done. And also likely over the weekend we'll just farm up some. Maybe we'll do some bounty cheesing with bullet. If there's a good targeted, we'll do so with. With golden bullets, and yeah, get some exotic components to turn into thingy. But also, yeah, we'll get plenty of components from, because actually on a bunch of characters on this account, I still need to do that. Oh, actually, the suns rotate. Oh, god damn it! Wait, so this goes from. When does this rotate? So Monday this rotates. Still need to do on second account. I need to do Nemesis. Might attempt one and then see how it goes, and then otherwise I'll wait for Monday because yeah. So I'm right? Yeah. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? So Monday there's something new. Thing is, I could go back to gluttony, which is like even worse. So there is that. And either chaos. Although yeah, you're catching me basically exactly as I was about to go raid. And yeah, I still kind of have to do that because yeah, I need to get some rest. But yeah, hey there, and yeah, hope you had a great stream and hope you had some fun. But I think we're gonna actually turn that boat around as well and just send it off to a third party. Let's go see who is available for that. I'm just quickly having a look through the category as well. I see one one name we often go with. But I guess we're gonna go with that one. Yeah, no worries, Eternal. But yeah, indeed, we're gonna send everybody off again, actually, right away. Hi, bye. for those coming in. But yeah, I was about to round out as well, and I kind of need to, so we will. We're gonna go send everybody off to Little Huge, who's doing some raiding, I'm guessing. He is, so no surprises there. And yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back not tomorrow. I was about to say I'll be back tomorrow, but I won't be back tomorrow, as tomorrow I'll be working. I will actually get that the pistol showcase edited and uploaded, and I'll go live tomorrow. So there'll be that, and I'll be back on Saturday and Sunday, and spend some time here with and yeah, we'll have clarity as well on how exactly the climax is gonna work, because I'm still actually not like 100% sold on climax being on week 10. It just seems a little early, and then also, why is this a separate thing like that, even though we can't click it? We'll see though, but we'll likely have a patch then anyway. But yeah, thanks everybody for joining me, and thanks once more, actually, Chaos, for the raid there. But yeah, we'll send them forward. We'll pay it forward. As yeah, I see some Razor being back, and let's go join them over there. And yeah, I'll be back on the weekend. We'll definitely golden bullet a little bit and kind of do some stuff. If it is next week climax mission, then yeah, that becomes the focus of that week. But I wouldn't also be against if it isn't. I might actually just spend some time with Space Marine, which I kind of wanted to do this week, but I'll definitely do at some point. I want to do the campaign at some point. Also, as well, on the weekend, actually, I'll likely start with some photography work and stuff before the stream. I kind of enjoyed that the last time we did that, and yesterday we couldn't due to technical stuff. But yeah, over the weekend, I might start with some photo editing and then jump into the vision. I love you helping for me though. Thank you all for joining me. I'm gonna go relax my voice for a while. And thank you all for joining me. And as always, have a good night.
Was cussing out his buddy.
Battlefield Coels, when you jump in the stuff. IKEA coming with a raid. What's up, IKEA? Wow, you guys aren't even in the right spot.
At least they're not streaming.
There it is. Fake, check out the jack-o'-lantern ball from Frog.
Oh my God.
Check it out. Oh yeah, check it out.
So extra.